We took Jack away from her.
I can't hear you, Carmine.
All right, we are here. Hi, everyone. We are live, UIA TV. Carmine Danisco. I have with me Mr. Christopher Guerrero, our vice president of the UIA, put a lot of this event together. He's been working tirelessly to bring you the most insane stuff possible. So with further ado, I'll bring on Chris. What's happening there, Chris? What are you doing, man? We got us up early this morning.
Yes. Good morning. Happy National Inventors Day. What a day we have in store for everybody today. 30-minute sessions with some amazing people.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool, man. Pretty cool.
Yeah, we got I'm sure everyone knows by now, but we've got Joy Mangano from the movie Joy and her new big TV hit, America's Big Deal. We've got Aaron Krause of Scrub Daddy, Marcie Mckenna, who's just blowing up everywhere now on Amazon. Mike Watts from Shark Tank. We got a lot of Shark Tank folks. So we got a really cool day. You know, Rick Hopper and Lauren Lockwood and Nisha Swanee from Sns Design. So today, we're going to have a full day of from starting your idea right through having it on a shelf in a retail store, literally. And then we're going to talk about licensing next month, and we're going to do a special series on that. So I think we got some great things going on with the UIA. We've got a lot of people now contributing. We got big groups that want to be part of it. So it really exciting time.
Yeah, no doubt. Chris, I've been on a couple of meetings speaking with people, and they're really starting to take notice of how the UIA has expanded dramatically within just the last several months. I mean, over the years, obviously, they've been doing a lot of good, a lot of things. But I think with technology and the board members and the ambassadors, and why don't you tell a little bit about our advisory board, which I think is such an awesome thing, allowing people to get involved with the UIA. And these aren't just people that we're grabbing off the street. These are top celebrities, top inventors, people around the world.
Yeah, we've got, it's, to be frank, an all-star advisory board. People like Judy Edwards from Squatty Potty, right? I mean, think about what she's done. Catherine Emery, who's been working with Home Depot for 17 years. She does work with Lowe's. She's been on Good Morning America, The View. She's been all over the place, QVC. And if you look at some other people, Mike Watts, who again, this story is really great because he wasn't on Shark Tank, but he did a deal with Damon, and Damon's his partner. And people probably know now that Damon's also my partner. And so it's just, we have every basis covered, and it's not people talking about what they want to do. It's people who have done it, who have lived it every day, who have invented, who have gone through the stumbling blocks of making it a successful product, failing but not stopping. And Mike's story is like that, right? He's got quite a few businesses that he's run. He tried doing it over abroad. It didn't work out. He's making all the stuff in the US. You know how I am. I'm a big Made in USA guy, and we have our own Made in America podcast. So to me, it's real world, real life situations. You're going to get information from folks that have done it, not somebody telling you what they want to do or what they think you should do. They've lived it. They know it. They can save you thousands of dollars with their expertise. So honestly, it's great, Carmine. And our first guest today is Chris Landano. So Chris was on America's Big Deal with Joy Mangano, this great new TV hit series on USA Network. Chris was a fireman, a New York City fireman for 20 years. So all he's been doing is rescuing people. I like to joke with him and say he's done a lot of rescuing of cats, right? I always like to throw that in there. I met Chris on Good Morning America probably 7-8 years ago now. But, he's so passionate about this industry that he started a new company called Inventor Rescue. And it's truly to help inventors find the right sources, get connected in the right network with the right people. And he's got a tremendous network of expert people in the industry. And all of us, including me, back him 1,000%. I was actually in the audience when he pitched his Track Belt 360. I've been with him from the very first time I met him on Good Morning America and helping him all the way through this process. And, you know, I look at when I first met him on his belt to where it is today, what a difference. It is a top-notch, high-grade professional belt. And again, someone who's lived through the processes. So let's bring Chris on. We're going to give Chris, our session today will be 30 minutes because we're going in and out all day, literally all day from when we started at 9 right through. Catherine Emery is our resident expert in national media. She'll be in at 5, so we'll go to 5:30. So Chris, welcome to National Inventor Day, your favorite day.
Thanks, Chris. What an introduction. I love it. Love what I love what the UIA is doing. I love how you guys threw this together in such a short period of time. And it's through your awesome network, National Inventors Day. What an honor to be a part of it. Inventor Rescue, right? I started it. I launched it in 2021 because I saw that there was a serious problem with this industry. As an independent inventor, you guys know it. I'm out at all the trade shows. I'm active. I'm an inventor myself that's been through the gamut of getting my product manufactured, and I've gotten my product in front of all the big licensing brands, but it just wasn't ready. But I'm learning as I go, and I'm networking, and you know it's amazing. When I first started working on my invention, I started realizing that there's a big problem in this industry. There are a lot of people taking advantage of independent inventors. And it really is. It's out of control. And so never realizing when I started working on my invention that I would kind of shift into being a rescuer, because I in New York City, I've been a rescuer for over 20 years and I loved it. I love helping people. I love helping people when I know that they'll never be able to repay me. And that's the true meaning of helping people, not charging them thousands of dollars up front and say you're helping them, you know, whatever. I love helping people. And so I figured if I'm going to retire from responding to 911 calls, let me just do something that comes natural to me. And that's responding to calls for help for inventors, and it is certainly needed. So
let's talk about a couple of things, Chris. Let's get into rescue, but let's first talk about America's Big Deal. You know, I know you got a great product, and you have been going through the grinds. It's not an easy product. It's very technical. It's not something you can easily sell. It's a specific market. But man, this thing is really high grade now. So let's talk about how you got on America's Big Deal. You know, we'll split it up. We'll talk about America's Big Deal and we'll talk about Inventor Rescue. But I know that was really a big event for you. You did really well. I was in the audience, and man, I was proud to be your friend. It was really, for me, a cool program to see this stuff going live and being able to buy it live, such a different platform. Talk about that, how you got on the show and what led up into you actually pitching it to the judges.
Back in around 2018, 2019, I had a booth at the National Hardware Show, and I was part of the pitch panel. I presented my product to a group of panelists at the show, and one of the producers that were part of the bringing the show to market, Chris, your screen is frozen. Oh. One of the producers saw me. One of the producers saw me pitching my product back in like 2019 at a trade show, and reached out to me earlier in the year and said, "Hey, we haven't made an announcement yet, but are you still working on that track belt?" I said, "Yes." She said, "I remember your product, but I remember the story behind it." She said, "I would love for you to apply for the show. If you meet the requirements, we'd like to bring you on board." I met the requirements, and it was a great experience.
Yeah, and you know, how did you feel, right? How did you feel getting on that stage, knowing it was live, you know, millions of people watching? You got Joy Mangano, who's been extremely successful. You've got the Macy's top guy. You got Lowe's in front of you. You got this live a presence of now telling your story on a national scale. How did that feel?
You know, I was laser focused on that stage. I knew that it was live, and I knew that I would have to live with my performance. And I just thought back to the days when I was a New York City firefighter. and we were rolling down the street, and there it is. The house is on fire, and we have a mission. And we get laser focused on what our job is. Each one of us on the fire truck has a position, and we just get busy. And I just was like in the zone. I said, all right, almost 18 years of working on this product has come down to this moment. I'm going to focus, and I nailed my pitch.
Yeah, it was good. I'm telling you, it was really refreshing to watch. So what would you say to anybody out there who's trying to get on that national stage? I was on Shark Tank, and that's no easy task. We had in COVID, right? Over 120,000 applicants. We were one of 50, me and Judy, to make it to that stage. It was in a different environment. It was in Vegas. We were in a hotel room for 10 days. Couldn't even go in the hallway. So it was a lot of different emotions going on to actually pitch it. Then you don't know if you're going to get on. Then, we got hand selected to be on the grand finale of season 12. There's only 12 people in the history of Shark Tank that's ever done that. And me and Judy were one of them. So I know what that was like for me and how hard it was to get there. It's not as simple as everyone may think it is. It's a lot of work to get to that level, to get to that stage. So talk about that a little bit, how much work it was for you to, all the stumbling blocks you hit to finally get to that stage. Because again, it's not someone talking about it. It's somebody who's living it and lived it every day.
Well, here's one of the things about Inventor Rescue, right? And I'm sorry, but I'm going to just keep it real. That really pisses me off. You've got a lot of so-called experts in this industry that are telling inventors it's easy to get a licensing deal. It's easy to bring a product to market. Meanwhile, it's not easy. It takes years. And I'm finding in most inventors who've made it onto Shark Tank or made it onto these shows, certainly many of the inventors I got connected to with this show, were working on this product for years, right? I mean, nothing is overnight, but the key is to get involved, plug into a system. I mean, get involved in the United Inventors Association, subscribe to the list, get involved, get to your local inventors club. There's a process, and you can't skip steps because it'll come back to bite you. Just don't rush it. Just take it as it comes, and have the right coaches or mentors, the right information in front of you. And just to touch on it really quick, the coaches, make sure if you're paying a coach, vet them. Make sure that they have they've licensed their products before, they've manufactured their products, they know what your goal is, and they know how to get you there by action. Like you just said, all these inventors that you have coming on today are inventors who have licensed their own products, who have manufactured their own products, who got their products on the shelves in stores. There's so many coaches out there that are full of crap. And that's what Inventor Rescue is.
Well, I think you said a key word there, Chris, about, going through all these different things and the process, because what it is, and when you're involved in inventing and launching products, the process is money, right? It costs you every mistake you make. If it's the wrong packaging, if it's the wrong material you selected, it's costing you thousands of dollars. And that's what this process is for, is to show you the right way. And think about who we have on today. Everyone on this show today that we put together in less than 5 days to show you what kind of network we have, an amount of high level people who want to participate in events like this, who personally are friends with me, but they really want to help because they know how hard it was. I mean, we got experts across the board, from America's Big Deal to QVC to Amazon to Shark Tank to HSN. We've got it all. I mean, we've got the whole group covered. And that's what we want people to know, the process. It's such an important factor. And when you bring a process, it's money. Every mistake, think about that for a second. Every mistake you made cost you thousands of dollars.
It is a grueling landscape. And if you don't have someone navigating you, you're going to hit a lot of dead ends. Excuse me. You're going to hit a lot of dead ends. You're going to hit a lot of landmines and potholes that you can avoid with the right person or the right inventors club or the right organization. But don't run to an organization that's charging thousands of dollars, that makes claims that they're more than they are.
Right.
So
I mean that's important. I even think like today at 10 o'clock, right? We have Chris Strapper on. He's a songwriter, musician. He's done movies. He writes songs with Rob Thomas of Matchbox 20. He was excited to be on the show because listen, every step you take, whether you're inventing a product, you're writing a song, they all have these processes, right? Which are a big deal. And in this case, I mean, think about the broad range of people we're going to have to tell their stories. This is a marathon. It doesn't stop. We're going to go from one expert to the next. So let's talk about, so you talked about Inventor Rescue. How can people get a hold of you and get involved a little bit with that? Then we'll go into, then we'll spend into some greater detail on your process and the bumps you hit and the things to avoid.
So inventorrescue.com, spelled the way you spell inventor and rescue. We have a contact us page. I'm constantly evolving the website and want to do a lot more things to it. And if you're interested, like I said, you can go through the website. It's a ton of information. It's all free. We have and you can subscribe to the website and reach out to us. If you think you've been scammed or you've been taken advantage of, I would love to hear your story. We're working on some things right now to build up a sponsorship page, because one of the things I'd really want to do is I want to get a recreational vehicle. We're gonna wrap it to look like a fire truck. We're gonna put lights and sirens in it, and we're gonna go nationwide to trade shows and set up shop and educate and offer coaching and just really try to help inventors. So if you're an inventor and you've got a brand and you've grown a huge company and you're looking to get involved, we would love to get some sponsors, but we're not rushing it. There's a process to everything. And so I'm just taking my time with the whole Inventor Rescue mission.
Yeah, good. And our next guest before we get into it is Dr. Russ Barnes, who's the educational portion of UIA. And you said it, we're doing all of this. This is no charge. It's completely transparent. It's free. I mean, if you start asking us, in separate areas to start building tools for you and molds, obviously there's some costs associated with that. But all the educational side, the memberships, are all free. And our whole network, our advisory board, our UIA board is all about offering these services to help the inventor to avoid the traps, avoid the loopholes, learn from people who have made the mistakes. It was funny when, back in corporate America, we used to tell when we hire good engineers, we hope you made some mistakes. We want you to make mistakes. We just don't want you to make them with us. We hope you learn from your mistakes, that when you come to us now, like BMW or Ford, you've already made those $1 million mistakes. So now we're going to be really productive. And we say the same thing here, right? You've been it firsthand. All the different people we deal with on a daily basis who have done it, who have become successful, who have taken their brand and made it on a national platform. They've all made mistakes. If you think you're not making a mistake and you think you're going to do this, launch it right the first time, you're not being honest to yourself. So that's really critical. So Chris, what are your recommendations? So someone comes to you and they get started. What are your recommendations? What's the first step besides filling out some information on who they are, what they have, where they are at the stage of their invention?
I try, excuse me. So I have them fill out a questionnaire that kind of gives me a size up of what they've got going on. I mean, if they have an idea. So right now I find that, and you'll probably agree, there's a lot of companies that are charging inventors for ideas. So if they have an idea, they tell them they can license that idea, which is totally not true, right? I mean, I'm relatively new in the last few years to the industry. You've been in it a lot longer than me, but all the licensing experts I speak to, you can't license an idea. So companies are taking advantage of inventors where they're making them, they're charging them for programs when they just have an idea. So what we're doing differently at Inventor Rescue is we've got a page. It's called I Have an Idea, Now What? Not a new term, not something I created. It's going to be sort of a free course with all information. So if inventors have an idea, I tell them to put on the brakes. Don't rush to start spending money, because your idea might not be worth anything. It might already exist, which happens a lot. Just slow down. And hopefully we can point them in the direction of, you have an idea, okay, you're not ready for us, or you're not ready for any kind of coach. Don't spend the money. But if someone comes to me and says they have done the market research, they have some patent, some IP, they have maybe a working prototype or not. That's someone that's done some due diligence that I feel like, all right, they're a little bit more advanced. Let's get on the phone with them, do a brief conversation, and then see if I bring them through my program or if I'm going to connect them to you, if they're ready for production. Like I feel like I'm going to be like the bridge. And again, it's not a program that I invented. You know, someone recently said they invented the a program of connecting inventors to factories. These companies, I feel like we got to reprogram the inventors coming into the industry, because these companies that have their own agendas that are charging thousands of dollars, they kind of mold the inventors to think something that is completely not true. And then they get them for thousands of dollars. Just really screwed
Yeah,
up.
I always say, right, anybody can win the lottery. What are the chances of winning the lottery, right? I mean, yeah, I suppose anybody can license an idea, but what are the odds of that happening? Right? I play the lottery. What are the chances of me winning? You know the numbers. Like, don't bet your retirement on it. So in this case, I always say, you know, the more work, I mean, I get people that come to me. This is what's disturbing and alarming. They hear from other people and other companies. They have an idea and they know that I'm approved now at Walmart. I've had an audit done. I'm certified, so I can ship to any plant of Walmart in the US as a US manufacturer. They come to me with something, I'm not kidding, on a yellow sticky note and asking me how fast I can get that into Walmart. And I sometimes I think it's, you know, am I being punked? I'm looking around the room. I say, you know, Walmart doesn't buy ideas, right? You understand that. They buy retail products that have been, proof of concept is done, packaging is done. It's your fulfillment centers are finished, your barcodes are done. You have a place that you're going to ship hundreds of thousands of products to them and do trials and tests in different stores throughout the country. And it's going to go on a shelf that a consumer is going to want to buy. A yellow sticky is not how you're going to get it into Walmart. But no. I'm not kidding. They really believe that.
Yep, it's pretty crazy. So one of the things we, like I said, we're looking to do with Inventor Rescue is the big why for Inventor Rescue was the two words, independent inventors. There's thousands of us nationwide. I'm an independent inventor. Many of us don't have teams. We don't have the right resources. However, I am now bringing all that information together to the Inventor Rescue website. And we're thinking about doing kind of like a membership program where, you know, if you get scammed or if you get infringed upon, this is like some sort of insurance that you have access to the best legal team. I'm working on bringing together the best coaches from around the country, the best manufacturers in US and China or wherever, but educating them on the process by connecting them to people that are not going to take advantage of them. You know, amazing experts for manufacturing. You've been in the industry over 30 years. You've got Nisha. She's been in the industry for a ton of years, working with General Electric and major organizations. And that's what we're doing. We're simply, if someone needs a coach, I've got 4 coaches that are coming on board with Inventor Rescue who work independently around the country, who have been supporting this mission since we launched Inventor Rescue. So we're bringing the best coaches to the table and just trying to do our part. Are we going to be able to protect everyone? No. But if I find someone and they think they have a toy and game product, I can reach out right to Matt Nuccio and make an introduction, where some companies out there or some independent consultants are like, oh no, you got to pay me an upfront retainer of $5,000 and then I'll connect you to my guy. I'm not going to play that game.
What is this right here? I always say that. What is this?
That's the crown.
Right? Knowledge is king, right? That's it. The more knowledge you have, the more informed you are, the better decision you're going to make. So the more information you can gain, even from a resource like the UIA, I mean, you have to be a member. There's so many things we're doing in 2022. Our membership list, I've never seen it grow this fast. We've got high-level experts, and I do say experts because they lived it. They've done it. I mean, Aaron Krause. I mean, do I need to say any more? Scrub Daddy. Everyone knows Scrub Daddy, right? He started out just like everybody else. Joy Mangano. You know the story, the movie Joy. She started out like everybody else. But what's the difference is these people are relatable. They're not actors. They're real people that have actually lived the journey. So they know what can happen to you. They know how people take advantage of you. I mean, look at the movie Joy. People wouldn't give her tools back, right? We can go on and on with this. So the more you know, the better educated you are, the more successful you will be. Long story short.
Hey, unbelievable. Hey, Chris, I want to jump in here quick, Inventor Rescue. And this is unrelated to inventors, but, you know, being a New York City fireman, what's it like taking a fire truck through New York City with the sirens and lights going and all that traffic? I mean, I know we're getting off inventions too, but how amazing. What kind of feeling is that?
He's done a video for me. He actually was live on a call with a video and took me through it with him one time. Pretty cool.
You know,
pretty intense.
Driving a fire truck through New York City traffic, you know, it is a rush. You know, I had the privilege of, you know, every time you go to work, we have different positions. And me being a senior firefighter and a chauffeur, we call it, I drive the fire truck. I mean, again, you know, the bell goes off and you start hearing the information going over the speaker. And as a chauffeur, and it's my responsibility to get my crew to the scene safely, because every second counts for those folks being in the burning building. So there's so much pressure, but you're laser focused. You know, we just have a job to do, and the more years you do it, the better you get at it. But driving a fire truck and pushing traffic, I mean, you know, it's a 1.5 ton vehicle. It's got a lot of weight, and once that weight gets moving, there ain't no stopping. So you got to make sure that you got enough clearance in case someone, and it happens all the time in New York City. I mean, you're going down the street and boom, they just lock up the brakes and they don't know what to do. So I got to go left or right, and it's like, oh man, here we go. It's a rush. It's a rush. You know, any first responder will tell you, whether you're driving a police car or an ambulance, which I have experience. I worked on a New York City ambulance. I started out with New York City Police Department. So I've driven all the different vehicles. It's a rush. It's so much fun. It really is.
And your invention was kind of born out of one of your experiences, right?
Yeah, you know, I've been through the gamut with my invention. I think my movie will be pretty exciting. But you know, I worked hard to make it in America, and I made it in America. And I realized that because it's so labor intensive and it's got so many moving parts, that it's got to be made, unfortunately, offshore. And I had a pivot during the pandemic, and now I'm moving it offshore. And now it was costing me $110 to make one, and now it's going to cost me less than 25. And that puts me in an amazing position to bring a product to an industry that has had very little innovation. And I really do think that Track Belt 360, launching it later this year, you know, with the support that I have in the community, but it really does solve a problem. And you know, you gotta stick through it. And what's really kept me going through it is the fact that I have retailers reaching out to me saying, "Hey, when's that product gonna be ready?" And that's what's kept me going. Sometimes as an inventor, you've got no interest, and you've got to make the decision to say, "All right, you know what? I'm gonna, you know, let this one sail, and I'm gonna move on to the next." It's a hard decision, but
yeah, you know, and I'll tell you, I would have kept Chris busy in my neighborhood. He saw me light a fire at my house, so he knows that I use tools to light fires, right? Like gasoline and lighter fluid. Not recommended for anybody to ever try that at home.
So funny.
Chris, like, what are you doing? I'm starting a fire. He goes, "Get out, go sit down."
Hey, listen, we got about 1 more minute, Chris. Contact information and how to get a hold of you, or where to get a hold of you.
Yeah, you know, you can go through Inventor Rescue contact us page. It's the best place. If you have any questions, send me an email. And if you know, I just want to help people.
Yeah.
Just want to help people. You know, I can go on for hours talking about helping people. Helping people is in my DNA. It's something I've been doing. I'm a huge volunteer in my community. I do a ton of volunteer work, and that's how I got so involved with the UIA, right? Going to trade shows. You got to get out there. You got to go to trade shows, especially with the UIA, right? We have an exciting lineup coming up. We just came back from the PGA show, and you saw me in action, Carmine. I went booth to booth, introducing myself, talking to the inventors, asking them what they need, and we're helping a few right now out. So I'm excited to be a part of the Inventors Association right now with what's going on. And I think I love it because the bad guys are now starting to notice that a strong United Inventors Association with Inventor Rescue, and we're going to bring the good guys together, because the bad guys been walking the hallways of trade shows without any pushback. And I'm getting tired of seeing certain people at trade shows walking around like, knowing what they're doing to inventors. So that's going to change. I just had a great conversation with some of the organizers of some of these trade shows, and I said we should create safe zones in the inventor sections. And if we put any of these bad companies on our list, and the trade show organizers told me we will enforce that. Maybe we won't let them come to the trade shows. I'm like, let's go, baby.
Yeah, it's awesome. All right, man.
All right, great.
Let's give Chris the hook. He's got to
We're
fire
here
to
all
put
day,
out.
baby. As a
Got a
comedian,
fire to put
we're
out
here
somewhere.
all day.
I love this stuff. Hey, I got my cup just like the show, but wait,
National
there's more.
Inventors Day Marathon. We're here.
I got my
all
coffee
day.
cup. I'm ready to kill this thing today. It's got so much cool stuff happening.
Oh yeah, this is
I'm
gonna be a
really
lot of
excited
fun.
about it. All right, man. Why don't you introduce our next guy? This is going to be awesome.
Dr. Russ Barnes. So this guy's got I'm not even going to speak for him. I'm letting him speak. He's got an amazing background, military. He's got a lot of similarities to me on discipline and structure, and he's the educational portion of our group. And man, he's already brought a lot to the table. I sat in on a couple of his educational programs, and I'm really impressed. I think our audience and our membership groups throughout the year are just going to continue to benefit from all of it. So pretty cool stuff. So welcome to the team, Dr. Russ Barnes. Talk to us, baby. Give us some more education about the inventor world.
Here we go. I am so super excited to be on the show here and to be part of this amazing National Inventors Day program with the UIA. I'm going to throw up some slides. Can everybody hear me? Okay, good. I'm going to throw up some slides, but I want this to continue to be a conversation because there's a lot of things going on. And as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So I'm going to share my screen and put a couple of slides up here. But I want us to continue this as a conversation. Hopefully you can see that. I don't know how it's showing up on the screen.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah. So again, National Inventors Day, I put in a post that Thomas Edison would be very pleased because this is his birthday, and one of the most prolific patent people out there, and created some things that we absolutely benefit from all along the way. So what I want to start with is just a little bit about what we're doing and how I got here. So what I do with my company is strategy development and organization design. And Chris, you and I, again, we cross paths on this because, we don't believe that, trial and error and all those kind of things necessarily needs to be the way to go. We can program and plan and structure some of these things according to, some frameworks. So when I met Carmine, more than 10 years ago, he was telling me how he felt like inventors should be able to benefit from their inventions and the creativity and the value that they bring to the world. And I was in 100% agreement with that. And now where he's working with the inventors at the time, I was working with small business owners. And so we sort of had this synergy where we could support each other in what we were doing. And my thing with small business owners was the same thing. You're a small business owner and you're going out there and you're busting your butt every day, putting yourself on the line. And when you're not making money from your company, it's a very painful position to be in. So I wanted to solve that problem. So we had a nice little synergy, and Carmine and I had been working together on these types of things just for years. We did a presentation together called How to Bring Your Product to Market that we did together for about 3 years. And so when he was, brought on as the United Inventors Association president, he said, hey, I'd like to bring you in here and see if you can contribute in some way. And in the beginning, we didn't know what that way was, but as we evolved, it just became clear that, sort of taking on the educational framework was what I could do. And I said this to somebody yesterday. I said, You know, I'm in here as the director of education, not the dictator of education. And so there are so many programs out there that already exist. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about, you know, what some of those are. But the challenges are clear. Let's hit on the challenges a little bit. And if you guys want to chime in and comment on any of these things that you see on these slides, you know, feel free to do so. But, you know, not enough inventors are profiting. We know that. And Chris, man, Chris Landano, you know, you were just talking about the pains and experiences that you went through with all of this stuff. But there is a lot of information available. And at a point, though, it's overwhelming and you don't know who to choose. You don't know who to go with. And again, as Chris Landano mentioned, you know, you're learning as you go. It's a lot of trial and error. It's a lot of guesswork. And so how do we overcome that? And how do we help inventors to have a good sense of what the top roadmap looks like, of how you can do things in an orderly way so that you're not being taken advantage, and also that you're not burning all your money up front. So when you do find the right people, all of a sudden you don't have any money to be able to continue down that path. So we want to share with the inventors through the UIA educational program the logical progressions. You know, there are some tried and true things that work. There are some people out there who understand, you know, how all this comes together. And so we want to put together that framework. I believe in something that I call structure without restriction. Nobody likes to have their creativity taken away from them. But if you have some sort of boundaries that let you know when you're headed off in the right direction, and just like a bowling alley, you know, you can bounce off the bumper and get yourself straightened out, you know, going in the right direction, then those are the things that we really want to bring to the community in terms of what we're doing with the UIA Inventor education program. Any questions, comments, thoughts, contributions?
I love the whole structure part of your program, because I think for me, my success, even in corporate America, that's why I became extremely successful, is having good structure, really understanding what I'm talking about, right? Really being educated, not just coming out of the hip and spewing out stuff, but really understanding what needs to get done and then executing it, right?
Yeah,
all of those, and that's all part of your approach as well.
Oh, absolutely, because it gives you confidence, right? You know, you walk in the door and you're sitting in front of an investor at an investor meeting, and you know, trying to get some funding, and you're not worried about how you're going to present yourself because you've prepared. And I don't mind telling people I'm an introvert. I'm an introvert. And when and as a military officer, you know, that's a real challenge, because you're in this high energy, high activity, you know, incredibly urgent situation. We're responsible for national security, and you have to be on your game. You have to be on your game at all times. So what I learned was that I can't just be, you know, that sort of motivational, inspirational person, but when I'm prepared and I walk in the door and I know what I'm talking about and I know how these things come together, that gives me the confidence to be able to perform at a high level. And again, that's what we want our inventors, those inventors who come through the UIA, we want them to be able to do those things.
You know, Russ, it's funny because when I was at BMW, right, so I went in as an engineering manager, then became the plant manager, then a VP, but their training program was so intense. I felt like that's all I was doing in the early stages. I became, you know, a Lean Six Sigma expert, but over a 3-year period, I became a master black belt. And what I found with that is I just viewed everything extremely different. That's what makes me so competitive in the US now, because I know how to take the waste out of the process. But in the beginning, I felt like, man, I got so much going on from a plant management standpoint. Now you're going to educate me and train me. And it was overwhelming. But honestly, for my career, it was the best thing I ever did.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I know. And really what it is it's a shift in the way you think about things. And when I talk about strategy, I mentioned I do strategy development work with small business owners. And when I think about strategy, I bring it down to a very simple definition. And it's how do you get from where you are to where you want to be? You know, 3 very, you know, simple concepts. Where are you? Where do you want to be? And then you connect the dots. And when you have shifted your thinking to something as simple as that sort of framework, now every time you start to go down the path, you say, well, where do I want to be? What's the point? What am I working towards? You know, and then you can say, where am I? And then you connect the dots. And that's just a very simple, you know, change in the way we think. So, you know, so learning these types of things and understanding these perspectives and coming to these different ways of approaches is really, again, what we want to share with the inventors so that they can, be very confident and comfortable in what they're doing. So the learning that we want to provide is along those lines. The UIA mission is to educate, provide access, and advocate. The educational piece is what we're working on. We're looking at bringing webinars, seminars, these types of programs where we're bringing in the best experts, in the country to share information with you. I have an idea for what I call a certification program. I'd love to be able to put inventors through a course of study that lets us in the UIA know that they have mastered the material, they understand the roadmap, they know the value chain, how were they funding the product, and then how were they selling the product. And then they also understand how to pitch and get in front of a presenter. And it's not so much that they're going to, automatically get things, but then we as the UIA leadership can say, hey, we have put our stamp of approval to know that this person has been trained and they're going to present well when they stand in front of you. That's sort of an aspiration for me in this role. We'll see how it comes to fruition, but that's under the education aspect. Then there's the access piece, again, connecting people, and Chris Landano mentioned that, connecting people to people. People make the world run. So that's one of the things we want to do. And then we want to advocate on behalf of the inventor as well. There are things happening in Washington, D.C., legislation, these types of things that are going on. Laws being made, some which will benefit the inventor and then some which will not. And we want to at least be able to collaborate with, some of those folks who are going to lobby in the DC area to make sure that these laws are in support of the inventors and to their benefit. So at the end of the day, the value proposition is knowledgeable, provide profitable inventors and innovators. So so the next one is, so these are some of the things we're looking at in terms of resources that we're looking to provide for the inventors. And again, that's why I say a picture is worth 1,000 words, because for me to just, try to list out all the things that we're thinking about could take forever. But we just put it into 3 categories. There's sources, there's contacts, and then there are specialists that we want to provide to the benefit of the inventors. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to jump into some of the, I mentioned earlier, I'm the director of education, not the dictator of education. There's a lot of other things going on out there. So I'm gonna put this list up. And these are some programs with people who are affiliated with the UIA, and some of these things that are happening right in the community right now. So Steve Lyons is one of our Gold Seal organization leaders. And I'm going to talk about the Gold Seal organizations a little bit lower down. You can see it on my slide down there. But what Steve has done is he's put together something called the Inventors School. And it's a year-long program where they pick a product and they walk that product through from start to finish. And this year, 2022, they picked a toy product and they're just going to walk it through. And you can join and participate in this school with your own. So you can sort of mirror and parallel the path using your own product. And it's a way of learning and growing. Years ago, when I was much younger, they used to have these things called investment clubs. And you would go to the investment club and we'd pick a stock and everybody would sort of follow that stock and contribute a little bit of money. And then you could then learn how to do it. And then you could do it with your own stocks and stock picking. And this follows that same sort of model. So this year, their motto is napkin to shelf. And that's what they're going to present. Rita Crompton is also, affiliated, associated with the UIA, loves to support what we're doing. And she's known as the Inventor Lady. She's, putting something together about trade shows, what you need to know about trade shows. Rita has also put together another program, and she has a book, of course, I think it's called The Galaxy. And so she's also being very proactive about educating inventors. And I love people whose hearts are in the right place. And her heart is in the right place because she's one of those folks who says, hey, you know what, we're going to present this information and we're not going to charge, people, for this types of things. So she takes groups to the trade shows and she makes sure that they know how to best leverage what they're doing when they go to that trade show. And I met her face-to-face at the National Hardware Show last October. We just really had a great conversation with her. Julie Shively is another one with Innovation World, providing tremendous education for youth. So she's got what she calls the Global Innovation Field Trip. And you just watch some of these kids come up there and pitch and talk about their programs and projects. And I've always felt that we underestimated the intelligence of kids. I have 4 sons myself. And I said, and so when you see what these children can do, it just absolutely blows you away.
Yeah, Russ, she's on today at noon, so she's gonna have some kids with her as well to talk about some of the things they're working on. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. So I can change on the fly here. And she's got another program that she also has going on. She's awesome. She's just awesome. I sat in on some of the gift presentations this past last month, I think they were. Yeah, last month, and it was just phenomenal. Marcie Mckenna is going to be on here, later on in a little bit, and she's got the Women Inventors Club, and I have heard so many good testimonials about people who have participated in that program and what they've done. I remember recommending to someone that I was working with, I said, hey, you need to go, connect with Marcie Mckenna. And she's like, oh, I talked to Marcie. I love Marcie. She's wonderful. She's done this and this. So she's giving back and helping and giving a lot of good information. And again, not charging people, for some of these things. We all have to have our profit models, but there are some times when you just want to care about people, and the people on this list care about people. I don't have to go into any more detail about Chris Landano. You just heard from him and the types of things that he's doing and where his heart is and what his programs are and why he's doing what he's doing. And I love the idea of the course. I have an idea of what's next. So those are some of the things. Now, the last thing I'm going to talk about here is the Gold Seal organizations. We have 20 across the nation. So once you join the UIA, we're going to have a form for you to fill out that says where, what is your zip code? Where are you? And we want to connect you with some of these organizations. Now they're 501c3s, and with these 501c3s, that gives them, legitimacy. So that they are strong, solid organizations. And they have meetups. You can go in person to some of these meetings, but if you don't get there in person, they do have some hybrid and virtual meetings that they have. Again, you can contact me, anybody in the UIA, to find out where these organizations are located and how you can connect. Just as an example, the Inventors Association of Metro Detroit is having George Peters on as a guest speaker this month, and he is one of the Gold Seal organization leaders in the New England area. He's got about 5 clubs up in the New England area that he's managing up there. So these are some of the things that we're doing. Again, just trying to bring education to you in as many different forms as possible. We're going to have our own programs that we create. We're going to have programs. Anytime we find a great program that is supportive, we're going to catalog that, put it on the website. We have the new website launch coming up here very shortly. I put the URL for that website coming up, but it's phenomenal. I just can't wait for you all to see it. It's so packed full of information and resources that it's just tremendous.
Yeah, this year is going to look really different for the UIA. Absolutely. I mean, all the different programs we're offering, the level of memberships that are continuing to grow, the shows we're going to be attending, the advisory board now that literally is an all-star advisory board. I mean, what great resources that we can now offer to a community, and it's at no charge, which is the best part. And we'll continue to do these type of events as well.
Absolutely. And you talked about the trade shows. One of the things that we've done at trade shows and that we will continue to do and ramp up is the Inventor Spotlight Pavilion. And so at each one of the trade shows, and I was blown away at the National Hardware Show. So, I mean, this isn't something that I created. Again, these are things that we are beginning to institute as basic foundational things that the UIA does. So when I saw the Inventor Pavilion at the National Hardware Show, it consisted of pitch panels. So the inventors at the show had an opportunity to come up and stand in front of, some experts in the area, and Marcie Mckenna was on that, Nisha Shawnee was on that. Kedma O was on those panels, Trevor. We had a bunch of people who were on those panels. And the inventors came up, they talked about their product, and then they got feedback on what they presented and how they presented. So very, very valuable, and they absolutely loved it. The first 2 days we had the inventors on schedule. The third day we just had open, so you could sign up, and the list was long. The list was long. People were so excited. The second part of that Inventors Pavilion are educational presentations. So we had, a few people come up and talk about licensing. We had people come up and talk about marketing, talk about intellectual property. And so we're providing that educational piece at the show as well. A lot of people had a ton of questions. The audience was packed in front of the pavilion. And so that's another really good aspect of the show. And then the third part of this is the rewards or awards. So we identified the most innovative idea. We identified the best marketing presentation at the show. And then we had the overall. So which inventor at the show had the best overall product and presentation. And so once we went around, talked to all of the inventors who were there, got their background and how they grew and how they got started and all those sorts of things. And then we had a panel that voted on who would receive those awards. And then once we identified those, then those folks were able to come up on stage and talk to the community about what they had done. So it was just full of excitement, just a wonderful program. And what our intention is to template that and then to take it, show to show to show all around the country. And one of the other things that will support that is an ambassador program. So we can't be everywhere at all times. And under the educational program, and I mentioned Alexa Gandolfo because she is really a force behind a lot of these things that are going on the website, the ambassador program, and so many other things. But we'll have people in the local areas. So if there's a show in Las Vegas, we'll have a UIA ambassador in Las Vegas, one in North Carolina or Texas or wherever these shows are occurring. And then they can be the POC. And then that way we can continue to offer a very high quality program, wherever that happens. So these are some things on the plate. We got a lot of work to do. We're super excited about where this whole thing is going. And that's about it.
Hey Russ, thank you so much for jumping on here. I'm getting so many questions on YouTube, and I want everybody to remind everybody, please subscribe to our YouTube page. It will certainly help us move things forward. Russ, what about volunteers? The UIA, we're always looking for people to help. Do you have any specific areas that we're looking for people to volunteer?
Yeah, and it's one of those questions where, yes, everywhere. And the way we look at it is that every one of us as an individual has a superpower. There's something we're really, really good at. There's something that excites us. There's something that we do so naturally that we believe it's easy for everyone. And so we have areas, so I mentioned the certification program. I'd love for anyone who has, curriculum development experience, certification, any of that stuff, to volunteer to, participate and support those kind of things. The webinar program that we're putting together, looking for support, for that. Lex is always looking for support for people to help out with the websites. We're definitely looking for people to support event planning and event organization because that's a huge one. So what I recommend and what I would ask is that if there's something that you do really well and you love to do, just get in touch with us and say, hey, you know what? I'm really good at this thing, and I'd love to participate. I'd love to help. And in return, what you really get out of that, number one, is you get a little bit more exposure. You get really the great feeling of participating in something that's just going gangbusters. And at the end of the day, that exposure that you get and working and helping us, helping us could very well come back to you in the form of growth and development of your own company. So that's what I would recommend is, we have so many things that we want to accomplish and we just can't do it with the small group of people that we have, actively, putting these things together right now. So that's kind of how I would address that issue.
Awesome. Yeah. And that's kind of, I'm glad you mentioned Lexa, and we'll mention her throughout this day today. She has been instrumental in so many of the projects we have going on, as are many of the people that we're going to be speaking with today. But yeah, we certainly do. We need people to volunteer. Well, the great part about it is if you jump in and we're helping, you will be working hand in hand with a lot of our upper echelon people will be able to help you. So if you do have an invention and you love the innovation world, reach out to us. We need people helping Russ pretty much really everywhere in the country. Mm-hmm. Also, Russ, I do want you to mention here, we have a few more minutes, about our expansion, and probably shouldn't be mentioning it too much. We are starting to do some international stuff, right?
Yeah. We're putting together and really working hard with the Gold Seal organizations to make sure that we have some sense of what the educational programs would look like nationwide, so domestically. But then we also have some issues where people are reaching out to us from international and saying, hey, we'd like to be part of what the UIA is doing. Now, what their interests are is, they have people who are outside the country who have great ideas and great products, but they don't understand the process for getting those products commercialized within the US. So they're facing the same challenges that our inventors within the US are dealing with. And, why wouldn't we want to have ideas coming from all over the world that's going to, help us live better lives? So I've been reached out to from, folks from Australia, from India, so we talked about the International Federation of Inventors Association, which is obviously an international program. So all of these folks are starting to reach out to us. And so what we're looking to do is put together some framework that would support international organizations. Right now, what we're looking at is just enabling them to be part of the UIA as members, but eventually we might look at having clubs set up or organizations set up, outside of the country that would be affiliated, or maybe even come under the umbrella of the, UIA. So we would go from being UIA USA to being UIA Global.
Yeah, it's amazing. We as inventors, we think that we're working in a bubble, as you mentioned a lot, until you start talking to some people and you realize that there's a lot of help out there. And if we can catch up with an inventor, a product developer, at the right time in the right sequence, we can really help move their project along exponentially, because we are putting the right resources, as you say, Russ, at the right time, when they're needed. And when I say the right resources, the resources that can actually help an inventor move their project forward. And it's not just about money. Resources are funds, but resources is time and projects and asking people for favors and connections. There's a lot of resources out there. And I think that's what the UIA does quite well, as you can see just by the people that are on here and people that will be coming on, is that we can throw the right resources at an issue at the right time in the right sequence. And that's kind of what I love about, the things that you're doing, Mr. Guerrero is doing, Chris Landano is doing. We're going to see Nisha. We're going to have a couple of people on here that, you ask them a question, they immediately know what that sequence is, what that problem is, and how to fix it, because they live it, they've done it, they've experienced it themselves. Most of the people, Russ, as you know, with the UIA are inventors themselves, which is pretty amazing, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And that's the beauty of it, I will say this, I came into the UIA, at your invitation. And when I looked at what the UIA has and what the UIA has done over the years, because this organization was founded out of the US Patent and Trade Office, and it's been in existence for, 30 years. And when I started looking at the history and I started looking at the people involved and I started looking at the resources available, I was absolutely blown away. I was like, this is amazing. And now what my first thought was, channeling it so that it could be then consumed in an actionable way by the inventor, who really coming in at the very beginning saying, hey, I have this great idea, but I don't know what to do next. And we heard so many people at the National Hardware Show say, I wish I would have known about you guys, years ago when I was going through these pains and going through these struggles. I wish I would have known about you folks. And we heard the same thing at the PGA show in Orlando when we were talking to the inventors there. So there's a hunger for this. There's a need for this. There's a real drive for this. And so I'm just happy to be a part of being able to make a contribution and bring this whole thing to fruition.
You know, you mentioned the website and the amount of work Lex has done. I mean, it's incredible. Like Brad will be on with Kate, our web developers, at 4:30 today to review that. But like, again, when you see work done, you need to understand the background work that goes into it, the amount of work. And I know Alexa has been like incredible the last 2 to 3 months putting it all together, because we want to make it so you click on a link and then it's user friendly, right? My wife is in cybersecurity, and I always say I don't care about all these addresses. I'm a user. I just want to use it. I want to use a computer. I want to click on a button and know it's going to work. I don't care how it gets there. I always joke about that. You know, it never goes over very well, but I enjoy teasing her.
She's not listening. She's not listening, I hope.
She is listening. Hey, Brandy. But seriously, there's so much work that goes involved. Even putting together this program, and you know, what did we do it in 5 days or less? I think it was even less. But you know, we have a good group of resources that we can pull from, and that's the beauty of it. You're not having to pay a company thousands of dollars to do it. We have this great resource of people and a pool of experts that we can pull from to really make this all come together and be very successful. So really appreciative of that and all the work she's put into it.
Yeah, and it raises all boats. You know, everybody. It's such a win-win-win-win-win-win-win situation.
Yeah,
Right, yeah, 100%.
definitely.
That's what's great about the inventor side, is that you know, you think that you're in, as I said, you're in this bubble until you start talking to an inventor and you say, wait a minute, that's what I'm experiencing, or I experienced that last week or the month before. And sometimes it's discouraging, and there's a lot of great ideas that haven't been moved forward because of discouragement, or because of, and I hate using the word mistakes that have been made, so I won't even use the word failure. Mistakes that have been unrecoverable because they were done out of sequence, or too many funds.
If you're not making mistakes and you're not working, honestly.
Right.
I don't care what that is, whether it's your own product or it's corporate America. You want to limit those, right? You want to shrink the number of them, and you want to continue to have a good process. And the more, again, I keep talking about knowledge is king. The more you are involved with that, the better it is. I mean, and the more you can get educated. I think the money for one you'll save, but really the process and getting it to market will also give you a whole new realm.
Yeah, I mean, look at the light bulb, 6,000 tries. Yeah. I mean, it took me like 100 tries just to make coffee. So, I mean, you can't give up.
But you make a mean pot of coffee. I got to give that to you. So all the mistakes you made, glad I missed that, because your pot of coffee is pretty darn good.
Well, I know my time is up, but I just want to say this one last thing, and that is that, again, going back, making mistakes is part of the whole process. You just don't want to make the same ones over and over again. And also, by having this sort of framework and understanding, it won't take you 10 or 15 years to bring your product to market. It may take you 5 or 4, but some of these people I've talked to it's taken them 20 years to bring their product to market. So we can also shorten that timeline and get people, bring their product to market, in a much more timely manner. But hey, I appreciate it. I had a great time. I'm happy to be a part of it, as I mentioned, and I'm just looking forward to the rest of the presentations for the rest of the day.
Awesome. Yeah, Russ, we appreciate everything you're doing and how you're educating everybody. But so thank you very much. Okay, we're going to transition into my next guest, my man, Chris Trapper. My Boston guy, singer, songwriter, musician. I mean, gone all day. He's the man. And he was at my Shark Tank event playing live music for us. Does it get any better than that?
I don't think so. I think that's the highest level that you could possibly ever achieve. That was a very cool night. I have to say, like that, there was definitely magic in that room.
I'll tell you, we enjoyed having him. I mean, okay, all kidding aside, I mean, Chris is a songwriter for some pretty big movies, which, by the way, August Rush, because of our relationship, now I had to go watch it again. I mean, I'm telling you, I forgot how good of a movie that was. Seriously. Chris has got a hit. In that movie, he's got a hit in all kinds of sitcoms. Something about Mary, and I mean, Chris. I'm not going to talk for Chris. I'm going to let Chris tell the story. But
Oh, go
really,
ahead. No, keep doing it.
I mean, he's got a really cool gig. He writes with Rob Thomas of Matchbox 20. So I mean, like, okay, I kid about the Shark Tank thing. That was a big event for me with Chris. Chris has been on a whole nother platform than me. But yeah, Chris, so talk about that a little bit. You know, we talk about this is an National Inventors Day, right? And when I think of music and songwriting, man, I mean, writing in general takes a special skill. But then to write, I mean, I told you I want to come back someday. I want to be a singer. I know Brandy's listening. I want to be a songwriter and singer. I've been wanting to do this my whole life. But if you ever heard me sing, you would say, stop. So, so tell me about that, because that's a passion of mine. I would love to be able to do what you do, because it's such a cool thing to be able to express your way that, you know, yourself that way.
You just keep in mind, singing is prolonged talking. So if you say a word, but just say it longer, that's
I've tried that. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work for you?
It doesn't work. Just ask Brandy. It doesn't work.
Well, maybe she's extra picky. You never know.
Yeah.
But I started writing songs when I was 13 years old. And I basically had the same process since then, where you were back then, I'd sit in my bedroom, you sit on my bed, write a song. And then, I mostly used it as an outlet for whatever I happened to be going through at the time. Usually it was hard times back then. So to see that same process, to hear your song in Something About Mary, which was my first kind of big film that I had a song in, that was almost like miraculous to me. It just seemed like that was not possible, because my process hadn't really changed, because I was still writing songs just from my bedroom. And I think what it was that at some point I had to learn to monetize this kind of craft that I developed over the years. And to me, it's similar to trying to sell a painting or a poem. It's very audacious, and it doesn't seem like it'd be very possible, especially when I'm not getting that much corporate support. Like I never got major radio play in every city in the country. I would get like little pockets here and there, and I still do. But you're just trying to find a way to monetize. And so I started out with a rock band that I toured with for 10 years called the Push Stars. And that's where I first met Rob Thomas. We opened for Matchbox 20 for one tour back in like 2004 to 2005. And so with that band, we had started out with no real business plan, no anything. We were just three guys having fun. And then we said, let's give it a go, see if we can try and have some success in the music business. And we literally signed a record deal 6 months later. Wow. And we had no business plan. We had no business acumen. It's like everything we did was completely wrong, where we would, I literally signed my first management contract in the back of a car outside of a gig, which every music business handbook says not to do that. That's the one thing.
I bet you were pretty excited about signing that first one.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, everything was exciting at that point in time. Just people being interested. I can remember the first time anybody showed up at a gig of mine that was not my friend. Like there was a stranger there who didn't know where I lived, didn't know me, and that was an amazing feeling. But the business plan, for me, you kind of came from trial and error, where we would travel 10 hours for one show back then. And so whenever I talk to young artists nowadays, I'll say, you might want to have a little business plan before you go into it. You don't have to drive 10 hours for one gig. Or if you do, have a gig 6 hours away, then a gig 2 hours away, and kind of spread it. Just little things like that seem super simple. But when you're so eager to get something accomplished, you really don't think that practically all the time. Especially if you're artistic and you're thinking more about the songs and their meanings and that kind of stuff. So I don't even know if I answered
you did.
your initial question.
Here's something I think of. So what is it like to I have so many thoughts and I can relate to music, right? That's how, like for me, emotionally, how I can engage myself. I can bring memories to songs, right? I mean, a lot of people have that. And I always felt like some of your songs, Rob Thomas's songs, I can relate to those. So how is it like you sitting, 6 months ago down, writing this song, you had this experience, you're writing your song, then you're putting some notes to it. And then, a year later, now you're playing that song in front of this massive crowd. I always thought, what is that like? It's got to be an unbelievable feeling that people are connecting with your emotions when you wrote that song.
Well, for me as a solo artist, when I headline, it's not a massive crowd. I can't lie about that. I mean, that's something. But when I was opening for Rob in the summer where I met you,
Mhm.
Those could be very massive crowds.
Yeah.
And that's surreal. It's like, remember we played Mohegan Sun Casino Arena in Connecticut. And I remember at one point just walking out on stage, because I opened those shows solo. So it's just me and one guitar.
Right.
And it's like, holy shit, like it was very intimidating. But then what I would do was just focus on the content, like focus that I'd written a song that maybe somebody could benefit from, somebody could use in the crowd. Then all those nerves go away and it just becomes a vehicle to convey some kind of message. And so the feeling is, for me, it's kind of, I don't focus on the elation of it necessarily in that moment. I focus more about maybe I could bring like some joy to some people, and maybe I could connect on some different level, because we're all looking for a connection ultimately. And so I think that's what a live concert can bring. It can make you feel less alone. It can make you feel just a part of something greater than yourself.
Yeah, I remember that Atlanta, when we first met in Atlanta, how hot and muggy and humid it was, and the stadium was down like below ground level, so it was even worse. I'm thinking, how are these guys even playing tonight? I'm sitting here having a cold beer and literally sweating it out as fast as I could drink it. You guys were up there the whole night.
So that tour kicked off in Florida in the summertime.
Yeah,
which was every night it was like 95 degrees and super humid. And like you, I tend to wear a lot of sport coats on stage, which I was very adamant about maintaining my image. Have to keep the sport coats, but the sport coats would be drenched every single night. And some people would ask for hugs, and I'd be like, I don't know if you necessarily want that, but I'm willing to do it.
It's funny you bring that up, because we were in Mohegan, and that's the night Rob, I had VIP passes, so I was in this little club and talking to his promoter and his publicist, and just saying, how can I get to meet Rob tonight? And he's like, oh, come on, man, everyone wants to meet him. I said, I don't really care about anybody else. How do I get to meet him? So long story short, we get out on the floor, and Rob's playing, and Brian has got this bright orange blouse on, and we're coming back from grabbing a beer. We go to sit down. We're in the first section, so there's a nice aisleway. Rob's singing a song that I used to play to my kids, Tyler, my youngest, in football. And he's singing it, and he's walking towards us. Security surrounds us, spotlights on us, comes over, high fives me, gives me a hug, and sings the whole song to Brandy. And he was drenched. I remember him being like soaking wet, drenched. I'm like, Brandy, like he said, oh my God, it was perfect.
Yeah, she loves every second of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pretty cool moment that he did that, and it's something that'll stay with us forever. It was just, the whole thing was cool. And it's kind of like you being at our Shark Tank event. The whole thing is just you're good people and really cool. And people don't sometimes get intimidated by that, right? You guys are up on this big stage. You're just like me. We're just like each other, except you can sing, you can write songs, and you've got incredible musical talents that I don't. It's that simple.
I was just thinking, one of the things where I think Rob Thomas is underrated is as a live performer, because he's known as the guy you hear in the grocery store because he's had so many hit songs, but his live concerts, that's what I think solidifies his audience, because he picks those special moments. It makes every concert like he really gives 100%.
Yeah.
Like he's drenched like you used to remember, even back when we opened for Matchbox, I just remember watching the veins in his neck bulge when he sang, like he really, really felt every single note. And it's like, and he comes from a pretty rough upbringing,
Right.
and he's a wealthy dude now, but he still sings like he's that same kid who comes from a really rough, you know what I mean? But he still sings with every ounce of passion. But he never forgot that.
No.
So I think he treats his audience really in a great way. He treats his crew amazingly well, like family. So I think that he's definitely special in that respect.
Yeah, Jim is photographer. You know Jim well. He always talks
Yeah.
about
The best hair in the
really-
business.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And he talks about how good he is to him all the time. Like, he was in the Macy's Day Parade. He made sure Jim was there taking photos. He was doing shoots for his cover album. I mean, so Jim always really feels connected. Like I know you
Yeah.
do. You literally sat down and wrote songs with him, right? So
Yeah.
there's that connection, and I think you're right. He's that kind of guy. Obviously, you know him really well, but he comes across to his audience as just a real person that's caring. And that night, even with Brandy, like he didn't have to do that. He made that extra special, and it's something she'll never forget. Obviously, I'll never forget it either. So it's pretty cool. And then listening to how you write songs with him, and just last Christmas album, it's all pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. I mean, he's a guy who could walk on stage and just do his hits in a half-hearted way. He could do 12 songs, all hits, and then walk off stage. And people would still, but he sings his shows like he's still trying to make it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which I think there's a lesson there for everybody in all businesses.
Right. So let's talk about the pandemic, right? There's still some of that issues because Matchbox just canceled their new tour, right? They put it out to the following year. How did you handle that? I mean, I saw you like smaller crowds, probably more on live Facebook stuff, which I love, by the way. Absolutely love. You got one coming up this Saturday, I think.
Saturday
right?
night. Yep.
Yeah, we'll be on that. But I mean, talk about that a little bit. That had to be a big pivot for you.
Sure. Well, I just actually had to postpone another 6-week tour, and it's the third year in a row. It's an artist named Alan Doyle and I we're going to go on tour. He's from Canada. He had a band, Great Big Sea, and they're huge in Canada. He does really well here, and but we canceled for the third year in a row our tour because of COVID. So it's funny, like it's postponed till next year. The same exact date, same city, same artists are postponed for the third year back to back. So at this point, it's almost like a joke. It's like, we'll see you next year, in the fourth year. So when the pandemic first happened, I was actually semi-happy, not happy about it, but just happy to spend some time in the home that I pay for and get to know my children and that kind of stuff, because I've been touring for 20 years.
Right.
And so then after I was home for a couple months, I was like, I got to get the hell out of here. This is way too much.
That's what Tom Brady is going to be saying shortly.
Oh yeah. Picked up, of course. So I started doing live stream concerts, which was, I had to really develop a new art form for me because I'd never done that. Most artists hadn't done that. So I'd already had a few friends recommend it to me. This artist named Amy Gerhardt, who's a great singer-songwriter. She was telling me about live streams long before the pandemic, and she said, "Chris, don't charge people. Just ask for tips, and you'll find that the people are super generous because the places that you don't tour or can't tour, they'll appreciate it because I have fans maybe in Ogden, Utah, but I don't get there to tour very often. So I started doing live streams, and that worked out great. And at first, the tipping was very good, and I was like, maybe I'll never have to tour again. And then, gradually with each week, every artist that you have talked to that did them, you said the same thing. Where at the start of the pandemic, it was like 2 weeks to stop the spread, so people were like, "I'll tip a lot,"
Right.
Then after the first 9 months, they're like, "Oh, yeah, I'll give them $1. That's cool." So then I started offering backyard shows, like just showing up in people's backyards, which was a super cool way to get out and see people in what was thought to be a safe thing at that time. So, but it was much less glamorous than my usual gig, but being on stage. It'd be like, Chris, go set up next to the shed. You see the shed there, and you want to watch the extension cord there because it's been raining for the past few days. So you don't want to step on that. You don't want to avoid the dog shit as well. We didn't have time to clean it up, but that's your stage right there by the shed. And so it's much less glamorous, but it was just a great way to stay out there and make a little money and see people and connect when every venue was closed. And I did it, just a few weeks ago, went to Florida and did more shows. More shows
on the beach, right? You're on the beach.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look pretty fancy.
Yeah. For a couple of them. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. But I've done house concerts for all different types of homes, different levels of scenery in the backdrop and stuff. It could be something I don't care. I just like to see the people and sing for people. That's in my blood. I've been doing it for such a long time that feels really natural to me to just be singing for people. It could be a couple people, it could be a couple thousand. It doesn't matter. You still feels the same.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Felt like it was, even for our event, right? It was intimate. Like, there's a chance not just to play songs, but to hang out and talk about other things besides music. And, so I would imagine doing it in someone's backyard. How cool is that? That's got to be cool for somebody to say, I got Chris Trapper in my backyard.
Yeah. Yeah. You may think half the reason why people book those things is just to get to connect with somebody else and an artist. I think it's really good. Like it's good. So honestly, through the pandemic, I was feeling good about everything. I was feeling like everything was good. I got to co-write with a few different people, and I released 2 albums during the pandemic, two albums, 2 videos. So I was productive. It wasn't until this last tour that just canceled that I was like, oh, come on, man. This is getting old.
I think you and everybody else, because I thought somebody was, when they posted it, they were kidding. I'm like, you got to be kidding, right? Because this one I was going to was in Clearwater. I'm like, you can't be you're postponing it, really? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think what artists are dealing with now is that every state is very, very different. So I got to experience that firsthand, right? You read at the start, like when I went to Florida, they went directly from California to Florida for private shows in 2020 over the summer. And they were completely like the opposite. California was completely locked down in such an eerie way. It was weird. No traffic in Los Angeles. That felt very apocalyptic. Florida was like business as usual, was wide open. And so I think that's something artists have had to navigate a little bit. You say, I can go here and it's totally cool, but then I'm going to go someplace else. And I can't walk backstage. I can't have people backstage. So there's all those different protocols.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're coming.
Yeah. I sure
coming out of it now. Yeah.
I sure hope so.
How have you been, Matt?
What's that?
How have you been doing? How was your pandemic?
Yeah, good. I feel like I got, even Brandy is like she works for one of the largest telecommunication companies in the world, Windstream, and hasn't been in the office in 2 years. So they've really gone like this. That's what I'm saying. This whole pandemic has helped in so many ways, and not in a good way, but like things like Zoom, right? Like the things we're doing now that, or even people I've met or meetings we've had, I probably would have to do it in person, and now I've been able to avoid all that travel. I mean, there's some good to it, but then I like being around people and being at shows and doing different things. So I think from that standpoint, it's helped certainly the process and streamline it a little bit more. So from that side, it's good. But man, the traveling side and I'm wearing masks all the time. I don't know. I think everybody's on that same feeling. It's getting it's overkill now. It's like, and now you're canceling concerts, which everyone loves to go to and be outside.
Yeah.
From that standpoint,
Yeah.
it's awful.
Yep.
So I thought of this, right? I'm thinking like, okay, you got a pandemic. You probably are writing a ton of songs. I see you have. You got some new albums. What was it like? What was it like for you to get your first check? Think about that now. I think about this. Like you wrote a song, the movie picked it up. I know you always talk about you weren't ready for the business side when it first happened, and the second time you said, okay, I'm going to get paid forever. Anytime they play the song, I'm getting paid. Talk about that a little bit, because that's like with inventors too, right? They make mistakes up front. They'll never make those same mistakes again. It happens everywhere. In business, it happens all the time.
Yeah, that's a great question, because it's funny because I still get the same feeling every time I get paid for singing anywhere, anytime. It's like, to me, it feels unbelievable. It's like I just got paid to sing. That's how cool is that? But when I get checks for royalties for films and TV shows or radio play, like Sirius Radio pays really, well. And to me, that is like, I always have my kids walk over and I'm like, kids, come here, look at this check. It sounds weird. It's not like,
no, I know.
I'm not materialistic, but I say this for me was a dream. It was a dream for me to sing for people, to write songs. So this money is from music. So you can do whatever you want with your life if you work hard and you're smart. That's why I show it to them, because I don't want them to, because the town we live in outside of Boston is pretty affluent, and it's a lot of people here have real serious gigs and real serious jobs. I would definitely be the rare bird around here as far as music. If I were in Nashville, I'd be one of a dime a dozen. But here so I worry about my kids feeling pressure that they have to do a certain thing or take a certain route. So I show them my checks just to say, like, look, you can do whatever you want. Just work hard, be smart, and be good to people. Ultimately, I think that counts too, because when I was doing backyard shows the first year, I got booked back the second year. And I think it's because I genuinely love people. I love to hear people's stories and love to get to know them. I think there's always something you can learn from people. Like for me, one thing I found I was doing once I had kids, I was like, I'm going to go on tour. I'm going to meet 3,000 parents in 1 year after shows and meet and greets and stuff like that. So why not pick their brains on what worked for them as parents, like what they did, how they dealt with situations. So I found I could bring great advice home about that. But anyway, back to your question, like I was worried if like a bunch of years ago, like I'm like, I don't have a retirement plan. I have one now, but it could definitely always be better. But then I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to get paid for all these movies that are still airing on whatever, HBO, Comedy Central, Showtime, but that's going to keep paying for as long as they play those movies. And I was fortunate to have songs in a few movies that still play all the time across the whole globe. So yeah, I think that's a long answer to your short question.
No, but no, I think it's great, because I think, like you said, showing your kids, I try to do that as well. Like I had my kids work with me at one point.
That's awesome.
They talk about what an experience that was, because I wasn't easy on them. I coached them as kids, right? I never, you know how it is. You're never easier on your own kids, but I wanted to show them like that every little step you make is a cost, especially when you're in manufacturing and there's a process that you have to follow. When you're wasting time and process, it's money in the end. And I said, you're still going to get paid, but what if I take that time that you wasted and not pay you? And I remember Tyler, my youngest, you're kidding, right? I go, no, I'm not kidding, because we're not getting paid for you to walk across a plant to get a box. It should be at the site of the process. So I think that's for you to do the same thing. It's a good life lesson. I can tell you this, Chris, like my family loves you. We love your music now, and you are like what we always hope someone like you would be, a straight up good dude. I mean, you're
Oh,
from
thanks,
Boston.
man.
We have that going, but I just think in general, time I actually do events for us, you're always happy to do it. You know, your agent, Nick, great guy. You got yourself really set up nice. And I appreciate you, man. Believe me.
Likewise, man. Great to see you, and great to see that jacket too. I love it.
I
want to borrow it. I want to borrow
I
it
got the
sometime.
crown for you too when you're ready.
Okay, cool. I'm into it.
Chris, one quick question for you, man. And man,
Sure.
I appreciate you jumping on here. I think it's awesome to have you up here. I wish
cool.
we had more time, and we will, because I would
Yeah,
love
yeah.
to hear about how technology has changed from when you first started doing those things. And I just love seeing the transition world, how people like yourself use technology to make better and better music. But one quick question for you.
Yeah.
And I know you've been doing this a long time. What was the name of like your first band?
My first band's name was Awaken Dreaming.
I love it.
Yep.
I love it. And that was like
Which
what,
I have
in the 80s?
That was in the late 80s, early 90s. So yeah.
It's just,
Yeah.
It's
And
amazing.
technology, that discussion could be hours long, because my first album came out on cassette.
Yeah.
But
Cassette.
in my
Cassette
youth's
and 8
defense,
tracks. We're dating ourselves now.
cassette, but it was the last year that the tapes were still made. So my label was like, you know what? I think we should make cassettes just in case. So I have 2,000 cassettes down my basement. If anyone's interested, they're for sale.
I got my 8-track player if you have any.
Nice.
Kids are going, cassettes? What's that?
Yeah, what's that? Yeah.
I love it, man.
All
I love
right,
it.
man. Chris, again, really appreciate you, man. Thank you. And I can't wait to see you live again. I'm just like me and Brandon keep saying, we're going to travel to go to your events. We got to
Awesome,
hopefully that kicks off soon.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great to see you guys.
All
Thank
right,
you,
take
man.
care.
Thanks. Chris
Thanks.
Trapper.
We'll talk
everybody.
All right.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Until then,
All right.
have a good day today, you guys.
You too. Have a good weekend. All
Man,
right. So we're going to transition right into Nisha Swanee, who's founder and owner of Sns Design. She just her whole background. You know, I work with a lot of people. I've worked with projects with Nisha, but her engineering background surprised me when I first met her. Extremely knowledgeable. She understands design. She understands packaging, branding. And she's like on one of the largest Shark Tank products in the history of Shark Tank when it came to packaging, the wine zips packaging. So welcome, Nisha. Thanks for coming on today.
Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much, Carmine, and happy National Inventors Day.
Yes, yes. We're on all day today, every 30 minutes. So
I know.
after you is Joy, then we got Marcie right after Joy. So it's going to be a fun day. Aaron's coming on at 2. We're packed nonstop all day. So thank you for coming on.
Yeah, I really, I'm so honored to speak today, like along with so many amazing speakers. So this is a really great webinar that you created. So this is really fascinating. So I have, I made a small presentation for people like entrepreneurs and startups or inventors to learn something and also tell something about my company, what I do. I'm a business owner as well as startup company, like a startup company, as well as an inventor. So I have done a lot of things on my own as well. So can I share right now?
You should be able to.
I think the thing we got today going for us is everyone who's on this show today has done the work, has gone the journey, has hit the bumps and pivoted and really, I mean, the whole group today is successful and it didn't happen overnight. It's a journey. So,
but the one thing,
let's talk about Chris, your story and what you got to bring, because
Chris,
you know, your background is amazing.
The one thing, Chris, I think Nisha has you beat. Her jacket is a little bit flashier, I must say.
Yeah, well, I think she
it's
knew.
the lighting.
Well, no. I think she knew that, you know, my Judy wears the pink. So I think Nisha's trying to step in here. You like that Forbes background, bright pink jacket. You know what I'm saying?
I thought she was going to moonwalk in. I mean,
is she going to ask for the crown next too?
No, you can keep that. All right.
All right, Nisha, it's all you.
Yes. So, so this is my company, Sns Design, and we design product that sell. I started my company 19 years ago, but I do have almost 21 years of experience in this industry. Been in New York for 19 years, I can say that. And we have global clients from Japan to Switzerland to Australia, or not Australia, sorry, Argentina, and a lot of clients in the US as well. We have clients from entrepreneur to Fortune 500 companies, as well as manufacturers. So we help them as well. And we design loads of products, that ideas that impact change and revolutionize this industry. So working on a wide variety of products for so many years helped me so much. Also connecting with so many resources and experts in wide variety of industries, from patent attorneys to prototype companies to manufacturers. Like Chris is another like amazing manufacturer in the US. So it's a great journey, and I learned a lot. I educated a lot of people. So I really enjoy doing what I do. And so I have 3 companies. First is the product design company, which is service-based company. And then Coach My Idea, I started 3 years ago, and we just did a soft launch. What it is basically, the reason for me to create is when I saw a lot of entrepreneurs going through a lot of hurdles and getting stuck. They don't lose money making wrong decisions, and then they don't have any money to move to the next step. They have no idea what the process is, what are the steps, and then they come to me, hey, you can take a percentage of my company, and I can give you this many shares. I was like, your company is worth nothing because you haven't sold anything, and right now I'm not an investor. So what was painful for me is that these entrepreneurs put so much money and they file their patents right away. And they have nothing else. They think that they can just sell the patent, license the patent. So they don't know the reality. Like, this is not so easy that you just patent, you put all your money in your patents, and then you think that you'll make millions out of it. So this is not how it works. So what I created, Coach My Idea, is like simple step-by-step process for an entrepreneur to go at their own pace, and then connect them with the right expert at the right time. So they learn the process on their own, which will save them a lot of money and time and avoid all kind of unnecessary mistakes. So and they will also find out the steps that they didn't know that exist to bring a product from start to end. And this particular company, Coach My Idea, helps physical product as well as digital product businesses. So that's my second company. So it's a startup. So I learned a lot working on this company because I didn't know much about online business, how to create it. So I learned a lot on my own, hired the right expert. So I can tell you like my mistakes about Coach My Idea, like when I started, like I picked the wrong team, or I didn't know what expertise they have. And is that what I need? But I'm at a much better position, and we are going to raise funds for this company soon. The third company I want to talk about is Idea Meds. Idea Meds is where I created a medical device and a whole system that drastically reduces overdosage and wrong dosage of drugs in emergency rooms. And this I created with my brother, who's an anesthesiologist in UK. He has an invention, and he said, this is something so simple that can save so many lives, and people are dying. I mean, this is the 3rd largest reason why people die, because of wrong dosage and overdosage. So what can we do? So I took over, and then we basically are at the stage of raising funds as well. So bringing in front of inventors. So I filed patents in 14 different countries. We got patent granted in Russia, so I'm super happy. We're hoping to get more patents very soon. And the reason I'm I want to share this story with all the inventors or whosoever is listening is that in every business, I learned a lot. I mean, you will never stop learning no matter what you do. And you learn a lot from other experts that come in your life, working towards your goals. So there's a lot of things, and I love to share my experience with my clients and entrepreneurs and inventors so that they don't make same mistakes, or maybe expedite the process and save a lot of money and time and cost, and get the right expert when it's required or when they need it. So we all know, like, difficult times actually creates innovative ideas. And it's interesting that during COVID time, we got so many interesting ideas because people were sitting at home, working from home, and they're thinking about like, oh, we never spent so much time in the kitchen. Now I have a problem with my kitchen product, so I need to create something unique. So I asked people to, if they have this kind of fire in them, to create something and they haven't done it, just do it. I mean, there's no set time to start anything. Just get started and learn the process. And what we do in SNS is the problems that we solve is for entrepreneurs and startups. If they're unclear, like if they don't know what to do, they have a great idea, they have this sitting on this for 6 years and they have no clue, and they're just moving really slow because it's also like me. When I started Coach My Idea, there are certain times like I didn't know what process it is. So I was moving so slow. But when I found my friend, Eder, who's also my advisor and my partner, I mean, he's a SaaS business owner. He started and sold several SaaS business. And this was a perfect partnership that I found. It saved me so much time and energy and like confusion. So this is what I do for my clients in my SNS design business for product design. And if you don't have resources, I bring resources from everywhere, what's required for that product. And then we make sure that it is a success in a timely manner. And you don't have to spend way too much money with large design firms, cost a lot of money and takes a lot of time. So based on my 20 years of experience, I try to speed up the whole process. And for existing business, as you can see, there's like a lot of companies want in-house design partners, like manufacturers want in-house design partners, or they have way too much work. Attorneys give us a lot of work as well. So it's a great partnership, and we help businesses grow and not to get stuck at any particular stage. So what we do, what we specialize in consumer goods, home appliance, houseware, consumer electronics, medical device, Internet of Things. We have also done a towel design, which is patented, and we did the branding and packaging for our Japanese client. So it's a wide variety of things. What I liked for my clients is a one-stop shop where they have a sketch or a napkin sketch or anything, or even a verbal concept. We'll just take it from there and we'll help them at every stage and support them. We work with them shoulder to shoulder and bring their product to market. We have been featured in several different websites and magazines, and Consumer Electronics Show. I was there for almost like 10 years for judging their innovation awards. I was as a panelist there. So I know a lot about technology, what's happening around the world, and global clients. Working with global clients, you learn a lot, what's happening, what design needs are there in different countries versus in the US. So it's a really fun experience. A lot of our products are for mass production. So we know how to reduce cost from our mass production at every level. Starting from concept, we have to conceptualize, like, what do we need to do to save the cost at the end for manufacturing? And Chris also knows a lot. I mean, we work together quite a lot. So that's why we click so well. It's like perfect. When you know who you're working with, like other experts, things move so fast and you don't make mistakes. And so this is really key. The team is really, really important. And the process is, of course, also very important. So this process I've been following since I started my company. You define the project, and it can work for any kind of project, I think. I mean, at least I know, and I've been using this for soft goods or electronics or medical. It's the same process. Of course, there's tweaks to it, and we customize it according to client's product. But you have to define the product. Like, what is it? What are you planning to do? Is there a market? What is the competition? What are the other patents that are available? Are you infringing other people's patent by designing this? So you have to be careful. So you have to really, really, really define your product. What is it? But also, why are you doing it? Is it something for your product to just make it and sell it? Or something that you want to retire? You know, you have to be really clear, your life goal, your business goal, everything like works together. So you have to define your project, what is it really you want to do? Because many times, you know, inventors or entrepreneurs, things happens in their life that they get sidetracked and then they just don't know what to do and they get stuck. So you lose all that, like, let's just say 25 grand and you did nothing. There's not even a working prototype. So I educate my client from the start that this is what it takes for you to take it from start to end. Are you committed? Do you have funds? Or if you don't have, I can tell you when to raise, what to do. So I kind of like brainstorm and strategize their whole process right from the beginning. And then once defined phase is complete, we design the product for manufacturability and for prototyping. And then the final stage is the development phase where we actually produce the product. So this is very typical, but yeah, there are some moving pieces, like if there's electronics involved, then we have to define the electronics as well in the first stage, and then design the electronics, then package it in the product. So there's a lot of things involved, but basically they fall in these three buckets, right? What does it take to go from an idea to market? So you definitely need a good strategy. You definitely need commitment. Otherwise, you will lose your idea and your business, or everything will just fall apart. And you definitely need a good team. Team makes everything work. Like the reason why SNS is successful, or Coach My Idea is like, you know, getting there at the different level, it's all because of the people I have around. Otherwise, I couldn't do what I'm doing right now. These are some of the products. So Shark Tank, the Zips wine got the biggest deal in the history of Shark Tank. And this was our startup client. I mean, they are serial entrepreneurs. They have done a lot of other businesses and they are at CEO level, CFO level. So they know what it means to take a risk. And this was a startup, and this started just as a concept. So I sketched it. My client wanted a single serve wine to be packaged nicely, right? So the first time I sketched it, I didn't realize they went and raised $8 million. So they knew as soon as they saw the sketch, and of course with our capability, what we can provide, they knew that they have the right team, they got the idea, they move fast. You know, so that moving fast is also important. Securing funds is important. The packaging for this, like from branding to the packaging, the logo, the message, the color, everything put together made this product successful. So it's people don't pay too much attention in packaging right from the beginning, but I think it's a great idea. And packaging can be also product packaging as well as regular like box packaging for the product. They both are different, but they're very important to translate your message, your brand, the function of your product in like 5 seconds. You know, the colors, what you're using, the message you're giving to the people. So this was very interesting. Zips Wine is actually a good example because what my client did, he had good connections in wide variety of wine industry like Gallo, Benadryl, Fetzer, right? So their idea was to license the product to these companies. So what we did is we customized the packaging for those brands with this product. We customized the 3D renderings, animations, and investor presentation for that particular client. So when you are going to license your product to a company, it has to be customized for that particular company so they can see it, how it's going to look like if they license your product. So you do actually 80% of the work to present yourself as you're going to be a partner of that company or licensing to that company. And within 5 seconds, they can make a decision. If you have a working prototype with the branding on it. So we try to cut time as much as possible and help clients make their decision as fast as possible. So they see what it is and they can make the decisions right away and move to the next step. So speed to market is the key, right? And then same goes with all the other products. We did a packaging for a company from Israel, which is Tambor. It's a very large company, very big company in Israel, and they wanted to introduce their paint brand in the US. So we created a completely new packaging for their paint containers to introduce in the US. So there's a wide variety of things. We also did packaging for appliance that sold in Home Depot or Sears. So depending on which market it goes, people have to be very careful from the beginning how they want to market their product. Are they going to retail, or are they going to Amazon or online, and what's required, what kind of branding it is, what kind of colors, because colors create your identity moving forward. So this is some of the product. As you can see, we have designed headphones built in the iPhone case, a can opener that pushes, that opens the cans and push the liquid out, squeeze the liquid out without touching the lid. And it puts 17 pounds of pressure on the can, and you get dry tuna, or you can drain all kind of liquids. And then we have baby cribs, all patent, all made in Italy. We have wine cellars for companies like Amana, and electric car charging station. So it's a wide variety that you can see. These are some of my amazing, happy clients. Chris is right in the middle. And it was just, I love my clients. I love working with them. I'm really passionate to make my clients be successful. I help them at every stage and step to make sure that, all the efforts that they're putting and the trust they're putting in my company, we provide the same value, and we will go to extra miles to just make sure that they are successful, because things happen, they get stuck. Even large companies, even startups get stuck. But we'd like to make sure that we are moving forward. We are not stopping anyway. So if we need to pull in more resources, we do that for them. There's one client, they had a show at the Javits Center within 3 months. And it was like a rush job, and we did it. Like, they really needed it. So we work late nights, we work weekends, but we want to make sure like the deadline is made and we're not charging like crazy amount of money, and they're super happy.
Anisha, one thing I can say is that, working with you, you get the entire package. I mean, honestly, you're extremely smart, very, very knowledgeable about products. And it's not just like I'm giving you a design. You're coming back with a lot of good information on what you think it should look like, and where you should improve the design, and how you should package it, what you should do to brand it. I watch you take stuff that was on a napkin, sketched, and turn it into a diamond. And I'm telling you that because I always feel like I only work with the best. I always felt that. I work with honest people who are really have the customer's mind at best interest. And I can sit here and say, you are absolutely one of the smartest and best design people I've worked with. And I worked with a lot of people at BMW and Ford Motor Company. I put you at that same plateau.
Thank you so much, Chris. I mean, I really appreciate it. And I really enjoy working with you and the whole UIA team. I mean, it's interesting because I don't get chance or time to talk to a lot of inventors independently, but what UIA gave me a platform is that I just go there and share my knowledge and help everyone, whatever their needs are. They can learn from this one platform so much knowledge from so many different experts. I think this is the great platform, and I love coming here and educating as many as entrepreneurs and inventors I can. So
Nisha,
there are any questions?
Yeah, let's spend a couple minutes talking about like what do you look for when somebody comes to you? What are your expectations? Because I know you're really good at laying that out early on, not just taking work, but you have expectations of what you want as well. So what do you look for in the early stages?
So I prefer a client to be really committed. I mean, they should definitely have some kind of funding, because they think that they can just raise funds. No, you have to put some skin in the game for anyone to be interested in your company. Like, even to raise funds, you have to at least bring the product to prototype stage that someone, friends or family, will take you seriously. So people don't think about that. So you will have to put in your money in the project. And dedication, like clear goals. I mean, even if they don't have clear goals, I can help them identify those clear goals. So if they have idea, they have a burning like fire in their belly that they really want to get this out, I can help them.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I feel the same way. Nisha, we've heard such great things, and it's hard for us because we're inventors and we love when people come to us with excitement and they're passionate. But sometimes it's hard for us to say, okay, let's slow down. Let's make sure this idea has some merit. And I think that's what you do very well with your verbiage and your knowledge, your experience, is you say, hey, okay, it's a kind of a good idea, but let's make sure, because there's good ideas out there and don't want anybody to be discouraged. They just might not be profitable enough to move them forward. Or there's got to be a way to reconfigure it or change it or update it so it's less cost or easier to make or manufacture. That idea is great, but having somebody like yourself to build on that idea, make it manufacturable, make it profitable. I think that's what you do so well.
Yeah, I want to end with one thing, like what I like to do, like before a client starts putting too much money in the whole process and stuff, I give them a crash course, like a 1-hour crash course. I lay it down everything, what's required, how much cost it will take, what timeline it is. Then I let them make their business decision, because at least they have all the knowledge. Before, they had no idea what to do. And they're just making decisions with no information. Now they have a valuable information. They can share with their friends and family. They can use it for multiple projects they want to work on, but at least they have the information that they need so that they can make the right decision to move forward or not to move forward. They're very important.
Yeah. No doubt.
Carmen, I can tell you, I've seen her work firsthand, right, at the high levels, right, with Shark Tank products, and that's what I always found to be really good. Could you save? The more information you have up front, the more knowledge you have, the better the process. Obviously, the faster the market, the less expensive it becomes. All of it is just it's a whole package, and Nisha offers that. I mean, she's branched off now more with design and packaging and branding, but now she has Coach Your Idea, because it really does help guide the inventor in the right direction. So they're not spending foolish money up front, because let's face it, a lot of the funds early on are limited, right? Once you run out of funds, what do?
Yeah,
they try to license it, which is not really always happens.
Right. They call Chris. Hey, Nisha, real quick.
That's a true story.
One question real quick, and I'm going to ask this of our next guest if we have time too.
Yes.
How important is the packaging? Because we get a lot of people, they spend so much time on the product and making it perfect and making that Swiss Army knife. They always adding that next option and that next thing. The packaging to me is so important.
It is very important. I mean, if people cannot understand from the packaging within like 5 seconds what exactly it is, what does it do, they're just going to pass by. It happens with me. Like sometimes I look at the box, it's like, what exactly does it do? Like, how do I compare with others? So give me like 4 benefits. What is it in simple words, and 1 tagline? What's the best thing, like how you can explain this product? And that's it. And of course, the user experience, how you open it, all the things that you took care of, like even a small thank you card makes such a big difference in the packaging. The colors, like what is it? Like it makes a big difference. Colors gives you different emotional feel to it, like my pink jacket today.
But you're coming into my territory now with the color.
I know. I have to match with your color.
Although Joy wore pink today too, so we're in good shape here.
Chris has always got to be the best dressed. We made him take his crown off, so that's one thing that we're all good at.
Don't make me go there.
Well, listen, Nisha, man, it's been so great having you. It's always a pleasure to have you on. We want to start talking to people and bring you on more with your programs, with your knowledge, your experience, because I think it's so beneficial. And that's what the UIA is here for. We have such great partners and people that are jumping on our advisory board. And listen, all of us love to make money, but we're also looking to help people get good products out there. Because if we do our jobs, all of us, the right pieces, everything flows through getting products through the system. And it's just so much more fun.
I 100% agree. And I don't want to take more time from Joy. I'm like so honored, waiting to hear Joy, what she's going to say. But it's incredible to be part of UIA, and especially today, it's a big day for inventors and entrepreneurs. So anything that we can give them tips, knowledge for them to move to the next level, it's a blessing, and I love it. I love doing it. And I'm going to do more and more. So thank you so much, Carmen. Thank you so much, Chris. And if there are any more questions, let me know.
All right, Nisha, thank you for being on today and everything you do. I really appreciate it. And you've been really a big help to the United Inventors Association with all the offerings that you have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris.
Chris, this is all making us look good. I mean, I hardly did anything. I love taking credit for everyone doing all this work. It's awesome for me.
Oh yeah, I know it. No, it's we just have good people. We have good people who want to help, and that leads us right into our next guest, right? With Joy. I mean, amazing, absolutely amazing story. You know, Joy, we met at America's Big Deal with Chris Landano's his 360 track belt. So I have so many questions for you. I know we only have 30 minutes, so I'm looking forward to this conversation. You know, I always thought of it this way. Like,
thank you, and thank you for having me on this amazing day. As
yeah, it really is.
And all these good people, you know, doing good things, right? It just doesn't get better than this.
Absolutely, and you know the beauty of this, Joy, is your story, right? That was now written into a movie. Is not, you're not an actor, you're not an actress. This is a real life event, right? This is what really happened to you. And that's what I think people can relate to you so well now, is because you're not an actor. You're not playing some role, you're playing you.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You know, anybody out there, you know, my biggest mantra is product is king, right? So as an inventor of a product or a designer out there, never forget that, right? And so I had to figure out a way, you know, first of all, I had to figure out a way to get myself off the ground and out of an auto body shop,
Right.
you know, and making you know, a mop. And then, you know, all the steps along the way go to another big principle of mine, is that you just keep putting one foot in front of the other and never stop, right? You know, and I don't think we could pick a better time to be an inventor, a designer product, an entrepreneur, who I believe in so much, because I think the consumer today, you know, as we were just listening to, wants to hear the features and benefits about a product. They want to have the history behind a product. They want that authenticity. They don't always want a big company making something where there's not a face behind it, where there's not history behind the product. I think today the consumer is very different, and therefore I think it's the best time in history to be a small business, an entrepreneur, an inventor, a designer.
Yeah, and you know, and I look at, you know, your story. So there's a couple of things I want to really cover today in the 30 minutes. It'll go by quick. But you know, your movie Joy, you know, you on QVC, and of course America's Big Deal, which, you know, I was on Shark Tank, and then being in the audience of your new hit show, I was absolutely impressed. I mean, it was amazing. It's so exciting. It was you know, live. You're able to buy the product. It's a really great concept.
You know, I have to tell you, I'm proud of all products, but that was something, and I'm proud of NBC Universal. They got behind it. Nobody ever did live shoppable competition show, and certainly with you know, entrepreneurs and inventors and designers, we awarded almost $3 million in that series, 10 shows, which is incredible, and gave a platform that didn't exist before, right? In front of all of America. You know, you have your shot. You can do your storytelling of not only your story, but the product story. And, you know, it was cute before we began, you know, the network said, do you think we'll sell anything? I'm like, of course we're going to sell. And to me, it's not selling, right? It's showing somebody a great product, and they make the decision whether they need it or not, right? And we literally were selling out of products left and right. It was so awesome, and we've just begun.
Hey, Joy, I know Chris has a bunch of questions, but how exhilarating is it? And you've done so much live TV. I mean, when they say go, what does that feel like?
Yeah. So, you know, I don't know what I could never like memorize and rehearse something, because it wouldn't be me naturally, right? But so anybody that's looking, you know, to do the storytelling, where a product, you know, is a great product and the package just won't do it, right? You know, so the mop, all of a sudden, you know, I wanted people to pay $20 for a mop because it was this amazing mop as opposed to $5. There's some storytelling that has to go on to educate them as to why that's a value, actually, that the mop will last forever, right? So to speak. But the doing live, I think, brings out more than ever the authenticity, right? It's you're there, and by the time I watched it on America's Big Deal, I could have been in everybody's shoes that stood on that stage, because here was their chance to talk about their product, and some of them had a 20-year history creating that product, right? Never give up, right? And so they were talking about their products, Chris, for example, right? The whole history behind what he did to help, everybody, not only firefighters, and that's part of their fiber. So you can't get more authentic than that. So that's why for me, launching America's Big Deal, it had to be live. It had to be real. Otherwise you miss so much of that connection with the person and the product, right?
Yeah, I always said I can't be an actor. I learned that on Shark Tank, right? Because it's a pitch. You're doing a pitch, and you have to have all these moves, be in a certain spot while you're saying it in front of all these people and these judges. So I watched it from the audience standpoint, right? And then went at home and watched it. Oh my God, it just looked great. I mean, the live is so exciting because it's such a thrill, and it's an adrenaline rush to see that happen, right? With somebody pitching it live. That's it. No cuts, no editing, it's live.
No, that's it. That's it. It's so funny. And it's live. So for me personally, the only class I ever cut at university, and Carmine, Pace University, business school, right, was public speaking, communications. And I said, God got me back, because that's all I ever did when I finally figured out I was an inventor, right? It took me till I was 30 something years old. I always just thought I was just, changing everything. And so all I did was live, basically, right? QVC, then to HSN and America's Big Deal. And I just really feel that, it's the pulse of what you get, the real true reality. I mean, we were the first influencers, we were the first reality stars, so to speak, because it was real. And I think, this back then, it's very different from today. There are so many avenues to really get your story out to that consumer. And that's why I say, anybody listening, I feel it's a plus to be a small business, to be an entrepreneur, as opposed to a ginormous company, because I feel like people today really want to know what they're buying, understand what they're buying, and feel the history behind it. I am a big proponent of that.
Yeah, I thought that was really great. So let's talk about the movie Joy, because I think, man, anybody who's watched this movie is blown away. I mean, because it is a process. I think about like someone not giving your tools back, all these different things. And what was it like for you, like to be on a set and you're watching them make a movie about your life? That had to be pretty mind-blowing. It had to be.
Right. So nonetheless, it was very surreal. And these people came to me, I guess they had heard about me, and they said, we're going to make a movie about you. I'm like, oh, okay, fine. And then, of course, David O. Russell and Jennifer Lawrence and Robert De Niro and Bradley Cooper. And it's like, it was amazing. But I think, it was my life story, but it's everybody's story, right? Of determination, and when I look back, and the obstacles were incredible. I mean, the movie didn't even get into half of it. I mean, it was just amazing. And so therefore, one of the famous things I say is a no is not a no, right? Because a no just makes you stop and say, well, how do I turn it into a yes? Or how do I get around it? And, the obstacles come in all forms. I had unscrupulous people stealing my molds, and it went beyond that. It was really crazy. And so hence my philosophy today is that I only do business with people that I love, people that I have that ability now. If I have any freedom, it's the freedom to choose who I do business with, so we can all do good things together, right? And that's a good feeling. Yeah, no,
I agree. Funny, when I was a kid, boy, it goes way back now. I met Robert De Niro and Jane Fonda. I was they were doing a film, Stanley and Iris, in Waterbury, Connecticut, where I grew up, and it was next door to my friend's house. So I was literally on the set. I met Robert De Niro. I met Jane Fonda in the gym. That's when she was doing all her aerobics and working out.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool to watch the whole movie being made. I can't even imagine what it would be like to watching the movie being made of my life, right? Of something
Yeah,
that you
it was-
did and living through it.
It's unbelievable. It really is. But I will tell you, you know, these are famous people who we love and adore. They're actors, but they are fascinated with the business of product, with the
Mhm.
business of inventing and designing. Robert De Niro, I'll never forget, cute little story that we were at his hotel in New York City, and everybody was there, Jennifer Lawrence, Bradley Cooper, all these people. And he leans over to me and he goes, Joy, I have a great idea. I need to talk to you about it. So, you know, who have you met that didn't have a great idea, right?
Right.
And, you know, I think it's, you know, today, especially today, for me to be talking to you on National Inventors Day, what a tribute when you think back to all the inventors historically and all the creators today, things that are happening today. You know, you know, as I always say, you don't have to build rocket ships. Some of the simplest things can change people's lives. So, you know, I would like to tell anybody, if it's a great idea and you know it's going to change people's lives, go after it. And, you know, there's always a struggle, but I always say, celebrate those successes along the way. And, you know, my goal, Chris, at the end, how I pictured myself is totally different than where I ended up, right? So you have to be able to change. I call it, you know, shift your skis in life, because I'm a skier. So, and, you know, I think if we learn those kinds of lessons and react in those ways, let me tell you, there's success on all levels.
Yeah, absolutely.
No
So
doubt.
what happens now? So you do this movie, the movie comes out, it becomes
Love the
a
movie.
hit. Where does your life go after this? Now you've launched the Miracle Mop. It's become a success. I mean, you watch how it was pitched on QVC, and so what happened to your life after that? It had to completely turn you upside down.
Well, you know, it did in a way. First of all, I was standing in front of America for 25 years before the movie. The movie,
Right.
you know, it's funny because when I started out in that home shopping arena, right, it was about celebrities. And I was always like, oh, get Joy up here with her mop or her hangers or, you know. And after the movie, I kind of was, you know, viewed a little differently, but I still did exactly the same thing I always did. It actually gave me more of an ability to create more product. And today, you know, even a whole new line of products called Clean Boss for today and the future, right? Because I'm all about, you know, making a better, brighter life for anybody. So what really happened is that I defined myself that my common thread, it wasn't a mop and a cleaning business only, the common thread was innovation. So I don't know if you know, I was the first person to launch, you know, ceramic nonstick cookware, right? Which created a whole industry. You know, whoever would have ever thought a billion hangers later, a velvety hanger would change an industry, you know? So whether it's towels, whether it's luggage, whether it's affordable leather, fashionable handbags, it's about innovation. It's about taking what's there and taking it to the next level. And that's how my brain works. So I cross all categories. And I think the movie kind of allowed me to go to this platform and have a bigger awareness out there of really what I was about, which was innovation in all forms to make your life better. So, you know, and then America's Big Deal was, you know, my time to give back. I mean, you know, I couldn't be prouder. You know, we sat here in the last couple of years and we watched small businesses just, you know, take such a hit. I mean, it was devastating to a lot of people, but small businesses more than anybody, the entrepreneurs. And I said, there's got to be a way. Hence the creation of America's Big Deal, to give a platform and incentive to all these inventors, designers of products. And I couldn't be prouder of that. That's probably one of the things that I'm so proud about, and we're going to keep going.
Yeah, no, I think you got a great hit show there. So let's talk about QVC for a second. I know you were in HSN in the beginning, then you kind of converted over to QVC. how did it feel like the first time? I mean, you were showing your mop, right? Obviously on Home Shopping Network, right? But then how did that take off? How did you feel in front of a camera, like for the first time with millions of people potentially watching you?
Right. So it was QVC first and then HSN for the last summer. Yeah, but that's okay. So, and they're all one company now, but nonetheless, it was petrifying. I mean, it literally, what happened is that they put this, at the time, the Miracle Mop up with a host and it failed. And I said, no, we know, all of us that have product and demonstrate product at fairs and shows and stuff, when you get a reaction, how to talk about that product. So I said, put me on TV and I'll sell that product. So me and my big mouth, right?
Well, who's going to sell it better than you though, really, right?
Right. They did. And so from selling like 50, we sold thousands in a few minutes. And that, to me, that was like, I guess what somebody must feel like when they work on Wall Street with the stock market. It was amazing. It was amazing. It was that, it's real time everything. Callers are real, they're real callers calling in, and you're getting, the reaction of what you're doing in real time. But let me tell you, it was, that's it. That was what I did for the rest of my career. I'm still doing it. I'm still on HSN and still creating products and launching into retail as well. Because I believe we have, America's Big Deal. There's a musical Joy coming out. I mean, it's amazing. So I believe you have to capture that consumer everywhere. They have to find you easily everywhere, not only your products, but you. Because for me, the way I started, as you say, Chris, alive, talking about my products and myself are synonymous. They really kind of, when they see, a hanger, a velvety hanger, or they see Clean Boss, they think of me and they think of what I said about that product. So it's really been a blessing, quite frankly. And the only way I know.
And I think of it this way too, right? If I recall from the movie, you had a lot of money, right? A lot of money invested in a product that after they tried to show it without you being the person selling it, it didn't sell well. And you said, no, you're doing it wrong. Now let me show you. But what did that do for you? I mean, you must have felt like, oh my God, I have all this cash tied up and my product's not going to sell. It has to sell.
Yep, it's a scary proposition, right? You have everything to gain, and it was that's exactly what was happening. If that had been returned to me, you wouldn't be talking to me today, because that was my last kind of hope. I mean, yes, I was demonstrating it here and there and selling it, but this was the thing that just catapulted the whole profile of my company, right? And then, years later, Barry Diller purchased my company, brought me to Home Shopping Network. I was part of Home Shopping Network, and I just kept creating products, so it was the best avenue for me as an inventor to create product and talk about it on a platform, clear across America. So it's been amazing, and I'm grateful every day.
Well, I think what I love about it is, like I said, you're not an actor or an actress, right? You're a real person that had a real product that struggled like every inventor at some point. And when people say, I can't do it, I want to quit, I always refer back to, look, someone had your tools. They weren't going to give you back your tools, right? Yeah. So at some point, it's everything you had on the table. All cards were in, right? All chips were in.
Many times. And let me just tell you, anybody that thinks that really changes, it doesn't. Right. It's just a different level of challenge. And there's always, what risks do I take? I say that is the most important thing as well in business, to understand the risks you should take and the ones you shouldn't, right? So, everything was on the line then, but there's always a lot on the line that impacts, it's not like you win the lottery when all of a sudden you sell a whole bunch of stuff. It's just, you work that much harder. I work harder today than I did when I was, back then. I don't know, I'm crazy that way, but it's just, I think everybody has to take those steps carefully, weigh the risks, and just build. A lot of times I think one of the challenges is, even on America's Big Deal, we are hand holding on this show these entrepreneurs that all of a sudden, from having just their own website or something, they're going to be in national retail. How do you financially support that? How do you deal with that? And that's why the show goes beyond just winning on stage. It's that whole entree into the national retail world, right? Is more complicated than just making a whole bunch of product.
Yeah, and we talk about the whole process, right? Because I'm in retail. I know how difficult it is and how your packaging has to sell, right? It has to be extremely well. So how did you finally transition into this, this Clean Boss? I mean, it's a great line, Clean Boss by Joy. I mean, you obviously had products go along the way, and then you have this whole new brand. Pretty cool.
Well, it's so funny. It was before the pandemic. 10 years ago, I have been at this with making, about cleaning products and being safe for the family. I have children, grandchildren, pets. And so Clean Boss, one of the main products, is the world's most botanical disinfectant, EPA registered, kills COVID and everything else, common cold, everything. And it's a super heavy duty cleaner and odor eliminator. So this product you can spray on your account. I was possessed to make a product that was a disinfect that powerful in cleaning, that powerful in disinfecting and odor eliminating, but botanical. And that was a 10-year road. And, to get anything approved by the EPA, you get it approved on a federal level, and then every single state has to approve it and test it. So, I couldn't be prouder of the Clean Boss line. And we recently, I was on HSN, sold out of it. We can't, it's made in the USA. We can't make it fast enough. So that was, these are the things that really make me happy in life, to know that a mom or somebody that's a pet owner is using something that's effective but safe. And that's why I say the consumer today, I never looked at that when I was raising my children. I was just like, okay, my mother used this, I'm using this, and now today we have to view things. I think we are smarter, we view things differently. So creating products, as I say, you really have to think about that consumer and what they really need and what will make a difference in life.
Hey, Chris, just to let Joy know, hey, Joy, we just sold out. Because that was awesome.
I was going to say that's what Marcie's doing. Like, Marcie talks so highly of you. I mean, Marcie, maybe you want to spend a minute talking about what is for you. I mean, you're on mute. There's so many people that have this story, but I know Marcie, like you completely.
Hi, Joy.
Brought her to the next level.
Chris, you're in trouble.
I should have sent you. I have a picture, and Joy, you probably do not remember meeting me, but I was on the Kelly Ripa did an invention reality show 12 years ago, and I was the winner of that show. And so I got to launch my product on HSN, and I was scared to death. I never had even watched HSN one time when I won this thing, and I was going to have to be on television. So I thought, well, I better start watching. And so I turned it on, and there you were. And I was mesmerized, and not just, I mean, your product was amazing. And I was looking at all the features that you built into it. And it reminded me so much of the kinds of products that I create, but it was you and your passion, and you just were all in. And I'm watching those numbers just going crazy. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is what I want to do with my life. And it's so
fun.
It's so fun. And you just inspired me in unimaginable ways. And I also reached out to you at that time and had asked for help finding a manufacturing partner. And you helped me, and you introduced me to an amazing sourcing manufacturing partner who I worked with and launched the product with. And so I just am so forever grateful. And I just,
oh my goodness. Oh
yes.
my goodness. Well,
So Joy, this is what I mean. I hear this from so many people.
We
I hear
need
this from
to.
so many people.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
And even the folks that are on America's Big Deal, like I've talked to several of the contestants, and that's what they all have. They all resonate the same story back. It's like, to see the movie is one thing, to meet you, because you're not an actress, right? It's real life. Now you hear someone like Marcie who didn't even know you and what you did for her. I think that's what you're doing for all of America, honestly.
Yes.
Well, I hope and I can continue, because there are so many great, Marcie, people that like you that have amazing things that will help and change people's lives. And that, well, I hope America's Big Deal is a big platform for them. And we really are so proud of that. And it's live too.
It's
No
so
doubt.
fun to watch. I love watching it. And you're right, it's just such an incredible opportunity for inventors. And I couldn't agree more that there's never been a better time to be an inventor. And
Yeah,
I love
right?
that you're still, oh my gosh, yes.
Don't you think
And
so?
think about it,
Really?
right? Like Joy being so active now in this community. I mean, at this point, her stardom and fame is beyond belief and off the chart, and she's still doing what she loves to do.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. Well,
Very much.
I always say when you're able to live and work at what you're passionate about, right? And it doesn't get better than that, right? And I, as well, my family's involved, right? So, and anybody who tells you don't do that, I disagree with them, because if you can do something you love with the people you love, it's amazing. It's amazing. And, and I think people today, I have this feeling that so many people have had time on their hands, that all these great thinkers we're going to be seeing an explosion of products, and I want, and everybody come to America's Big Deal with their products.
Hey,
Well,
Joy, real quick, and I'm scared to ask this. I love the show. Is there a second season in the works?
Yeah, well, I'm not allowed to. So
There you go, Carmine. Okay,
right.
look at you.
yeah, with details to follow. How
Good,
does
good.
that sound?
And
All right?
the other thing that you dropped something on is, did you say there was going to be a Joy? Is this on? We're talking Broadway here?
Yeah, it's
Musical.
incredible. It really
Oh
is
my
incredible. It's really incredible. So, somebody said to me, the only thing bigger than a Oscar-nominated movie is a musical, and it would have been launched this past holiday season, but unfortunately, the times. It's a original music score. It is so inspiring. It's a huge musical. It is. I can't tell you that anybody that goes to see this musical is going to walk away feeling so good. I mean, feeling so inspired, and the music alone I'm all about music. So, is going to be incredible. So we're really excited. I'm going to invite you all to the premiere. How's that sound? That you have it here,
We
right
will
here.
be there.
Yeah, it is. It's fun. It's fun. And I don't have to sing or dance or get up on stage. So that's unique.
The other scary part is Joy, a lot of people always joke about themselves like, who would play me in a movie? Did you get to choose these actors that were in your movie? Because it's pretty big star-studded cast.
As good as it
No,
gets.
You're right. You're right. So, it's an amazing thing. Jennifer Lawrence, having met her, having gotten to know her, I couldn't be prouder. She is so way beyond her years. She's so brilliant. And a lot of people don't know this. She's probably one of the funniest people I have ever met. Her brain is so quick, and she is just amazing to be around. And, a mom now, right? All good things happening to her, but she was so young and so talented. I was in awe. So, it was, and Robert De Niro, I mean, need I say more? And Bradley Cooper. And I mean, to be introduced to a Hollywood family, that's the one. I mean, I couldn't have gotten, a luckier. And David O. Russell, for his insight into the past, he would call me, we'd talk on the phone, starting at 6 o'clock at night, we'd still be talking at 2 a.m. Really, and when he went to make the movie, and they went to Boston when they had like 4 feet of snow, I don't know if you remember that winter, he made a movie that was 5 hours long. They said, what are you kidding? Because the story really was, as I said, you only saw half of it in the movie. So, but that story, I think, kind of depicts, is really the exemplification of everybody's past. It might have different details, but anybody who goes and really, and is trying to go along the path of creating anything, those obstacles might be different, but we're all the same in so many regards. So I think that's why so many people resonate with the movie Joy. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too. And you mentioned family. I'll just give you a quick story on family. You know, I have a couple young boys, and my whole background is manufacturing. So I've launched a lot of products. I'm a design engineer, but I always took them when they were little to all these events. And then as I got older and they got their own education, I start bringing them into the companies, and they heard the stories and they watched me and saw me, but then they start living them, right? They start being part of it. I start questioning things on Lean Six Sigma, how to prove processes. And now you look at both of them and they see it very differently. I even took my youngest, who's 24 now, he just turned 24, to Good Morning America with me, and I proposed live on Good Morning America to my current wife. And it was amazing. It was just like absolutely amazing to have my family there. So so I'm with you on that. The more you can bring your family into the event and make it work, the better. I agree.
You know, listen, I couldn't agree with you more. You know, and my children thought the warehouse was like, you know, an amusement park, because that's where they went with me every weekend and every, you know, so, you know, and it really is, you know, it's just something that is irreplaceable, right? I mean, because I've always said that my principles in life are my principles in business, right? And when you we sit around, I mean, you don't want to be at our Thanksgiving table because everybody is talking, you know, we're always talking about, you know, what's going on. Even my son-in-law was my producer at HSN, talking in my ear for 15 years. I said, once they got married, I stopped listening to him. So I'm very fortunate. I'm very fortunate. We all, you know, live, breathe, and eat all that we do. And, you know, I guess it shows, right? In you know, in all, and we're just so proud of making anything that'll change somebody's life and make it better, right? As you know, Marcie.
That's the fun stuff. Yep. And it's so true. Being able to do what you love is the best. And as you're saying, to do it with people that you love also just takes it over the top.
It takes it to another level.
It really does.
I think so. I guess I'll see you all at the premiere of the of the musical, right?
100%.
Joy, who's playing you in the musical?
So, she's a Tony Award winner. She's amazing, and I only wish I had that voice. So, but you know, it's a star-studded cast again. I mean, it's just there, the talent, you know, we just went to what they call as a reading, but you know, the music, I mean, the music is amazing. I think we all are ready for something that's just going to uplift us and kind of make us happy for the next, you know, whatever after we see it. So, and this will do that. So, and I think, you know, being a New Yorker, I can't wait to really see New York, the theater, all the beautiful cultural things that New York has to offer come back to life in a big way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it was an absolute pleasure to have you on the show today, Joy. Everything about you is just spectacular. And I love what you're doing for everyone. You're just, you know, you're an absolute inspiration to all of America. And to have you on a day like today, National Inventors Day, it's the best thing that could have happened. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And have great conversations, all of you.
Yeah,
Right.
Joy, again, thank you for jumping in at such short notice. I know you're busy. Feel free to stay on while Marcie's doing her presentation. I know you probably got to go, but it's 100% up to you. You're always welcome at the UIA, and we appreciate. Yeah, we appreciate everything you do. Excellent.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
National Inventors Day.
All right, Marcie, it's all yours now.
Well, no pressure.
Transition.
My idol is watching. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Marcie, here's the thing, Marcie. Everyone's super excited. The 500 people watching on YouTube Live, they're going to a musical now.
Oh, that's right. We recorded this and she said it. I heard it. It's going to be so much fun. Well, I mean, just what an honor to speak after Joy, who has been my role model and idol for so long, whether she knows it or not, but she knows now. So thank you, Joy, for everything. And I think Joy said it so well about doing something that you love and being around people that are excited and ambitious and following a dream and you know, really going after something and putting one foot in front of the other every single day and not letting those obstacles get in their way, but just, you know, moving forward. And I think that's what I love so much about Inventors. And I remember being at my first Inventor conference, and I've spoken about this before, I'm not going to go into detail, but I just remember looking around and meeting people and going, this is home for me. Like these are my peeps, because it's so nice to be around people that are excited and passionate and ambitious. And you don't find that every day. You really don't. And so, excuse me, and something in my throat. I feel so blessed to be running the Women Inventors Club now, because I feel that every day in that club. And there's about 500 women that are, following their dream, and the support system that I'm seeing with them lifting each other up and sharing ideas. And it's just the coolest thing. And as much as I love creating products, and I'm doing a lot of live shopping now in addition to HSN, so Amazon Live and Pinterest TV and things like that. And so that's so much fun for me. But my greatest joy, no pun intended, but my greatest is helping female inventors. I mean, helping inventors in general, but the Women Inventors Club has just been such a gift to me. So that's been wonderful. When I made the decision to start working with inventors and doing what I can to help, and when I met you, Carmine, and came on as an ambassador to the UIA, I think why I did it, first of all, I felt so blessed that I have had success in this space. And if there's a way for me to help others, why wouldn't I do that? But as I took time during the pandemic and had the time to really look at and get involved with the inventor community, I didn't like the statistics that I was seeing. I had no idea until recently that there's a 95% failure rate, and that there are only 7% of the patents that are filed in America are done so by women. And I wanted to understand it. I wanted to know why, because I think, like as Joy said, you don't have to create a rocket ship to be a successful inventor. It can be just this small little thing that somehow makes life easier or better, or helps you be organized, or save space, or save time. It doesn't have to be anything major. And what it takes to take that idea and bring it to market isn't rocket science. We can all do this. And I thought, I just want to be able to share what it is that I've learned on my path, because believe me, it was not a straight, smooth path. I mean, there were so many obstacles, I can't even begin to count them. There were so many days when I wanted to fall on the ground and cry and quit and all of those things.
Marcie, let's talk about that. Let's talk about when you started, like Joy being your inspiration, right?
Yeah.
You got this one. How nervous were you in the beginning? I mean, you have to be nervous a little bit, right? Being in front of this camera, all these people, you don't know who's watching, but you know you have to perform.
Yeah. I mean, that part for sure. And I want to start with the first major obstacle that was in my way, and why I reached out to Joy was, here I won this Kelly Ripa invention reality show, and I figured that the producers of the show were going to help me bring this product to market, because at this point it was a handmade prototype and an idea. And then when the cameras went off, I had X amount of months to actually make this into a product that they could sell live on television.
Good
and
luck.
I'm like, where is everybody? Where's my manufacturer? Where's my hello? No, I was all alone. And I just was sitting there going, where do I even begin? I don't know what I don't know. Oh my gosh. And I was so scared. So were you scared? That was more scary to me than going on television was, am I going to make it to the point where I can be on television? Here I've been given this gift of being able to launch on HSN, and I don't have a flipping product to launch. And so that is when I was like, I've got to pull out all the stops. I have got to kick fear to the curb, as I always say. And I've got to make those tough phone calls and reach out to people and ask for help and find guidance somewhere, somehow, and make this happen. And so I had started watching Joy. And so she, to me, was at the height. Like, she was as good as it gets. And she just is the queen of home shopping. And I just, but it was the scariest phone call to make. It's, first of all, how would I even get in touch with her? And she would never return my call and all of those things. And I just remember the moment that I just said, I'm going to do it. I'm going to figure this out. I did get in touch with her. She did help me. It was all those little scary moments and pushing through that fear and making the decision. And I remember making it so vividly that failure was not an option, that plan B was not on the table. And that it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to try to make this work. It was, I'm doing this. And I just so believe that if you're watching this, I believe you must have a great idea because you're here wanting to learn to bring that to market. And as both Joy and I have said, there's never been a better time to be an inventor because two things. Number one, the retail landscape right now, I mean, people are buying. Store shelves are empty and buyers are craving more products, new innovations. Look what's happening at Amazon. I mean, it's crazy. So it's there for the taking in terms of, the need for products and once you get this product on the market, the ability for it to have some success. There's also so many tools out there. You guys have talked about them already today, some of them. There's groups that will support you. There are YouTube videos to teach you. I mean, it's all there and most of it's free. So you take those tools that are available and you combine it with this retail landscape that is ripe. And you would think with those two things that it would be 95% success rate, not 95% failure rate. And so then I ask myself, and a lot of people ask me now that I'm doing speaking like this, is, so what makes the difference? Like, what is it that makes the 5% successful? And how do we harness that? And so I spent a lot of time inside my Women Inventors Club and outside as well, trying to understand it. And I think that it comes down to really intangible things that I think is what I'm about to say, I think holds true no matter what industry you're in. What is it that makes a multimillionaire when someone else is just struggling and chugging along? What is that difference? And when it comes to inventions, I want to keep it really inventor specific here. The very first thing I think that makes a difference is committing to do the stage of invention that nobody wants to do, and that is product validation. And you guys have talked about it a little bit, but I cannot stress that enough. And I created a video on, it's a 5-step formula that I use to validate my own products. And you can get that on my YouTube channel. There's no cost or anything to watch it. And there's even a download that's sort of a workbook of those 5 things. And I just encourage everybody to do it. If you have an idea, even if you're knee deep already developing your idea, it's not too late. Because nothing but good can come from it. I think as inventors, we're afraid to validate our product ideas because what if we find out it already exists? Or what if we find out that nobody wants to buy it or buy it at the price point that I want to sell it at or can sell it at? But one of two things is going to happen. Number one, you're going to figure out that it's not going to sell. And thank God you figured it out before you invested all of this time and money, and you can put that aside and move on to something that will. Or number two, you're going to figure out that it is viable and that it's going to give you that confidence to move forward, but not just the confidence. If you go through the steps, you're going to come away with hard data. You're going to come away with a really clean competitive analysis on where your product fits and how and who your customer is and how to market to them successfully. And I know a lot of people are probably sitting there thinking, well, yeah, but I'm not going to bring my product to market myself. I'm going to license it, so this doesn't really apply. But it absolutely applies, because when this kind of leads me into my next, the thing that I think separates success from failure is if you decide to move forward with this product after you've done product validation, the ones that have success in the research that I've done and what I've witnessed myself are the ones that treat their product like it's a business and that they are the CEO of this business, whether they're bringing it to market themselves or going to license it. because I deal with these big licensing companies all the time, and I ask them what's important to them when they're evaluating a product to license. And coming in as a professional with a deep, vast knowledge of the market that you're in and what the competitive landscape looks like and where your strengths and weaknesses are, that goes so far, not only in their minds and them being impressed with who you are and knowing that they're getting into a contract with someone that is, will be a great partner, but it helps them do their job better because you have done that legwork for them. And so they're going to be justifying this decision to their higher up, or maybe they are as high as it goes. And that helps them internally go, wow, this really has legs and I want to go for this. So that product validation and then coming in like a professional, I just can't stress the importance of that enough. And so the other part to that, to me, is what that means is, creating a great LinkedIn profile and creating, if not a website for your product, at least a landing page that shows that you're the real deal. Because there are so many inventors and inventions being thrown at these people. And even if you're just trying to find someone to make a prototype for you or something and no one's taking your calls, when you set yourself up as a professional, you're going to be so much more likely to make headway in all of those spaces. Super important. And I already touched on that piece about when I was saying, when I was moving forward, that make failure not an option. If you've now decided you've done this validation and you're going to go for this, then go for it. And no matter what obstacle comes up, you guys have heard me say it before. I always talk about the whack-a-mole game. They're just that arcade game. They're going to keep popping up. And as Joy said, that does not go away. No matter how successful you are, the obstacles just get bigger.
Now you can imagine, I'm in manufacturing, right? So I see these all the time. And we're doing all my manufacturing in the US, so I see them probably less than someone doing it abroad. But man, I mean, like everyday life in manufacturing, there's some obstacle. The press is not working, something happened to the tool, delivery didn't show up. You can go on, but you just have to make it work, like you said. Like I always say, there's nothing I can't do. I always, that whole half glass, half full. Like for me, I can make a bad situation good, always.
I love that.
Always take that approach.
Yep.
I mean, we had, I was in Bentonville at Walmart. They gave us a 2-week window to get the super potty trainer on the shelf. Now I hadn't even ordered the resin yet. And everyone said, you're crazy. You don't have a label. You don't have the pads. I said, well, listen, if I don't do it now, when am I going to do it? I might not have another opportunity for another year. If I'm lucky, another year. I said, I'm doing it. We're going to make it happen. And we did. And that led to our enough sales to get on Shark Tank, which led to a deal with Lori and Damon. And now Damon's my partner. But if we just said, the whole whack-a-mole thing, let that thing keep popping up and not attack it, it wouldn't have happened. So you're dead on with that. That is so critical.
Or not to run from it. I mean, I feel like so many people, when those moles come up, when those obstacles come up, it's like, oh, see, it's just not going to work. And then that's what makes us quit. And I love that Thomas Edison, and it's a perfect day to say it. My favorite quote of his is some of life's greatest, failures. Some of life's greatest failures were people who didn't know how close they were to success when they gave up. Right. I always hold on to that when I feel like giving up, because you could be right there. And just, you said it perfectly, Chris, with that. I mean, you kept going and then look what happened.
Doing it. I just decided that we're doing it and that's it. We have to make it a 2-week window. I can do things to get around it, but if make it happen and get it into a Walmart shelf, this buyer may never give me another chance. So we made it happen. And to look back now, all the positive things that came from that. Marcie,
oh, shoot. You locked up.
Yeah, Chris, you froze up for a second. Like Chris is unfreezing, Marcie.
I want to ask you about Amazon. How did you become a... I'm good. I was saying, Marcie, how did you become an Amazon influencer?
That's a good question. Somebody came to me and said, you need to do this. And I was thinking, what? I didn't even know what it was. I I was just kind of curious about it, was really why I did it in the first place. And I was thinking, here I am trying to help inventors. And I thought, if I could make a difference with some of them by promoting their products in some way, maybe that could be cool. I have my own products. Maybe I would want to, I don't even know. It was one of those things where I just thought, I'm just going to dive in. And as I did, and I applied for it, and I got approved just to be an Amazon influencer at that time. What I came to find out is so many people get denied. Like, even I don't have a bazillion, I don't have millions of social media followers. People who do aren't getting approved. And I thought, what? It's kind of this mystery. Nobody understands how they choose who they choose. If I had to guess, I feel like my market and who I hit and who I speak to is a bit of more of an untapped market. That there's a ton of beauty bloggers and there's a ton of fashion bloggers, but the kinds of products that I create and the demographic that I speak to is unique to that. So I think maybe that's it. And but once I was approved and I set up my storefront, I started having so much fun. And what that basically is it's a curated collection of my favorite finds on Amazon. And I think the last statistic I heard is there's like 90 million products on Amazon now. And so it's just can be so overwhelming, I think, to shop there. And so it's so fun for me to really weed through all the noise and find the best of the best and put them inside my storefront. But where I'm really having fun and loving, and I'm going to start doing some education on this because I think it's a huge opportunity for the inventor community, is live shopping. And so I'm doing Amazon live segments on a regular basis. I do 3 times a week. I'm doing one tonight. I'm doing one tomorrow morning. And it is so much fun for me, but I think even more fun for the consumer. Not just fun. We have a great time, but it's also, they are loving shopping this way. And if you look at what's going on in Asia with live shopping, oh my gosh, it is enormous. And the trajectory is this. And we're behind them, but we are playing catch up. And every social media platform is already doing live shopping. The big brands are jumping on. I love that it is a way for inventors, small inventors that are on shoestring budgets, to get their products in front of people with not hardly any money. And so I feel like live shopping can really level the playing field from those big brands and big products that are out there. And I get so excited when I find a kind of a hidden gem product that if I can propel that product to be successful in some way, I love being able to do that.
So that would say that Amazon
Chris,
is probably
Chris,
a little
hang on
bit
a second.
behind the QVC HSN, right? Because that was always been live. Right now, Amazon is catching up to that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it follows that model for sure. What I love most about it is that I get to interact with the consumers the whole time. So they're chatting with me and I'm answering back, and maybe they have a question about the product that I'm talking about, or they want to see if it's a jacket, they want to see me model it, or they want me to bring it up closer, or it's just so fun. And you know what? As an inventor, it's so valuable to me to get to know them and connect with them and know what's important to them about products and which ones are the ones that they're getting really excited about and which ones could they care less about. So it's really given me a window to the consumer that I could have never had before. And I really love that. I do a lot also with Facebook groups, and that's been invaluable to me to get to know the consumer and even to have them help me with the process, where I'll ask them, do you like this color or this color when I'm creating a product? Or is this feature important to you and how much would you pay for this? So that's, to me, that was a game changer, is discovering Facebook groups and live shopping.
So how about with our audience, right? And we appreciate you do to help the United Inventors Association. How does somebody how do you work with people? I mean, especially with the whole women's group now, starting that up, which I think is really, really great, because it could be intimidating, right? This whole inventing thing is intimidating, and having someone that you can trust and know you can rely on is so helpful. So I think that's really a good cause.
Thank you.
So how do you get a hold of you?
So my website, marciemckenna.com, it's Marcie with a Y, and there is a contact page there, and there is a tab that says Inventors I'm considering, and I've kind of been in the works on it, but I end up getting sidetracked with so many other things going on, but creating a website, which I'm calling tentatively the Product Success Hub. And it's a free, it's just a place because I create a lot of tutorial video, inventor videos that are currently on my YouTube channel, which you can get to all my social media links on my website. But I want a place to be able to put all of the resources that I share with everybody. And I want a place for people to come and interact with each other and connect, because I feel like that connection and that accountability partner, that is so crucial to continuing, to persisting with your invention. If you don't have a support system and people counting on you and you counting on them, it's so easy to get off track. So I want to create some sort of a community similar to what I'm doing with the Women Inventors Club. And the Women Inventors Club is actually a Facebook group. And it is wonderful. We do master classes every other Monday on any given subject that happens to be a challenge for my group at that time. And there is, people posting, having questions about things and everybody giving their ideas. And you bring up such a good point of the reason why I wanted to do it was because when I started out, it was a very male dominated world, and I was very intimidated and I was scared to share my idea with anybody. And so when I found that statistic that was, so low, first of all, I wanted to help more women succeed and get their products out there. But I also wanted to give them a safe space where they could ask questions and not feel intimidated. And I really feel that it is that.
I couldn't agree with you more, Marcie. I've had so many people that come to me that have either been burnt by somebody or given funds and not received any of the services. So I always find they always want to know, how can I trust you?
Yeah.
I think even on Shark Tank, I said to Judy when she first called me, I said, well, I don't know. How can you trust me? You obviously called me to start with. Let me give you my mother's phone number. Call my mother blindly, just randomly, and ask her about me. I mean, outside of that, because I built my whole life on credibility and trust. So I think that's great what you're doing, because that is a safe haven for people who can trust Marcie, know that they're going to come to somebody and have somebody to go to bounce ideas off, kind of like you did with Joy. I mean, it's exactly the same thing. So that's great. I appreciate that from you 100%.
Yeah. By the way, Marcie started to jump in, but on YouTube, we have so many people thanking you for creating your group. I've had so many good people tell me about the group and all the help you've been. So on YouTube, they're lighting YouTube up, thanking you.
Oh, well, you are very welcome. And thank you, because I do what I do for all of you. I know I'm hoping some of my women inventors are on. And if you are, you guys are a gift to me just as much as the group is to you. So thank you.
Well, Marcie, it was an absolute pleasure to finally do a show with you. I know we had some other ones we were going to do.
I know. We
finally got on the biggest day of the year for Inventors.
I'm so glad. And I'm so honored that you guys asked me. So thank you so much. And thank you for doing what you guys do. What an incredible gift to the inventor community.
And it was really great to have you talk to Joy directly.
Oh, that was so cool.
That was
wonderful.
By the way, Marcie, just to let you know, that Amazon influencer thing, myself, Chris, and Aaron Krause, we're the ones who picked the influencer.
Aha.
Don't tell anybody.
No wonder.
It's a secret. It's a secret. So
got it. Okay, good to know.
Okay. So Marcie, thanks again. Really appreciate it.
It's been great, Marcie. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll keep watching because it's good stuff. So thanks for doing this.
Some young innovators coming on. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Fantastic. Wonderful.
Very cool. All right. Very good. This has been a lot of fun, Chris, huh?
Yeah. I'm getting all kinds of texts saying, what a great show. I'm so glad you guys did this. It's informative and you got great guests. And we still got a half a day left. This is a marathon.
I'm taking all the credit for it, by the way.
Generation of America.
Yeah.
So go ahead, awesome. Carmine, send it off. Julie's
all right. Our next guest, I'm going to be doing some stuff. I'm going to give her a co-host ability so she can share screen if needs to. She got some young innovators. Julie Shively, who not only is a proponent for the UIA, an ambassador, but she is super involved in youth innovators. I don't even want to say inventors. These kids, these young adults are innovators, and she has been serving this community through different platforms for so long. So I want to bring Julie on real quick, and we'll see what she's up to. Hey, Julie, you there?
Hey, Carmine, I'm here.
Hello there.
Yeah, thanks so much for inviting us today. We're very excited. I think this is our first official event with Youth Innovators on UIA's platform. So we're really excited to be here, and we will be bothering you at every forward event you do from now on. So
oh, it's so much fun, and we, Chris and I, and a lot of the UIA membership and members and board members, we just love everything you're doing because, you know, young innovators are the future of innovation, and it's so great what you've been doing. Why don't you, I know you have young kids, we don't have too much time, but real briefly, give our listeners an overview of what you have going on and what you do.
yeah. So my name is Julie Shively, and I'm the founder of Innovation World, which is a platform resource for innovators, inventors, entrepreneurs, and educators in that K-16 space. And so if there's something you're looking for, a curriculum, a challenge, anything like that, go to the innovationworld.org website, excuse me. Also, something that I've been doing with a co-founder, Jake Mendelson, who's also on this call, is run the Global Innovation Field Trip. Started off right before COVID hit as kind of a way to celebrate all the students that wouldn't have celebrations that year for the innovations that they created at their schools or district or even state levels. And it just grew like wildfire. We just finished our 8th event in January. We've had more than 500 presentations by young innovators from more than 49 countries. So we're really excited about that event. And we'll talk really quick about the next Global Innovation Field Trip, which is known as GIFT, at the end of this program today to let people know how to sign up for that. Most of the students that we've had on today will have been on GIFT already, either have been or will be in the future. It's just a great place to celebrate all of them. And we're excited about that. So I do want to introduce you to Jake Mendelson as well.
Yes, it's very seldom that I'm speechless, but I know the company that I'm in. And I really want to hear more about what these young people have done. But when you listen to what they have done already, what you really have to hear is the things that they're going to be doing in the future. Mm. And I no offense to any of the young students here, but I've had more than a few of them have said, well, when I was young, I started to doing this. And yeah.
There's 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I can honestly say when I was young.
One of my favorite phrases is from Paisley, who says frequently, she'll say, well, a few years ago, she's 8 now. A few years ago, I started this company. And I'm like, oh my God, how does this happen? It's incredible that she can do something so relevant at such a young age, and just can't even imagine what's going to happen when she's 15 or 20 or 25 years old, where she'll be, what she'll be doing. Jake, do you know what I looked up online and I could not find an international Inventor Day? It's just National Inventor Day. So I think by virtue of the guests we've brought today, we have turned this into an international Inventor Day.
We started today. Today we'll start calling it the International Inventors Day.
I think
it started by the UIA.
There you go. There you go.
We have enough stuff to do.
I'm all for adding.
Carmine.
I am okay with adding to your list.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Well, between Julie and Jake, we are so proud of all the things you do and all of the young innovators that you bring on. Every time I talk to some of these young innovators, I am in awe of not only their knowledge or experience, but the way that they present themselves and their idea. It's just awesome. So what you guys are doing, whatever you're doing, and the people that are helping you, it's working.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we need to get started because we have a lot to go over in a short amount of time. And so what I want to do, I've introduced myself already. Jake, did you actually get to introduce yourself?
I'm just here as as a filler trust me, I know my place in this world. So.
Well, that is Jake Mendelson. He is, we do a lot of collaborating together between the two organizations. He actually also operates inventfuture.global, which is a fantastic program that drives innovation all around the world. And I would like to do now is let our young innovators introduce themselves one at a time. And I'd like you to tell us what your name is, where you're from, what grade you're in, and then we'll start a round of questions after that. Robert, would you like to get us started?
Hi, my name is Robert. I'm 10 years old and I'm in year 5.
In year 5, oh, 5th grade, I'm sorry.
So where are the kids from? What region?
Now, Robert, where are you from?
I'm from UK.
UK.
Very
Beautiful.
good. Aaron, do you want to go next?
Just unmute it.
Hello,
go.
my name is Aaron. I'm 7 years old and I'm from UK in year 3.
Very good. Thank you very much. Paisley?
Hello, I am Paisley, and I'm 8 years old, and I am in 3rd grade from Texas in USA.
Thank you, Paisley.
USA, Texas, yes.
And then Dominic and Lena? Is it Lena or Lena?
Lena.
Lena.
Guys.
My name is Lena. I am 8 years old, and I am from grade 3, and I live in South Africa, Johannesburg. My name is Dominic. I am 7 years old, and I'm in grade 2.
Where
Let me
are
tell
you?
something.
Where do you live?
My dad's name is Dominic, and my middle name is Dominic. So you're in good company.
When? Okay.
And Dominic, you and Lena are sister and brother, yes?
Yes.
So you both are in Johannesburg, South Africa.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
very
amazing.
good. Thank you for that. Again, I want to go around the room and I want you just for 1 minute to tell us what problem you chose to solve. We won't talk about the solution yet, but we want to know what problem you decided to solve. And let's go backwards this time. So Dominic and Lena, would you like to start first?
Yeah, Lena goes first. Yeah. Okay, so we went to Pilanesberg National Park, and we found out that the rhinos were being poached. So we realized that we needed to send money to the Rhino Foundation to help to save the rhinos. Thank you. We felt very, very bad for the rhinos. So we thought of a business plan. So we went to the principal's office and got a license. And we sold all of our 3D printed stuff to our friends and customers. Thank you.
You're welcome. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. Paisley, do you want to share what problem? And I know that some of you have solved lots of different problems. So just pick your favorite problem that you solved. Paisley, if you'd like to go next.
I'm not sure what I was doing at grade 2 or grade 5, but I know I wasn't saving rhinos. Well, I'm blown away already.
I think PE was my specialty at that time.
I was in the sports.
I chose to solve refugee education and learning in rural areas.
Excellent, Paisley, thank you. And Robert and Aaron, I'm assuming you may have different problems you solved, so you could share the same one, or you could share different ones, whichever you'd like to do.
We're going to go for different ones. Aaron can go first.
Thank you. Aaron?
The problem that I chose to solve was when we were going on holiday, the plants were drying because no one was there to water them, and that made us very sad and our mom.
That happens at my house, and I am here to water them. So just one of those things. I need it even if I don't go on holiday. Thank you, Aaron. Robert?
So the problem I chose was that when we went camping, our camping table kept falling because it was very windy, or because there was uneven soil, or because our little baby brother kept pushing it down.
Oh, very good. Thank you very much. So I thought we'd go around one more time in this format and tell us what you innovated to solve this problem. Let's go backwards again. And Robert, if you'd like to start. You have a little bit more time this time. You could spend a couple minutes on your solution.
Okay, so I made a camping table for soil and sand, which has sharp, pointy legs so that it can dig into the soil so it can't be knocked over. Also, I had to try to figure out how long I want to make the legs, because that is a big issue, because if it goes too deep, I can't pull it out, but if it doesn't go deep enough, it will fall. So we've not exactly finished, but we're almost there.
Hey, Robert, how did you test it? Did you have to get a bunch of hair dryers or something to try to blow it over?
Well, we basically just got a tiny section of the leg and we put it in the ground and we tried to knock it over using our hands. We put our baby brother to the test trying to push it down. Didn't exactly work.
That's great. I love it.
You got to use the tools you have, right?
Yeah.
The
The
baby
baby-
always gets
My
to do the
baby
work.
brother was the biggest problem in the first place.
I love it.
Maybe a
And
containment
just for the record, I'm the
unit.
baby in my family, so I know what you mean.
Maybe a containment unit for your baby brother would solve all other problems.
Probably, as long as he creates the problems.
You keep solving them.
That's great. That's great. So Aaron, what did you do to solve your problem?
Well, I created an irrigation system that would check for humidity in the soil and water. If the humidity was too low, it would water the plants.
And how did it know how much to water the plants?
Well, we put something in the soil which would check for humidity, and then if it was too low, it would water. If it was fine, it wouldn't.
I see. So it might water it a little bit and it continues to check it. And if it's still low, it's going to water it a little bit more. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
I need one of those at my house. We don't go on vacation sometimes because we're worried about the plants dying. I keep saying, Brandy, we'll buy new ones. Let's go.
I get the fake plants because they all die on me.
Yeah.
Hey, does the product have electronics in it, or where does the water come from?
Well, there's a cup, or sometimes there's more water. You put it sometimes in bigger tanks, and that's where the water comes from.
Awesome. Very good. Great idea.
So is it run off electronics though to measure whether the humidity? Some kind of sensor?
I think you
Well, sometimes the microbit does it.
The microbit. Okay. You're having trouble getting those microbits right now?
No, he's making those on his own.
Probably. He probably is. Very good, Aaron. Thank you. And Paisley, how did you decide to start solving your problem?
So when I went to Greece, I raised enough money to build a school. But then a little while later, it burnt down. So I said, why don't, instead of spending so much money on building a school, we just make a pop-up classroom that can go anywhere. So then we are spending less money. And it's working, but
So I remember that you just implemented this for the first time in Uganda in, I think, the middle of October. of last year.
Yes.
And so in the first story you told me, first time we met, I remember you having these very large cases that reminded me of the old magic cases. Probably not what they were, but it turns out you couldn't really use those to transport your items to Uganda. And
They were too big.
Yeah, it was too big, but somebody caught wind of this and offered to help you. Who was that?
It was Paolo, the architect, and we built one 100% out of sustainable wood. But we still had problems, and then someone in Ohio reached out to us, and now he's helping us make Shinebox 3.0.
Very nice. So these boxes, they're like kind of like a nesting box, right? Where they all nest inside each other. And
Yes.
then they fit in a suitcase now that you can easily transport and pop up to make desks and shelves.
Yes, and that's only one of the parts. We also have a whole Shine program.
Oh, wow. What's a Shine program?
So it has the Shine box. It has a kit that has reusable learning supplies for the lessons that we created based off of the sustainable development goals. We also have little sun solar lights. So you can use them for studying or to help you find ingredients for cooking. And we also have AfriPads for girls, and we have we also brought Raspberry Pis, 10 of them, and it works as well as offline as well as online. Or is it the opposite? And we're also hoping we could build a preschool there. They even made a whole little 3D model, which is super cute.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. So,
Very nice.
Dominic and Lena,
Mm-hmm.
I know, Dominic, you started talking about how you guys were solving this problem, but maybe you can tell us a little more about what you were doing with these 3D printers.
Yes, so we started 3D printing things and sold it to our customers. And the money we made of it covered the costs. We still had money for the Rhino Foundation, and we still had a little bit for ourselves.
What kind of things did you make?
This is my brother's turn. Okay. We thought of an innovation. So we had these. We had these dudes. These are Among Us dudes, and Among Us is a violent game. So this is when you kill people, you become a ghost, and this is the dead body. Okay, and we also had a rhinos. We also had dinosaur skeletons like this. Okay. And we also had these woodpeckers that can actually move.
Wow.
Valentine's Day hearts that shoot arrows through them. And a glow-in-the-dark ghost.
Wow, that's good.
And a reindeer.
Which is the most popular? I have my guess at which one's most popular, but which one do you sell the most of?
We sell most of these because these are too rare. And
I was going to guess the dead body.
Some coffins. We also had some coffins for Halloween.
Very nice. I have an 8-year-old that's very much into Among Us. So he would definitely have bought the dead body. He really enjoys it. So what do you think you're going to do next now that you've started selling these? Do you have a store you sell these online, or do you sell them just at school?
You sell them at school.
Okay, and what do you think's next in your future as you continue to support rhinos?
I think it's Minecraft.
Minecraft?
Yeah, I think with Minecraft products. Yeah.
Yeah, they would certainly be popular.
I forgot about a thing. We also got some pumpkins that can close the lid and open.
And may I ask you which organization you're donating your proceeds to? Hold it close. Hold it closer. The one that has the writing on it.
Change your wild trust. Oh,
Okay. So if we want to, we can go make donations there to help you help the rhinos, right?
And can I show you a nice picture of us when they came to school?
Yeah. Is that those people from the organization that you just told us about or showed us?
Yes. They from the they from the Rhino Foundation.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
hey, do you guys have rhino just walking by your house, or you have to go to a zoo to see them?
Yeah, you gotta do because obviously they do not come around because they have a fence.
Oh, they don't?
And we don't
Only because he has a
even-
fence. Only.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
also there's no rhinos inside. I checked everywhere.
Are you
Yeah,
sure?
also because we live in Johannesburg. And also it is 5 hours until a animal park like Kruger Park. Literally, like
So what time is it right now in Africa?
7 p.
7 p.m.
Oh, wow. Hey, did you guys do the designs of the items you're selling?
Yes.
And you did the actual CAD file, the computer file, and then you printed them?
Mommy helped us print them and we helped selling.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's good.
That is
So
great.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
One of the things
congratulations. You
that,
guys are
when
really
when these young
impressive.
innovators come
All
on,
these guys are extremely impressive.
I feel terrible because I'm like inventing a cup, and these guys are saving the world, and
No
I
kidding.
don't know what to do.
International Inventors Day. Now you heard it first right here.
So Aaron and Robert, I had a question for you. When we spoke, last time we spoke, I think it was with Robert, you guys were bringing up a website to start selling some of the items that you've made. I mean, you guys are prolific inventors, have invented many different things.
Zickman Bros.
I'm sorry?
Zickman Bros was the website.
Zickman Bros?
Yeah.
Is that ZICMANBROS?
Yeah, we haven't put it online yet.
Okay. And when do you think you'll be doing that?
I'm not actually sure, though it might still be some time until we actually manage to put it on.
Okay. Well, I hope when you do that you ship internationally so I can buy some things on your website. I don't have a little brother or a kid that little here that would be disruptive, but we do have wind here. So I can see how a camping table still might come in handy here.
Okay.
Yeah. I just
on
love
my
that
back.
you did the testing, which is so important. Marcie Mckenna and Joy and Donna were on, and they talked about, proving the market, making sure that the product not only is needed, but works. And Robert, I'm just so impressed that, you used whatever you could. Obviously, your little brother, you threw him in there, but you were trying to prove that the product worked, which is very important.
Concept. I
Thank
can't tell you
you.
how many experiments I've been involved being the youngest in the family.
I mean, there was, nobody got hurt doing this testing, which is even better, right?
And don't try this at
Yeah.
home. Did you have a helmet on him at least?
No, I don't think he needed one. It's not as if anything was going to fall on him. He was just leaning against the leg.
Okay.
How old is your youngest brother now?
1.5 years old.
Okay. And how young were you and Aaron when you started innovating?
I think I started innovating around 7. Aaron should know about his age.
Wow. So all you young innovators, do you do this at school, or is this something that you're doing externally of school, or do the schools have some type of innovation classes?
Definitely externally for me.
Okay.
Definitely externally for us too.
Wow, that's amazing.
It really is.
Outside of school.
Oh, Paisley, you have a innovation type class at school?
No, outside of
No.
school.
Oh,
No,
outside
she
of school.
said
Wow.
outside. Well, clearly we need to work on this school curriculum around the world, don't we? We need to
Yeah,
get this in schools. How much fun would that be to do this kind of work in schools?
You know, Julie, I'll tell you, my school, when I was a kid, so I was 13, a freshman in high school. We had a technical high school that I went to that was equivalent to some colleges that I went to later. But we would have 1 month of, you'd have 28 curriculums that you would walk through and decide which one you wanted to be. So I always had, I made a decision to be an engineer when I was 13, and it obviously lasted my entire life. But I picked design engineering, and 1 month we would just do design engineering work. So drafting and design work and all the engineering. And then the following
Oh, he froze.
Yeah.
would be all the academics. So like math class, it was really, really educational. It was pretty cool. It was very different than a normal type of school where you'd have, you know, English at 9 o'clock, math at 10 o'clock, history at 11 o'clock. This was really defined to specific trades.
Yeah, we do need lots more of that for sure.
Jake and I took lunch. That's what we.
I took it twice.
So Paisley, I don't want to miss you. I want to know what your plans are next. You talked a little bit about the possibility of a kindergarten. Are you doing anything else in the US right now? Because I know you've done programs not just overseas. You've done stuff here too, I think, haven't you?
Yes, but we're still working on what we're gonna do next. We're still thinking.
Somewhere I heard not too long ago how many different lemonade stands you built to help you, or how many you ran to help you with the shine boxes. Can you tell us a little bit more about your efforts with raising money for that initiative?
We had a GoFundMe, lemonade stands, a dodgeball tournament, and
Which was most successful?
the lemonade, and we raised $36,000.
Wow.
Wow,
Next time we'll have to have you on here as an investor.
man, that's impressive.
That's a lot of lemonade.
No kidding.
It must
We
be
also had a
good.
GoFundMe too. GoFundMe and dodgeball.
About turning lemons into lemonade. Woo.
Very good. So what's your plan next, Paisley? Are you focusing on the kindergarten, or you have some other ideas?
We're doing the Shine Box 3.0. We may go back out to Uganda, maybe.
And who's helping you in Ohio? Do you mind if I ask?
Steve.
Okay. I know Steve. No. I don't know Steve. It's okay though.
Oh,
I'm glad-
Steve.
I'm in Ohio, so I was just curious if there was a certain
He
organization.
runs a plastic company,
A plastic. Oh, that's right. You're going to go with plastic now.
so that can get wet. Because in places like Uganda, it rains a lot because
Yeah, good
it's
idea.
so hot.
Yeah. So it might be lighter weight too, then,
Yes.
because you're using some type of wood right now, right?
We're still working on the tricks to get it in. We had tricks for the wooden one, but the plastic one we're still working on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if anybody that you would have watched on today's show would tell you that it takes iteration after iteration after iteration of an invention to get it to where you're happy, and then probably a few years later, they do more to it, add more to it, change it up again as trends change. So I think you're moving in a good direction right now, and you just keep trying new things until it hits on the right thing for the area you're trying to put them in. I mean, you may not always be in a really wet area, so you might do something different later.
Yeah. Thank you.
Julie, we got a couple minutes left. We have people listening from all over the
Yep.
world, really. how can people get involved? Is there something they should look for if their kid or child or young adult wants to get involved in innovation or inventing? Is there a thing they should go and look for?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many really fabulous programs out there. One of the things Innovation World does is, we don't have our own invention program, but we're connected with lots of different innovative programs out there. We have an Innovation World Alliance that has different organizations, from robotics organizations to drone programs to cardboard engineering programs to invention programs and a lot more. So for a US organization, just going to the innovationworld.org website, you can find programs and curriculum there, or you can write to me through the website and I can lead you to an organization that would be right for your student. And then on an international basis, I'm a member of the inventfuture.global program, which Jake Mendelson heads up. And that's where we're going to find opportunities outside of the United States for your students. Not that they can't find some stuff on the Innovation World website, but our focus is international in the inventfuture.global group. So we have a lot more access to those types of programs. So you can go to either inventfuture.global or innovationworld.org to find those resources, or to email us and ask us more questions. We're always happy to help. And then there's programs like we mentioned earlier, the Global Innovation Field Trip, which is a 24-hour online multi-country celebration of young innovators across the world. It's a platform giving students an opportunity to present what they've done. Raise your hand. Well, probably people on YouTube can't see it if you raise your hand, but I think that Robert's been on GIFT, the Global Innovation Field Trip. Aaron, have you been on the Global Innovation Field Trip before too?
Paisley.
Yeah. I think he has. Paisley has been.
I have.
Okay. And Dominic and Lena, have you already been on the Global Innovation Field Trip? Well, then you will be. So it's a great event where the kids are the absolute stars of the day. And it runs 24 hours so that it can be watched in any country in the world. And we're really excited. And there have been a lot of UIA representatives that have also helped us as hosts. And we thank you for that. And we thank you for the opportunity to talk today. And we'd like to come back again.
What a coincidence that Laren Lockwood logged on exactly the same time with all these kids, because she has a couple little ones. She's a Shark Tank alumni now from season 13. Good timing, Laren.
Thank you. Hi, guys. I love
brilliant. You should have heard their stories. Absolutely brilliant.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Julie. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, kids.
All right, so we transition into my favorite, Laren, the Lion Latch Shark Tank product.
That's right.
Let's talk about your story, since we know it so well and love it. So talk about how you got started, right? I mean, we have a wonderful day today. It's like nonstop. It's a marathon every 30 minutes. We had Joy on, we had Marcie Mckenna on. I mean, just a lot of heavyweights. You and Aaron on, Mike Watts. So talk about your story. How did you come up with this wonderful idea of the Lion Latch?
Well, I was teaching and coaching at the time. I was a high school art teacher and I was coaching softball, and I was newly engaged. And I knew that my athletes can't wear their jewelry while they're participating in sports because it's against the rules. But I thought I was an exception to that rule because I was the coach. And I caught a softball and it flattened my engagement ring into my finger and it knocked out a diamond and I couldn't find it. And I learned that lesson the hard way. Yes. We're out there looking in the grass, shaking my glove in the office, hoping the diamond would fall out. And someone may come across it one day out there on that field, but
oh, so you never found it on top of it? Oh,
no. It's out there somewhere on the left field line. So I guess finders keepers in that case, but
someone's in the go, it's not a real diamond.
Right? Oh, what is it?
Yeah, who loses the diamond out in the field?
The high school sport.
Laren did.
Exactly. I did. And I learned that lesson the hard way. And it really stunk. Like, my husband worked really hard to get that. Luckily, he still married me. He is my husband now. But he worked really hard to get that ring for me. And when I called him, he said, I'm going to be sick. I was like, I'm going to throw up. And I was like, no, it's fine. It wasn't like the biggest diamond, but it was definitely one that counted. And right. So I mean, I got my ring fixed, but it took forever. And luckily I had insurance, but that's something that I never wanted to feel again. I felt so awful. And it's something that was very sentimental, as is most jewelry. And I made the lion latch for myself because I needed something I could keep on my keys, but I couldn't find a container that I could keep on my keys that didn't come unscrewed. And so I designed the lion latch because I'm an art teacher and we problem solve constantly. And I'm lucky that I can draw a little bit, So I drew up this design and I 3D printed it for myself, but then other teachers and coaches and my student athletes especially wanted one. But I was, how many can I 3D print? And it was expensive at the time to use a 3D printer. And so I took to Kickstarter and I got my idea funded, and it's made here in the US, and I've sold several thousands of units since then. I've been on GMA, it's been on The View, and I made it to Shark Tank this past year. So one little problem solver has gone a long way.
Yeah, crazy. So let's talk about when you finally decide to have it made in the US. So we'll get to GMA and The View and Shark Tank near the end of this, but I want people to know and understand how important it is to pick the right partner.
Oh, absolutely.
Because they'll make you or break you. And you've had some bumps, and that's what everyone has to understand. It's not a smooth path. So we're trying to teach everyone the right path so you can eliminate some of those bumps. So talk about that a little bit.
When I started, I was just a teacher, an art teacher. And I had no idea about manufacturing, especially with plastic and injection molding. And
full disclosure, she didn't know me yet either.
I didn't know the king of manufacturing. I didn't. But luckily I do now. But at the time I didn't. And my manufacturers that I met with, my mold was made in China and then it came over here. So they were able to really work on it themselves and fix it if it needed repairs. I didn't know what a gate was. And that's something that I wish they would have explained to me at the time, because again, I was new, or green, as you would say, to manufacturing. Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of little things that I wish I had learned, but instead,
and your product is cosmetic, right? It has to look good too, not just be, not solve a problem, but it has to look good on the outside.
Absolutely. And now even my daughter's toys, she gets in a Happy Meal or something, I look for the gate, like where is the gate on this? And that's what was hard with the lion latch at first, is they wanted the gate on the outside, and it didn't look great, or it didn't look as good.
And that's for people who are even understanding what a ring gate is. It's where the plastic, after it turns to molten, basically heated up, it flows to give you the shape of the product.
Yes. And then mine is kind of tricky because it's got a few holes in it. It's supposed to, because that's part of the design, and that's something that I've learned along the way. Different types of plastics. I wish I would have had like a little course on that beforehand. But here we are. I've had 3 manufacturers moving towards my 4th one, and it's been a struggle. It's something that's very stressful, and I really do wish that someone had kind of helped me along the way, but I didn't know it was going to become this. And that's why I went to Shark Tank. I was hoping that I could get a shark on board and they could help me really quickly solve this problem so I can hit the ground running rather than kind of treading and searching for help. And luckily I found help, and we're going to get this taken care of. But the product looks great right now. We've made a few adjustments along the way as well. It's much different than the original one. And that's kind of with product design, right? You get the first one, you try it out, you get some reviews, or people communicate with you, give you some feedback on your product, and then you make an adjustment. And
you're right. It's important that people understand that you have to make products. Some people think you just go from concept to production. You have to make sure that it meets what the customer wants. It looks good cosmetically. Any issues, design related, you can make adjustments. Even talk about your patent, right? You had somebody infringing. We talk about like Chris Landano and Inventor Rescue as being part of that to help with attorneys. I mean, there's no limits to what people will do. They like your idea. Oh, let me steal it. What happened to that person, right? Talk about that a little bit. How you went and got your patent and made it better and kind of pushed them off in the corner.
Right. Inventor Rescue really helped me out by finding me a wonderful patent attorney that loved my product, wanted to help me like get it done, not pushing it off to the side, not forgetting about it, like making sure I was going to get my patent. And what happened is my previous patent attorney, twice, I had one disappear, like leave the country. I had another one, she kept blaming COVID. And then on those 2 occasions, my patent was abandoned. And so someone else tried to recreate the lion latch and get a patent. Yes, exactly.
They all watch. I love it. They wait till you do all the work, until you do all of get all the sales and do the heavy lifting, and they come in and try to steal it.
It's right. It's awful. And it stinks that people are out there like that, and also that they can do that so easily. And but Inventor Rescue really helped me out. They got me a patent attorney that cared, and he got my patent reinstated, and then he got it issued within a few months, which is something I've been trying to do for years. So thank you, Inventor Rescue and Chris. It was awesome.
Yeah,
I'm so thankful. And then look, my patent's right here.
Yeah,
look at that.
Awesome.
Right? Woo!
Yeah. I mean, these stories are just, for me, are great. Like I didn't know Laren, I don't know, a year ago, I didn't know Laren. I posted something, again, social media and networking is so big. I don't know if you commented on something I posted or vice versa. We talked, and next thing you know, like, we're helping each other. And that's what it's so important. And the network of people that each one of us are connected to make a big, big difference. Speaking of Inventor Rescue, there is Mr. Fireman himself.
Hey, Laren, thanks. So we're so happy we were able to help you. And yeah, Joe is awesome. He was, I'm so glad he was able to help you out. You were actually one of our first rescues.
Awesome. I feel lucky to get in there.
But think about how important it is, though, right? I mean, and that was quick, right? We all got on a call together, got Joe involved, and I mean, over a weekend, I think it was like quick. And that's what I think, we bring so much talent and so much education to the inventor community that we can react pretty quick. I mean, just the fact that we have this amazing event, like Carmine had an idea, we put it in works, and a week later, everyone's on. People like Laren, and Laren took this now. I want to keep going on this because, she not only ran into bumps. We talked about this earlier in the shows with Marcie. She didn't stop. The bumps did not stop her. Maybe a little bit of discouragement, right? But then you say, I have no choice to make this work. She kept going. She got it on Good Morning America. Right. I'll let you talk about that. She got it on The View, and then we'll save the best for last. She got it on Shark Tank, season 13.
Right. When I was on Shark Tank, Barbara actually told me that I was a dog with a bone over here, and they admired my tenacity.
Yeah.
And endurance on this, I don't know better. I set goals and I just go after them. I'm very fortunate that this was a good goal and that I've found good people along the way that can help me reach it. And the main goal here is for me to be able to have a product that supports my income enough to where I can stay home with my kids and raise my own kids. Right.
It's the right network, the right people. And again, you saw what it was like with the wrong people.
Yes.
And now you're seeing what it's like with the right people. I mean, you can call me on Sunday, right? I mean, yep. And I think and vice versa. That's what good relationships do. And that's how you help each other out. So talk about Good Morning America. How was that? And first, before you get into that, talk about how you weren't sure if you can supply the number of pieces they wanted. So you said, let me get back to you, and then take it from there, because you'll never say that again.
Right. This was in the beginning when I first started doing shows, like I started doing markets, and I got a call. This is Good Morning America. We'd love to have your product on the show. We think it's unique. How many units can you have? And I'm just like, oh my God, how many do you need? And they were like, well, around 20,000. And I was just like, ah. And so I was like, let me call you right back, please. And I called my manufacturer and they were like, yeah, we can get that done for you. If we start now. I was like, okay, great. I called them back and they already filled the spot. And I was like, no. So, and I was like, oh, I should have agreed to it. And people say you should just say yes. But I mean, I don't want to be the person that says yes and then I can't come through with it. Like that would kill me.
But my point with that is how fast it moves. They're filling slots, and they're like, you're just a list. You happen to be on that list, or going to the next person.
And that was the Women's History Month, and they were going to have me on for that segment. So I was going to get to fly out, but I missed that plane, and they put me on The View instead for View Your Deal. And I still did really well. And so the next year at the same time, I reached out and they had me come out and present for the following year for the Women's History Month. And I got to present in person. Yeah. And it actually worked out even better because everyone got to present their product, whereas the year before, some just got to wave with it. And I actually got to demonstrate the Lion Latch. And it's a very demonstrable product because it's unique. It's not a screw top lid. People think it's like a pill container, and it's not. Like the lid just pulls off and then your rings go inside. But once the lid is on, then it's got this carabiner that locks it shut. And so once the carabiner is on, now you can't just pull the lid off. And then you can attach it to your keys or your water bottle. And that's something I needed to demonstrate to people why it's unique, why it's got a patent, and why they need it, and why they need more than one even. So I was very fortunate that Tori Johnson had me on for Deals and Steals on GMA. And it was an incredible experience. I was so lucky.
And it's an immediate 3-4 million people watching. And then they replay it throughout the day. So you get double time for the West Coast. And I'm sure your sales went off the chart.
Oh yeah. I sold out of my initial inventory within the first day, and I went to back order. And then I had the foot nanny. I don't know if y'all know her, but she is friends with Oprah, and she called me personally. We were on the show together that day. Her name's Gloria. And she was like, congratulations. Like, you're already on back order. I was like, what? Like, oh my God. But then I had to hurry home and start packing those orders. So
yeah, right. and this thing comes in all different colors, right? And you can also do private labeling on it. So talk about that a little bit.
I can. I made the Lion Latch just for jewelry. That was my plan because it was for my ring, but it turns out it can hold any tiny valuables, pills, inner ear hearing aids, lost teeth for your littles. You don't want to lose it for the tooth fairy gets there. And I have a lot of companies reaching out to me, and I didn't plan on it, but you can screen print your logo on the top. And now it's a promotional product that actually leaves the house. People want to know what it is. It gets used daily. It's not like a coffee mug that it gets pushed to the back of the cabinet, or a blanket that is eventually given to your dog or something. Like, it's actually used, right? And it people appreciate it. So now I'm doing a lot for jewelry stores. Jewelers Mutual Insurance is one of my partners. They get their logo screen printed on the lids. And again, this is stuff that I never thought I would be doing with the Lion Latch, but when people
it's evolving, right? We're talking about now making it waterproof. We're talking about putting sparkles in the plastic, a glow in the dark.
Yes.
I hope I'm not going to create any problems for you and broaden your market now overnight, but it's true.
Hey, Laren, and Chris, as you guys know, a product that has multiple uses will expand on its own, and that's what you want. It is, and a lot of you inventors out there that create a product, you don't need to think about other markets. A good product will expand on its own. So what Laren did, which is awesome, you laser focused on a certain market, and then obviously took off on its own. And you want it to be a living thing. So it's awesome that that's happening. It shows that it's a good product.
Thank you.
And Lauren's been able to, to kind of retire from teaching. She opened up an art studio, and she had another little baby. So this is like, it's now turned into a full-time business that she can also run while taking care of her family. That's every woman's dream, really. Think about it.
It is. That was the goal. And I'm here. And then I was on Shark Tank last year, and that really helped seal the deal for me. Is like,
so let's talk about that now. Let's talk about Shark Tank.
Ooh.
Right. Let's talk about how, you might have had an easier time than most people, but let's talk about how fast it moved and how much you had to do to make it happen so you can get on the show.
I had to audition 3 times to get on the show. And I have some friends that auditioned 7. I've
had people waiting in lines for 2 days. I don't want to say that I did it on the first try, but I did.
Yeah,
although Aaron did.
Oh, did he say that?
He did too.
Yeah.
But I had to do it in COVID, right? And I had to stay in a room for 10 days. That was like torture. It really
I
was
could have
like
never
torture.
done that. I'm so thankful that I got to go last year. But there was a lot of stress because you have to pass all these COVID tests before you leave, when
Right.
you arrive, and then the morning of. So I was like freaking out about the COVID test, but I got to pitch, and I flew in on Sunday night and I pitched on Monday morning, and you get to see your setup. I actually had 2 people helping me, and I'd never actually met them in person. They're actually members of the crew there. And so we got to practice 2 times, and then it was my turn to pitch. And it's crazy how fast it goes. I can see why it would be, you'd be nervous. Sometimes you watch the show and you see people forget what they're supposed to be saying. People don't realize that this is like months of practicing it. You have to know all your numbers, answers. You have to have the right answer. You have to remember the right answer when you're in there. And it was crazy, but I loved every minute of it. I wasn't nervous because I'm used to being in front of a lot of people.
But all the sharks are asking a number of questions all at the same time.
It is. And they're like, they're yelling at you. And this time I was really far from them because of COVID. So they're like really getting excited and talking over each other. And it's up to you to hear the questions, pick the question you want to answer, and then have the right answer. Because sometimes I would say something and I'd be like, what? And please don't air that. Like, let me fix that. But sometimes the players like to have a good with you, and they will the wrong answer or cut something out. So you don't know after you've done all of this, you don't know how you're going to be portrayed. You pray it's in a good
Or
light.
if you're even gonna, if you're even gonna show, right? You don't even know if you're gonna be on.
And in your case, you didn't know until May.
Yeah, I mean,
and
we filmed in
filmed
September.
in July. I'm sure you did too. Okay, see, and then you had to wait a whole year.
We started in April, and everything was Zoom at the time, and then we truly didn't film until the end of September. We were in the second group, so I didn't find out until beginning of May.
Oh gosh, well, I was fast tracked, as they say, whereas people had several months to prepare. And I had 6 weeks to prepare. And that was everything. My numbers, I had to be on the phone with my accountant constantly, covering all my bases, then learning those numbers.
Preparation is big.
Yep. I had to send them pictures of my layout for my design. Had to ship it to them, communicate that, pick an outfit, have the outfit approved, practice on Zoom, my pitch with them. And it was intense. It's a lot of stuff. And those packets that they send you is like 40 pages at a time.
Yeah.
And luckily it's online now, so you can type it in. And this is for anybody that's applying. I'm just going to put this out there. As you're typing in your responses, copy and paste that on a Word document in case you lose it, or you get disconnected, or you have to refresh it, because it stinks having to start that over.
Yeah,
and I got that's a teacher.
Tank and the Sharks have gotten a lot smarter 13 years into it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I was talking to Tiffany. She had Ava the Elephant. She's on season 1. And she said that they were just checking her patent as she was showing up to.
Now, everyone in the early stages, it tells me the same thing. I mean, Damon even told me how these guys are giving out hundreds of thousands of dollars of cash as part of the deal. People were buying cars and paying off bills. And obviously now I went through something like the FBI would probably put me through. Like, same as you, background checks, all of that, all of the history, that Shark Tank. Then afterwards, the Sharks put you through that same background check as well. So it's very different now.
Hey,
it's harder now.
Hey, Chris and Laren, we're getting some questions on here because I think what's great is you guys are Shark Tank alone. We're going to have some other Shark Tank people on. And so this is the great section. So some of the questions are, when should an inventor start applying for Shark Tank? Like, they hear all these things that, they have a prototype, they have, when's the best time to start doing it?
You need sales. That would be my take. I had little sales because of COVID, and I worked my way through it. Having 2 weeks to get it into Walmart, but even then the sales had gone straight down because of COVID. So I had to work through all that process. But I would say now you need a finished product with sales.
I agree with that completely. My first audition, I had 80,000 in sales, And then my third audition, I had over $500,000 in sales. So
Yeah.
they asked me that when I was in the tank, and I do think that sales really helped it. I mean, there are some people that get on there with just an idea and a prototype. And I mean, that does happen, but I really do think that the sales helped me capture their attention, especially with such a small product.
And I also think that being 13 years now, they're going to season 14, that these guys have a lot of investments they made on past products. So now they're being extremely selective. So they want to make sure that the patents are done and you do have working products and you do have sales. And what are you asking for an investment? Because again, they can be really selective now on what they choose, as opposed to the early days.
Does it seem like they do that even and again, I haven't been on, but you see a lot of deals being made. Does it seem like those deals are the majority of them follow through, or after those questions and they really dig into the ideas and the numbers, do some of those deals?
I want to say the percentage is, I think, greater than 80% don't ever happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a lot of friends though that said that, their product looking like they got a deal on Shark Tank and then it not following through.
Right.
And, behind the scenes, it still worked out for them anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean,
Or the deals change. Everyone thinks as soon as you do a deal, they're cutting you a check for $300,000. No, doesn't work like that. Without going through all of the due diligence, all of the sales, all of the patent information, all of your personal background, criminal checks, and just your history of what you say you are, what the product is, where you're selling, and all. I mean, they go through all of that. And I guess I would too. If I'm going to give somebody $300,000, I want to make sure I'm investing with the right person. So yeah,
on the show, it could look like you're giving equity, and then behind the scenes, they're just going to give you a loan to see how it goes.
Yeah.
If they actually want a piece of the pie or not. So
yeah.
I mean,
and I think it's changed a lot from the early seasons to now, especially knowing that that they're smarter about their due diligence and who they partner with. So I always feel like now that I do have a deal, and I am partnered with Damon, that the trust level is very high. The relationship is extremely well. I mean, he talks about himself being the people's shark 100%. I mean, the guy is amazing.
I was bummed he wasn't on my episode.
Yeah, he's just a good dude. I'm telling you, all the way around. Just a great, great individual. I mean, even when my father just passed away, just nothing more than just to ask me how I was doing. If I needed anything, just a phone call away. That's the kind of person Damon is. So we're very appreciative to have him on our side.
Awesome. So Lauren, what's next for the Line Laugh? What's happening?
Oh man, we're trying to make just a few more adjustments. Got some plans for big boxes. I'm still doing promo orders right now. I'm doing more promo orders for jewelry.
Looking at a new tool?
Yep, getting a new tool done so I can make more faster, more efficiently. That was the thing. Every time I was ordering in bulk, thousands and thousands of units, these manufacturers couldn't keep up. And then I was having to do that second round of quality control. And it really stinks to have to do that because you're paying them to do that for you.
Yeah.
And you're trying to run your business, but here you are having to take breaks and do QC. So I'm getting a new tool. We're getting more cavities so I can make more and bringing out more colors. That glow in the dark, I get an email every day asking me when I'm getting glow in the dark back in. Right. That's awesome. The plan. Also, I'm going to have some white ones so I can make soccer balls and volleyballs and baseballs. And cause I'm already got basketballs and softballs cause I have those colors. So I'm just waiting on white to get here so I can make the other ones. Cause
I would say, Carmine, that Lauren is a really good example of early stages, some bumps, kept moving, but she now realizes finding the right people, the right network, and she has that now, would get her into the market faster and save her thousands of dollars. And so now she's become extremely smart about how to do a business and how to do manufacturing in the US. And, and then she's now growing on a big platform. She's got a great product. It's smart. It's small. It's easy to handle. It's easy to ship. I mean, so she's living the American dream.
I am. I was thinking that this morning. I was smiling while I was making my bed. And and picking up my baby and feeding him during the day. Like this was my end goal, is being able to stay home and raise my kids. And I'm fortunate that I have a good product and that I've seen it through, and my Lion Latch supporters have helped me get to this point, because I really am living the American dream. I'm getting to take care of my kids and help other people at the same time. And I'll be pursuing my art school here pretty soon.
Wow.
And I mean, today's a great Friday. It's been a good day.
That's awesome.
And for me, I didn't know Laren a year ago. Now we're good friends.
Yeah. What I love about it too, Laren, is you are a perfect example to show our inventors out there. We want you to be successful, but the work doesn't end when you get that first order, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
And
yeah.
You got to be
That's when the fun starts.
Yeah.
When they say it's like a roller coaster ride, being an entrepreneur, I mean, that is so factual, because again,
I can tell when she calls me and says, Chris. I'm like, okay, Laren, what's going on?
help. Or like I text him, I'm like, do you have a few minutes? Knowing it's going to be at least 10. I'm like, do you have
I save an hour usually.
Yeah, there we go. Well, it's only because you talk so much. Okay. Don't put that on me.
I never. Me?
No, stop that. Are you kidding?
No, I enjoy talking to you. How's that?
Hey, I know that what I'm in for. I'm okay with that. I'll take it.
Yeah. What's great, Laren, is, having the UIA and having the backing and the people that we know, the people that we are associated with, being able to reach out and getting true information very quickly and being able to connect you with stuff. I mean, that's very, very beneficial when you're in a rush or you have an order. And like you said, sometimes you're hesitant to take on that or say yes, but now you can, because you have the people connected already.
Absolutely. And it feels so much better than being uncertain all the time. The uncertainty.
All right, Laren, what's one last thing you want to leave the audience with today?
Oh, if you have an idea, get it off of the drawing board, because that's the one thing that spoke to me. And I was at my husband's college graduation 6 years after he was supposed to graduate. And and I heard the first female chief of the U.S. Air Force. She was the speaker that day. And she said, the best ideas never leave the drawing board. And I mean, that was what it took to speak to me. And so I hit the ground running. I haven't stopped.
So amazing. Well, we
There it
congratulate
is.
you.
Thank you. Thank y'all for your help too.
Laren, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you, man.
I appreciate y'all.
Really enjoy watching you grow in the entire market and watch your product get taken off and being on Shark Tank and now becoming something that everyone else can aspire to be.
Awesome. Thank y'all so much. I'm going to
So
go
awesome.
feed my kiddos lunch now. Okay.
All right.
All right. Bye, y'all.
All right. Have a good day. We're going to transition into the toy god. I keep, wondering, should I send you my crown or a couple crowns? What do you think, Carmine?
Just a Burger King crown is fine.
No, this is the Burger King. This is a different one. This is a Burger King.
Burger King guys. Matt, you didn't do that Burger King design. That guy's scary, man.
No, that's from the 70s, man. That's pretty.
That's way back.
But I do have my Lion Latch.
Look
here
at
right
that.
now, which is,
Whoa.
Yeah.
there you go.
You got your ring in there.
Yeah. Oh no, I lost the Lion Latch.
You're supposed to latch it onto something with your keys. I always tell my
misread the
kids,
instructions. I'm
like,
sorry.
you're looking for your keys, stop. When you go to a restaurant, put if your credit card or whatever you need, your money, put it next to your keys. You're going to need those to leave. They should be together.
Yep.
They're learning.
Wow.
All right, cool. So let's talk about the toy industry. I mean, what is our group of people? I mean, what a great day we've had so far, huh? The guests have been amazing. It just keep getting better and better. And now we got Matt, who's better than Matt in the toy industry?
No, I think I'm the indication that now it's going down.
No.
We have reached the peak.
Right.
Maybe that's why
Downhill
Chris jumped
from
back
here.
on. He's trying to rescue. He's gonna.
Well,
No. I jumped on because every time I just had lunch with Matt, maybe about 2 weeks ago, and he's such a cool dude, and it's such an honor to have him. We're very lucky, and that's
Thanks,
what I want.
Chris.
That's what I wanted to say. I'm jumping
We are.
back off.
We are
Very appreciated.
100%. Every time I speak with Matt on Zoom or something, I'm not really listening to him because I'm trying to see what the hell's behind him. All of the cool stuff behind him from years and years going by. I mean, I can't get a look at it because it's not clear enough.
Yeah. Oh If you can't handle overstimulation, you should not come visit Design Edge. It's like it's just everything everywhere. Well, I call it a false paradise because if you're like a kid and you come here, you're like, awesome. And I'm like, touch nothing. Right? Because it's either vintage toys that are worth a fortune or it's prototypes that will literally kill them if they play with them. So I can't let them like touch anything.
That is funny. That is funny.
Well, I hope you got a chance to watch Chris Trapper. I know you're a big guitar guy.
Yeah.
What a good story. He's a good dude. Love Chris.
Yeah. You know, it's always inspiring. You know, that's why we call our event Inspire, right? Because that's where we get the right people together.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the toy industry. What do you see going on there, and what do you see the next wave of stuff? Because they canceled the show this year, right? I mean, it's like Concerts now being canceled again, which is just a bummer.
It's canceled, but it's not. So the in-person show is canceled, but the Toy Association is still setting up a lot of virtual appointments and meetings, and we do our own inventor thing too, the Creative Factor, which is also being set up, and we're going to now, when they were previously going to meet with the inventors at the toy show, they'll now be doing something similar to what we're doing here through the Toy Association, which the UIA is connected with. We work with the Toy Association.
So what's happening in the toy industry? I mean, are you guys getting involved in any of these NFTs? My kid is like, my older boy is so into this stuff. Is that the next wave of things?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that was just the moment those three letters got smacked together, people were calling me to see what could be done. Yeah, of course, anything, toys are trends, they are fashion. So anytime anything's, blipping up on the radar, trust me, there's a toy company trying to figure out how to monetize that for their own benefit. So yeah, so are we working on stuff on that level? Yes, we are. Can I tell you what that is? Absolutely not.
Oh, what do you mean you can't? I mean, that's like offering me candy and saying, I'm just kidding.
Well,
you can't have it.
We're a product development company. If I can't start, blabbering around what people are working on, it would be very bad for business.
That's why he didn't really show us the real room yesterday.
Right.
The toy room. Oh yeah, he called it the bathroom. It's not the bathroom, it's the development lab. Now I understand.
Actually, when you don't realize this is the bathroom. You don't want to see where I'm sitting. Maybe I do need that crown. Yes.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Matt. And as we get into this stuff, go back to basically, I mean, you're basically living the dream here. You got basically born into the toy industry, right?
Yeah. I grew up in the toy industry. My father was in the industry before I was born, and worked with several toy companies, some relatively large ones. And then when I was about, I showed up on a lot of toy packaging. That was like a big thing when I was a kid. To this day, my friends will, run across like a Dukes of Hazzard toy package with my face on it and get it to me and harass me about it. But yeah, when I was 14, the company my father was working for was sold to another company in Chicago. My dad's like, I do not want to move to Chicago, and started Design Edge with my mother, who was an illustrator and an art teacher, out of the garage. And I was drafted from day one, and been back in old school, like pre-computer. So we were in a design company. I was laying down register tape and cutting Ruby Lift. And as we got bigger, we had a stat camera. It was my job to clean it. I don't know if you remember those things, but those things were some scary old school technology.
Yeah.
And then I think Design Edge grew in leaps and bounds because my mother was a really early adapter of computer-aided design. And we became the studio that was doing that. And then we were the hot studio, and we just started gaining more and more momentum. And fast forward almost 35 years later, we're still going strong, if not bigger than ever. So
it's amazing. So a lot of times, like my daughter, she doesn't want to know anything about what I do. It's one of those things where you're like, now when you were doing these, working, and were you actually interested in the business? Where you were like, wow, this is so awesome? Or were you just doing it because that's what you were doing?
I mean, I always enjoyed it. So when my father worked for HG Toys, it was about circa 1983 or 84, I would go with him during Toy Fair season to HG Toys on like a Saturday, because they'd have so much work to do to get ready for the Toy Fair. Back when Toy Fair was 2-3 weeks long, and it was the show. There was no other shows. So I guess my mother wanted me out of her hair. So my father would bring me to work, and I would hang out in the model department all day. And I like the previous day, whatever, watched like that Kung Fu theater that used to be on, I know you're from the New York area. I was all those dub shows and saw a whole bunch of ninjas. So I sculpted a bunch of ninjas and made some ninja weapons. And I was like, you guys should make this. There were no ninja toys on the market at all, right? And it actually became a category. And all the older toy guys now, or most of these guys retired, still call me the ninja kid for identifying the category. And CBS, as in the CBS Broadcasting Company, actually bought all the rights for it.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
I made
amazing.
nothing on it because my father was an employee, and that was that. But that was my first entree into the toy business. And then, as a teenager, working in the studio, I got to work on some legendary products that at the time I didn't know were good. Like, the Power Glove, I worked on that, and Tickle Me Elmo, I worked on that, and Pogs.
Remember the Power Glove? That's going back, man. I remember that thing.
Yeah, and Pogs, and all these different trends over the years, and yeah, and at the time I was like, Tickle Me Elmo did. I remember that when that came around. By the time at the stores, it was like 95, 96. I was early on in college, and I remember like we worked on that 2 years ago, and now it's like everywhere. It's like all over the news.
That's amazing.
We had one.
Because it's the toy industry, people think that it's a fun industry, which it probably is, but it seems to me like it's a tough industry to be in.
Oh, it's very difficult. I mean, you really have to have your shit together, right? It's there's no room to mess around. My clients are billion-dollar corporations, multi-billion-dollar corporations. There's timelines, there's regulations, there's understanding manufacturing. It's a fashion-based business. There's a lot going on. It's heavy. It's cute on the outside. It's really, but it's a business. Not like all other industries, right? There's no different at the end of the day between that hit toy and a BMW, right? Like the stuff that Chris did with BMW. At the end of the day, they're both products that have to perform extremely well and be well engineered and well designed and hit and resonate with the consumer. So, yeah, just because you think it's cute doesn't mean it's right. There's a lot that goes on. There's so much.
So, man, when you get involved with this stuff, how early? Let's say Mattel or somebody calls you up. And they have
We
this
generally
new
are,
product.
depends on, if we're talking, because we do a lot of things here. So, but generally speaking, we're first step. I get all the time, my big joke is because it's actually happened is I get handed or wet napkins.
Yeah.
Or I get a quick phone call. Hey, we were thinking about this. Can you do a whole bunch of renders? Just the rendering part of our business, the amount of concept renderings that we do that never get made. Not because we did anything wrong, but just because it gets weeded out, and then we get to something that actually hits and everyone gets excited about. Then they have to build a budget, and we have to develop something, and it can take a year to get something from that concept to the point where it's presentable to retail. And a lot of heavy development can go into these things.
Does Disney have their own platform, or do they use like Mattel or something? Or do they come directly to you?
I mean, we have worked with, we communicate with Disney on certain things, and we liaison and help with the licensing approvals. But Disney license out their concepts, well, not their concepts, their brands to major toy companies.
Yeah.
So we will do the development for a company that has the license for said Disney product, and then it has to be presented to Disney for their approvals, and they give their notes, and then so it becomes a three-way team. And in some instances, we're part of that team. In some instances, there's a product manager who liaisons between all of that.
Yeah, see, so to your point, to what you just said, that sounds pretty cool. Because like even in BMW, right, I had the plant responsibilities, but I was connected to the design group. So anytime they were coming up with new stuff, they wanted to fly me to Germany to the Centrum to look at it. And then you would see all these new cars developed. You couldn't talk about it. I mean, back then it was 10 years. Now it's like a 3-year span. But you'd see these cars, you go, that thing's not going to sell. 10 years later, it's selling. I mean, but that's the futuristic, the whole new design platform being futuristic in some degrees, looking at it going, wow, it looks really, really different. But that's what they wanted. They wanted a whole different look, rounding them up and
BMW is a fantastic company, and I'm a fan. And I actually hope someday I can afford to buy an original 2002. I think that'd be really cool to have one of those.
Yeah, no, I'm
those of you
who
who don't know, a 2002 isn't the year the car came out. It's a model.
Yeah, right. No, but it was like for you to see that same thing. You're doing the development work, and then a year later, 2 years later, hitting the market.
We forget stuff all the time. I constantly, hey, what's the hit toy this year? And I'm like, I don't know. That's like, I'm not ask the marketing guys. They know.
Yeah.
Because that's them right now.
So how about individual inventors? How do you work with them?
Well,
Very carefully.
yes, very carefully. As you guys know, being on the UIA, we get approached on a very heavy, regular basis. But at the end of the day, there's two major factors that help me determine if I'm going to work with an individual, or maybe even three. But the two first is the concept itself has to be strong enough for them to cut through the minutia and be able to get to market, right? Because they're going to be a 1 to 3 item company, and they're competing with companies on a grand scale. And two, and probably more importantly, like I have to gel with them because, while I joke a lot and stuff, I can also be very tough and I get things done. I don't have time.
Honest. You're honest. You're straightforward and honest.
Or you're busy.
Yeah, and I'm busy, and there's only so much time I can put in. And I have a staff and a team, but everyone wants to talk to me, which is fine. And but I want to guide, and I want to make sure that it's done right. Also, the third thing, which is also very important, is does that individual truly want to own a company, a toy company, and be in the toy business, right? Some of the people come to me and they're like, I have this cute idea and I want to develop it, but they kind of just feel like they'll do this on their spare time and they'll make a few, and if it sells, it sells. Isn't this going to be fun? Now I have something to talk about while drinking wine with my friends on a Saturday. It's just not that I tell everyone, you can't open up a restaurant that's only open when you feel like it. Once you build this company, you are chained to it. So be prepared for that. You have to have that entrepreneurial spirit.
It's a good
of course,
point.
we also work with inventors and do some licensing brokering too. That's a little bit different because that's purely the concept has to be strong, or I have to see something in that concept that can be taken to the next level. And I also look for people that are prolific and don't have just one good idea. I want people who are, really just chiming things out that can be guided a little bit, that I can go, hey, you've been coming up with some good ideas. Like, can you come up, here's a list of things, see if you can think of things in these areas, and here's some reference to some other stuff. And that seems to have worked. I've had a few inventors that, on their spare time, I give them sort of almost assignments, and they come up with some ideas, and we've managed to license them.
Yeah, wow, that is pretty cool. I always thought of, I've been a design engineer my whole life until I really got into manufacturing. So I was like the early stages. I'm going to date myself now, unfortunately. But the digital 1170 VAX, right? The big mainframes, the big GE Calma systems. I was doing 3D modeling back then. Well, that's the 80s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at it now. Look at the difference now compared to what I grew up with. It's insane, the technology. How much, I'm sure, the pro engineers and all those other programs, which I learned at some point, including the finite element analysis programs, but man, the technology is 3D printing.
In the 90s, I can remember having to have 2 computers because I would hit save on one and I would need 30 minutes
calculate
that to save before I could get back on it, because it was only initially when we'd read the paper. If you had to save 2 big things at once, you just read the paper and be like, I don't know what to do right now. It's like, I gotta wait, it's crazy, and storing everything on like zip and jazz drives and all that crazy stuff. Remember all that?
God, I
Remember the jazz and zip drives. I remember the zip drives. Yeah.
Really dating myself. Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, no doubt about it. 286, and I used to hit the turbo button.
Right.
It didn't do anything, but I just hit it.
It wasn't even connected. It was just like somebody in design was
especially,
like,
some of the
hit
finite
the elevator
element,
button over and over again. You think it's
some of the FEAs, the finite element analysis that I would do would take 2 days, because you'd be doing like on a strut seal in a car, like what the load bearing was on that area, and it would be in a quad node element, so it was really tight. So a lot of math calculations. I'm thinking this thing would take a day and a half to run. That was back then. That was my computer. I was done. I couldn't use anything for a day and a half. And then then after you're done running, you analyze it and go, let me make a couple of changes to the design and see if I lessen some of that stress, and I can get the red area back out into green, and you have to run it again. You spend a week just doing analysis. So I can't even imagine like the speed of now, even us doing business with like now, like Zooms and not having to be in person. You know, we were talking about that a little bit with Chris Trapper, being able to perform live now on a big audience from your computer, as opposed to being in a big arena. Definitely very different, but it still gives you so many avenues to meet and to conduct business. The whole industry is so different now. I mean, kids don't understand what they have, honestly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have these insane tools that can do some insane things. And it's our jobs as inventors and designers to figure out how to utilize these things and take advantage of them and progress to the next level, right? That's what the United Inventors Association is all about, right? Making sure that we can help people take their seed of an idea and help birth it, bring it out there, and let people know what's going on. And luckily, we live in an era now where inventors have access to all these things. What I would have done 20 years ago for a 3D printer.
Oh, man.
You know, or now that you can do, you know, short run production wasn't even an option. Or let's go past that. All these entrepreneurs that we're talking about, the Lion Latches of the world, right? Amazon. You used to need vendor numbers. You couldn't start a company randomly. Right. There's no way, because even if you had a great idea, you'd have to approach the Walmarts and Targets of the world, or back then Kmart or Sears, whoever you're dealing with, and show them your one item, and they'd say it's great, but we don't set up one item companies. So come back to us when you've got another item. Now what do you do, right? You couldn't just birth a company with one item. You needed investors, and you needed to have a line from day one. You don't have to do that anymore. You can put your stuff on all these omni-channel online stuff and grow it to your own comfortable scale.
You know, it was like listening to Joy today, right? Like, again, I just keep bringing that up because she's real. It's a real person. It wasn't an actor.
She's from my neck of the woods. We're all real over here. Hey. He froze. I scared him.
Yeah. You know, he's scaring him all the time. You know, that's what I think too. You're in a good area, an area that are hustlers, they're business people, things like that. So I think that inventors should really seek out that type of environment so they can move their products quickly through things, especially if they're taking on partners or helpers and things like that. You know, you really, you know, not trying to be mean about the rest of the country or the world, but there are some segments of areas in geography that are just very, very good at business and moving things along.
Yeah, well, there's traditionally there are hubs for certain types of industries, right? And if you happen to live in that hub, you're gonna have some advantages, right? Even if now that's sort of gone on a global scale, it's still better, like if you're in the carpet business, to live in the carpet belt, right? Where it's all around you, right?
Yep.
But you know, that is changing, and the world is expanding, and even ourselves with the UIA, we've been connecting on a larger global scale significantly even within the last 6 months, let alone the last couple of years. You know, we're learning a lot, and we're expanding at a rapid rate, and it's a very exciting time to be part of the UIA.
Yeah, I agree very, very much, you know, and we have many, as you mentioned, many inventors that are approaching us with products throughout all different segments and markets. And does it seem to me, and you know, that's one thing that you mentioned, you know, do you really, and I'm, you know, going to get some inventors that are mad at me, do you really see when somebody approaches you a new idea?
Do I see a new idea? Depends on how you look at that, right? Because I'm of the ilk that there's only so many foods in the world, right? You can't invent a new food, but you can have a new recipe.
There you go.
Right. So it's really just a matter of how much more paprika you splashed on that chicken, right? that makes the difference and makes people keep coming back. So yeah. So again, like music, there's only 12 notes, right? There's only 12 notes a man can play, but there's infinite amounts of songs.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
Really, I just, you know, but I've actually met people that are like, you're an inventor. I've had people say to me, I thought everything was invented. I just stare through them and just like, it's nice to meet you. Like,
yeah, exactly. I'll let you know that. Exactly. Now I know you're big into the music scene too. Do you have any ideas or any kind of inventions that people present to you in the music side, or guitars or drums or things like that?
Yeah, I've been, you know, and we've broached and spoken to, you know, big music chains. And actually I was in the first national commercial for Sam Ash Music when they did a commercial. And at the time, my band was pretty popular in the area, and they approached us and asked us to be the stars of the video while they filmed us playing for their commercial. Yeah, it was their first national commercial. Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so yeah, I had some connections there for a while, and we pitched them some stuff. The music is more is a tough one, right? Because it's a lot of these style instruments have been around for millennia, right? And it's then but you're also competing with big people like brand names. It's like clothing, right? They're just like, you can give them the same two shirts, and one could be slightly better, but this one has the right brand name on it. It's just, so it's hard to innovate there, but things can be done. I haven't been part of a massive innovation in the music yet, but I would love to. It's just, what is the next big thing?
Yeah, no doubt. But it's funny, back then it just seemed like it was easier for mass media. There was only a few channels, obviously, but you were in the toy industry, so they said, hey, we need a kid for this packaging. Hey, Matt.
Yeah, I've actually, it's all about timing. When I was in college at FIT, I was literally walking down the street, and they're like, here, we need you. It's like, you want to be in an ad campaign? I'm like, for what? For Calvin Klein CKB. So there's big pictures of me, like all young and fit and like shirtless in like a really sleazy wood panel room, like advertising like Calvin Klein CKB. Yeah. And I don't even know where they are anymore, because I had copies, and then after a few moves, couldn't find them anymore. And I'm really hoping they don't show back up, because that will. Maybe I shouldn't have talked about it right now, because somebody's some internet slot's gonna find it. I was like, oh, great.
You're gonna be getting an award on stage, and they're gonna say,
yeah. Well, I remember I had thought it had disappeared for a long time, and then maybe 5 or 6 years after that, like way after I was out of college, I was like walking through Nordstrom's at Christmas once, and there was a giant big cardboard cutout of me, and like, oh,
that's scary.
That's
scary.
Yeah. So I've given up on the modeling. Modeling's not for me. Yeah.
Well, you do a lot of stuff. I see you post a lot of stuff too, mountain biking and doing different things. Do you, as Joy was mentioning earlier, is your family involved in the toy biz?
Is my kids and whatnot? Yeah. Well, yes. Well, yes and no.
Well, they play with toys.
Yeah, they play with toys, and my boys have been and we've used them for TV commercials and packaging as well. They also
child labor. I like that.
It's free, I'm like, you guys want to work for the family business? I'm like, fine, we're gonna fire the janitor, and you're going to be in charge of the men's room, and you're going to be in charge of the ladies' room.
Yeah,
there you go.
We have bathroom attendants at the Design Edge. You walk in, we get some breath mints, your choice of cologne. Very fancy.
Well,
I was saying before I got disconnected was, when you talk about like Joy, you look at the evolution of where she started, right? Like she's like anybody else, an inventor, did tools, bought all this inventory, had all this stuff tied up. And now, like, your heart's coming out of your chest. Like she said, if it didn't sell, she wouldn't be here right now. Right? So who can sell your product better than you?
Yeah.
That's all I always say, right? If you don't know your product, you're the one involved in it. You're going to be the one that sell it. You have the most passion behind it. So yeah, I can see how that relates across the board on anything that you do. Really. I mean, I used to be in, a Ford Motor Company, and with BMW present to the board. I mean, they always wanted me presenting these new programs to the board. But I felt like if it was coming to my plant, I should know it, and I could sell it better than anybody. So why wouldn't I? It's a $20 million, $100 million job.
But Chris, I have to point out, in case you didn't realize, you have the ability to speak, right? You can definitely talk. We all know that, right? But not everyone can. I get a lot of inventors. The reason people come to me for licensing is because either they're shy, or they don't know, or some of them are just abrasive. They're hard for me to talk to.
True.
Like everything is a confrontation, but they have a great idea, but they can't figure out why they can't sell it. But basically it's because they'll show it to a company like, what do you think of this? And they're like, well, it's kind of cool, but maybe it should be a little bit bigger. Like,
yeah, defensive, right?
Yeah. So you do.
Yeah, that's a valid point.
You need a certain type of personality. And if you don't have it, you have to find someone who can.
Yeah, you have to find a partner or somebody that can do, like I always say, like even when I ran big companies, right? I know what I'm good at. I know what I'm not good at. And to really build the right team, what you're not good at, you need to fill it with somebody who's good at it and understands what your role is and what their role is, and really build I mean, it's kind of what we got with the UIA, right? With so much talent. And I'll never claim to be a toy expert or even know anything about toys. Why would I? I come to you.
Well, the analogy I use, which is similar to yours, is like anytime you're building a business, whatever that business is, you're essentially building a band, right? You can't have a band of 5 drummers, one harmonica player. You need your rhythm section, and you need your lead section, and you need your front man. And if you have to build your company the same way, you can't have 10, 15, 50 people of the same personality trying to do the same thing, competing for the same attention. It's never going to work. You have to build your team properly. Your team is very important. And whether that team is working directly for you or they are associates that you work with, you have to pick the right players to be on your team.
Yeah, I'm telling you, some of the best teams I've developed and worked with. I mean, even at BMW, we would talk about like we were there so much. I was going to work at 5 in.the morning. I was leaving at 10, 11 o'clock at night, getting 2 calls at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. It was back then it was a startup. It was a greenscape plant. And we did so much together that we just, you know who you work well with and who you don't. And when we finally got the right team in place, we broke every BMW record, the dollars to the bottom line. We were blowing away every plant. We eventually became the #1 plant in the world. And it was because we had such a great team. And I just found that, man, it was so much fun. It didn't feel like work anymore. Even though we were working crazy hours, it was so much fun because everyone worked with each other.
Like we do crazy hours here at Design Edge. Like we stroll in like 10:30 and then we leave around like 2:30 in the afternoon. And we have like, if it wasn't for that 2.5 hour lunch in the middle, I don't know how we would get anything done.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it.
And I think, and I always say this, like, if you would call me at 2 in.the morning, I'm sleeping. So if you're calling me, you better have a solution to the problem, because if you expect to wake me up and have me come to the plant to solve your problem, I'm sure you, I got some magic. I'm going to make you disappear. Right. So, but what happens is took a plant that was in bad shape, an early startup, and over time built this amazing team and this amazing group that everyone knew what everybody was doing. And you didn't have any problem calling anybody. You knew you had to solve problems, and the payback to everybody, even bonuses. I mean, managers were getting BMW cars. It was unbelievable. I mean, and I still cherish that moment, way back. And I use that same philosophy in everything I do, whether I coach the kids in sports, whether I'm my own business, whether I'm working in other companies to help them. I think you got to have that reliability, credibility, accountability, trust. If you don't, it won't work. It usually falls apart in the end. So I can imagine the toy industry being pretty aggressive. I can see that.
Yes.
So we are starting to get a few questions in for Matt. I know we're low on time, and we got
Steve hasn't logged on. As soon as Steve logs on, we'll.
Yeah.
Sure.
He's logging on now.
Real quick, we'll answer 1 or 2.
Yeah. So the one question was, what would you say to young toy inventors for best advice to inventing into the toy world?
Keep inventing. It's not about the one great idea. It's like anything else. You have to practice. You have to hone your craft. So the more you invent, the better you're going to get.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Any tips on? And I know you guys just personally, like putting together the right team, the different personalities.
Well, you don't necessarily have to judge it on whether or not you like that person. It's just whether or not you can get along with that person. And I think you'll gain a mutual respect for each other over what you do. So you're not putting together your besties friends. You're putting together a work team, and it's different personalities for different things or different traits. So really look for the strength in that person, not the weakness in that person.
Yeah, I think Matt said about drummers, right? Not everybody can be a shortstop or bat fourth or be a running back or a quarterback, but you need receivers, you need DNs, you need safeties, right? So it's all part of building the right team with the right people in the right spots. Critical.
Yeah.
On that note, we're going to slide Matt out and slide my man, Steve Greenberg, in.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, Matt, great. Thanks, Matty.
Hi.
What the heck is it? That's all. That's That's all I know. I absolutely love this game. So Steve, what have you been up to? I know I see a lot of stuff. You've been to a lot of shows. Let's talk about
Yeah,
that a
I've
little bit.
Well, some in-person things again, which is great. New York Now was in person, and I was there last week. And Toy Fair, unfortunately, is not happening this year, so I'm kind of bummed about that. So I've got like a dozen or more Zoom meetings to fill in for that. And I've been doing the game show. We did 4 more segments this past week, which will get released in the next 4 weeks. So I've been busy doing that as well. I might be doing a live version of the game show for an upcoming trade show here in Miami. So I'm kind of excited about that. I just noticed I have this thing on here. I'm going to fix my setting.
Yeah, I want to know when your game show, what the heck is it? When that's going national? That's a pretty cool game show. I'm telling you.
I want that. Well, you guys, you have all the connections.
I know we're working on it. I've shown that to everybody. And then Steve had the Jerse on NBC. That was pretty cool.
Yeah,
you showed that like absolutely perfect.
Oh, thanks so much. Did it show up in sales? I'm always curious.
Not a lot, but we got some sales out of it. I mean, a small segment, but we promoted it. But again, it just was pretty cool. The whole segment, that whole show part of it, when you start showing all these products, really cool. I recommend anybody that you need products for should send them to you, definitely.
And that was all shot on my iPhone, which is pretty amazing.
Imagine that.
I mean, that's what we live in now. That would have been 2 years ago. That was unheard of.
It's funny. We were just talking about technology, but I'm telling you, and it came out great.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always blown away that here you're shooting on an iPhone and it's going on national television and it looks just like it, it doesn't look cheesy. It looks like it belongs. So we live in a pretty amazing world right now.
What I can't believe is how quickly you get through each product.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, you know what I think it is? I don't think it's the technology. I think it's Steve, honestly.
Oh.
It's the way he presents it, the way he shows it. It's his charisma. That's what it really is.
Well, he's done a couple of these. I think he's
We're
done
overstating the
2.
technology stuff.
Well, I've been doing the Today Show for like 10 years now. Wow. So I'm sorry, but it's a whole new world for me because it used to be always go to the studio, lay the stuff out. But before all that, I was a TV news reporter. So shooting a story in the field was sort of like my old wheelhouse. So now I'm kind of had to go back to bring those skills back up in the new world. But I think we're going to go back to the studio. I think my next Today Show segment will be back in the studio, I think.
Wow.
I hope so, because they're canceling concerts again. I had backstage passes for Rob Thomas. And we had Chris Trapper on earlier today, and they're canceling Matchbox. They're moving it to the following year. So he said he's starting to get his live events got pushed out too. So I don't know what's happening. It's too bad.
Weird, I see things loosening up. Like I'm surprised Toy Fair didn't go live, but I think part of it is that in the case of Toy Fair, if you haven't sold enough booths, it doesn't pay to do it. So I think it's somewhat about the vaccine, but it's more about the economics.
Yeah. Well, it's funny today, Steve, we asked Chris Landano. He seems to think he's really good at guessing what products are. So we said, hey, we're going to do a little segment on what the heck is it? We'll see how good he really is. I mean, Carmine got destroyed last time. So I might go easy on him.
It wasn't even close. It was like I couldn't see.
Well, that's the next way we do it. We don't even show the product. We just have to start guessing without even looking at a product. I think that's the future. That's the sensory deprivation version.
So Steve's got all this whirlwind experience, right? He used to be on the UIA board. He's done a lot of newscasting, a lot of television. What do you recommend if people are going to show you products? I mean, I know I always send you stuff. I know how to do it now, but what do you need for them to get them on TV?
To get them on TV. So if it's for the Today Show, don't send me something until I put up follow me on all social media. And when I put up, I'm looking for back to school products, if your product fits into that, that's the time to hit me up. Because for me to get them now and then remember them is not going to happen. So as I get a segment, I post it and then, then start, and don't send me the product, just reach out to me. And if it's something, and basically from there, I put together a big document, give it to the producers, they pick what they want, and then I want the product sent to me, not before that. If it's for the game show, it's sort of the same thing in that, if you've got a mystery gadget, meaning you look at the product and you can't guess what it is, then let me know about it. Send me a picture, send me a little blurb about it. And if it's a good fit, if it's got a little funniness to it, if there's something that looks like it's a good fit for the show, I'll certainly keep it in mind. And of course, Don't submit a product to me unless you're already subscribing, watching the show, and liking the show. If you haven't watched 1 or 2 episodes and you haven't subscribed, don't contact me. So that's my new mantra to all those.
Great idea.
Well, there you go, Chris. Don't send them your belt until you actually watch a show.
We already spoke about it. We already spoke about it because I owe Steve an invite to the Manhattan Inventors Club with the whole COVID. It's been crazy, but I showed him my belt, and he just said, "I don't think it's a fit." I appreciate
that belt. I'd be able to guess. I could guess the belt.
Because sometimes you look at them and you know what they are. So it's like
you wear it,
a mystery quality to it that it's not really good for the game show.
I need the belt.
Right. Something that's a wearable, and you can tell that you wear it with buckles. I mean, that's a little bit more of a giveaway.
Right, right, exactly. I mean, and it looks like what it is, which is great, and it's a terrific product, but it's not going to create a lot of discussion and confusion, which is what I'm going for.
Right.
Hey, Steve, real quick question. The group that you put together for your show, they're awesome.
Oh, it's a bunch of friends for the most part. I try to, I have a bunch of friends who work in the comedy world. So whether they're writers, comedy writers, or they're actually stand-up comics, I try to bring them in because I'm trying to, keep the show as light.
Yeah, and I've been waiting for my invite. I haven't gotten it yet.
You know what? I think we should do a whole round of just UIA, a UIA version of it. I'm all in. I'm all in. So we can make that happen.
I'll be the host. I don't want to look bad.
Oh yeah, well, that's what. No. I keep the host gig so that I look bad. I can't guess this stuff, so I better. Being the host is, the way to go. I look smart, and it's easy to fool everyone that I know what's going on.
Yeah, take all the credit.
So Steve, let's talk about Hoda for a minute and that show. I mean, I know you've known her for a long time. Let the audience know, because she seems like a hot ticket. She seems like just a good-hearted person. So does Jenna. They all seem like cool people.
Actually, I have to say, everybody there, and it's not only them, because you know them from other things, but the floor manager, the camera guys, the makeup people. I mean, it's such a nice group of people that's what I miss the most. I mean, I don't miss being in the studio. It's just a piece of real estate, but I miss, having the makeup lady talk to me, and all that stuff, that interaction with those people that I've known for years. April, who you do the rehearsal with and does the setup with all the kind of like the day before to figure out what props they're going to need. I've known her for 10 years. I've watched her go from a single girl to married. She's got a baby, all of that stuff. And I feel like, I miss seeing them. Hoda's a doll. She's been always very sweet to me. Before Jenna was Kathy Lee Gifford, and she was probably like my best connection. We just had we just like hit it off really well. Jenna, I'm still getting to know, because frankly, I've done the show with her in person maybe 4 or 5 times, but I don't know her as well as Hoda, who I've known for years and years and years now. So.
Yeah, right. Pretty cool. So what's the best product you've shown on that show? Or a couple of the best products?
The jacket purse. It
is.
Oh, God. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, my God. Come on.
I didn't even toss the softball out.
It's like going to the parent-teacher conference and asking who's the best kid in the class. Your kid, of course, is the best kid in the class.
I would never do that with my youngest, ever.
But Chris, he didn't even hesitate. I mean, that's how good he is.
There was no delay. Nothing.
No,
see, Chris, you feeling how I work these things, Chris? You watching? Taking notes?
No.
He's got it down.
Steve, the best episode was Kathy Lee.
Oh, yeah. So I never can remember the name of that product. It was a travel
of course you can.
Of some kind. I blocked it. And I always tell a story where, it was the thing where it had a little suction to the bottom of it. It was really actually a really smart design, like for an RV. So when you're driving around, it won't spill over. But I had them all there. I said, you can't knock these over. They've got this. And she just took her hand and she just swiped it. And there were like 25 of them were flying all over the studio. And my phone is in my back pocket. It started vibrating a second and a half later as the guy who owned the company was like calling me like, stop her. But it was very, very funny. And actually that clip has had like a couple of million views on YouTube.
See, it's the bloopers. Here you go.
She wiped them out.
Or something.
It was so funny.
And
he probably got more sales. He probably got more.
I'm sorry. Go.
No, you got it.
I think when a product goes on television, you're sticking your head out and you can be slapped or kissed. It could be one of the other. So you got to kind of take your chances a little bit. But truthfully, you can take a bad moment and you can turn it around. You can play up the embarrassment of it and use that as a marketing tool. These guys didn't do that, and they've done fine without that. But I think they could have really even capitalized on Kathy Lee beating them up on national television.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, you know, they could have had the blooper. Sometimes from your bloopers, you can make a lot of money if you market it right.
I mean, the show itself is probably watched by like 1.5 million to 2.5 million people. The blooper alone was watched by maybe 3 million people. So, you know, you're getting more exposure. And look, everyone knows she's kidding around me. That the intention is not to slap the thing around. So I think, you know, you can play it up really well. You know, ask Kathy Lee for a rematch. You know, I mean, there's a lot of things they could have done with it. I told them all that. Instead, they just wanted to kill themselves. And the guy's like, you know, it's the end of my business. You ruined me.
Yeah,
Like,
I gotta believe their website went off the hook too after that, because people are gonna want to see it.
Yeah, of course. So,
Funny.
Well,
you know,
I'll tell you my biggest blooper, Steve. It wasn't even me either. It was Brandy. I told you I proposed her live on Good Morning America.
oh,
We're gonna hear this story
Like
again.
Whatever, man. You can mute your button. I had 2 minutes.
Oh my
So
God.
I did this whole thing. We were
Hey,
done.
Steve, did you know he worked for a BMW?
I heard that.
Do you know I was on Shark Tank? Did you know I was on Shark Tank?
Oh my God.
I think I heard that
Oh,
too.
God.
Look at his virtual background.
So,
My ears
so
are
after it's
bleeding.
all over, they come out and and Tom at the time says, Tom Kelly, the comedian, he says, did she say yeah? And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure she did. Brandy's like, of course I did. And Tyler's, my son's sitting next to Brandy. And he goes, did she swear? And I'm like, I don't know, Tom. Like, there's a little ledge here. I was trying not to fall off the stage. The platform. Tyler goes, yeah, she did. So I guess, I mean, she had no idea. I surprised her so much. She basically said, no effing way. And to herself. And like, she was shocked that I was proposing. So he says, they're in the back room thinking she said no and swore. I'm like, no. I'm trying to edit it out. Brandy's like, I can't believe I ruined it.
Well, you know, I mean, live TV is like, you know, you never know what's going to happen. So
Yep.
you're lucky it worked out.
Yeah, it did. It did. I think all of New York saw it. They cut some of it, but then it's funny because Robin Roberts did a follow-up on it. Oh, the following year during COVID, and she did a whole thing from her studio, showed pictures of us, showed a clip of it, talked about my shoes. So she really blew it up. It was it worked out pretty good.
Well, and the thing about those morning shows that they're live on the East Coast and then they're 3 hours delayed on the West Coast.
Right.
They do a lot of, you know, a live thing gets edited sometimes a lot, especially if there's breaking news. They need more time. They start chopping you up. So I've had one segment appear on the East Coast and another one by the time it's gotten to the West Coast.
That's what essentially happened. It was, you know, live, and then they showed on the West Coast a clip. This just happened in the studio, a little 30-second clip.
Yeah.
You know what was great about that, Steve? By the time it got to the West Coast, she said no.
You're right. She'd already contacted a lawyer and had a prenup. That was all done by West Coast. She was ready.
She said, what the F are you talking about?
Hey, this is how I met Chris Landano. I don't know, 7 years ago or something. We were on Shark Tank Good Morning America, and he brought this belt. His belt at the time, it looked like he had just gone to Kids R Us and purchased it.
Oh, no.
I mean, had like kid toys. I'm like, you're really going to go on Good Morning America with that belt? He said, well, I'm just trying to. I said, oh, Lord. So that's when I got involved and made it into a real belt, a professional belt that looks high grade, really, really marketable now.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris, how about that story?
One year we were doing, I was doing like sort of like an inventor showcase thing where I was like the host within the host, but we had a bunch of like people from the Gadget Nation, from the book and whatnot on the show. And one person showed up without the product. I'm like, it goes, oh, I thought you'd have it here. I'm like, well, how would I have it here? Well, you're supposed to be here with your product. They showed up without their product. So having a Toys R Us version is a way step ahead.
Well, it's funny because that same morning, there was two people that were going to pitch live because they only had so much time. You know, obviously my product was pretty complex. Yours was pretty technical. The person who was supposed to show up said they had just got stuck in traffic and showed up late, and they just blasted them. Said, you're not getting on now. And the guy was kind of like giving him a hard time. He said, listen, you were supposed to be here at 5:30 in the morning in the studio to do a rehearsal and you didn't do it. You can't go on live now. Yeah. So they don't mess around, as you know.
Yeah. I would say that, Steve. They don't mess around, right?
No, like we do a rehearsal the day before and then we do the real thing the day of. And if the product's not there for the day before, which has happened so many times I can't begin to tell you, then even though it's there the next day, they're like, we didn't have it, we didn't stage it, we took it out of the segment, and it's just the way it is.
It's a great learning lesson for inventors watching. If you get an opportunity to be on such a stage, stay in a hotel in Times Square and avoid the traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Hey,
mean,
Steve, you know,
it's worth the
Steve,
money. Yeah.
so, yeah, Steve, that's a great segue. So everyone believes that their big break is to get their product on TV. So are there products that should go on TV? They shouldn't go on TV? And maybe when should the product go on TV?
Well, I mean, I can also tell you that, I mean, TV is great. Of course, I work in it, so I'm a big advocate of it. But sometimes you never know. Like my book, for example, I've hawked it on TV 1,000 times, and it's done okay sales-wise. But it never did better than when it was in Parade magazine. Sometimes it's the right clique of people and the right audience. You know, we were talking before about even with a licensing deal. It isn't just to get a licensing deal. You have to have a licensing deal with the right company. It's the same thing with this. It isn't just getting on TV, but getting on TV in the right. So if your product is not really housewife friendly, I hate to sound very sexist, but I'm going to be sexist right now. I mean, the audience, the Today Show audience, for example, is a woman in her, 40s, 50s. There's a certain, and they know who she is. They know their viewer. If your product is a match for her, then it's the right place to go. But a tool belt may not be the right fit for that woman. And so just getting on TV isn't going to necessarily be the right fit always. And you have to pick the right show. I mean, you might be better on, Wendy Williams' show than the Today Show, depending on what the product is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no,
And
that's
you
a
can
valid
do your
point.
homework too. See what the demographics are of that show and say, oh, you know what? This is a good fit. This is not a good fit, etc.
Yeah. And be ready to sell, right? I mean, you have to have.
Well, and even when you write to me, you need to sell. I'm always blown away by some of the emails I get from people because they just don't get it. I mean, you're trying to wow me. Well, tell me what makes this different. How does it solve a problem? What problem does it solve? Why should I care about this? Just because you invented it, that's lovely. But why do people care about it? And what's the price point of this thing?
Mhm.
Those are like basic questions that should be in the first 3 or 4 sentences of that pitch. And keep the pitch short with a little picture. So it's just like boom, boom, boom. I see it rather than me reading through how you came up with the idea and why your grandmother told you it was a mistake and what, and then you did this. I don't need that backstory. I need to know what's the deal with the product.
Well, but you know what? That's a powerful statement because I can't tell you how many people I come across, like inventors in particular, that are so connected to their product. They want to tell you the whole story.
Right.
And I always say, listen, I just want the headlines. If I want to read the paper, I'll ask you for the more information.
Yeah, and if I like it, I'm
Simple.
going to hear the backstory. I want to
Right.
hear about your mother-in-law, that whole thing. I'm not saying I don't want to hear that story, but
Yeah, right.
I need the elevator pitch. Here I am, sell me. You got 30 seconds, sell me on this product. And if you can't do that, then maybe your product is not, something that's could be sold in that format, but you have to sell it. Boom, 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 fast.
I mean, I'm all in favor of like simple products, easy to package, easy to sell, easy to move. It's user friendly, and someone like you showing it on TV.
Because I only get maybe realistically 20 seconds, maybe 25 seconds to sell it, to talk about a product on TV. That's very little time. If it's so complicated, if it backs up your hard drive and it also flies around, if it's too many things, I can't. It's just too much for the show. It's got to be something where you see it, you understand it, you get it. Yeah, that's something that's going to help me. It's going to fix my life. I want it. But if it doesn't do that, then this is not the place for it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And they need to know where to send you, your check.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That goes on. Not for the Today Show.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
But everything else I do, absolutely send a check.
Well, we should call it a donation.
The Help Steve Greenberg Eat Fund. It's just really Steve Greenberg wants to eat fund.
I'll just give you the wire number, send it directly. All right, let's do it. What the heck is it? You got to have something to show us, right? What the heck is it? Let's do it.
Okay, I got one here,
Chris.
Okay, but though you may know these, a lot of these products have been around a little bit, so you may know them or not. But let's play a quick round of it. So
I'm
here's
sweating.
the product, ready? This is not for storage. It looks like this.
It's for holding plants.
It's not for holding plants.
Vegetables.
You can give me a couple of questions, like 20 questions before you make your guess. Okay.
Does it hold dirt?
Does not hold dirt. Good question. So I eliminate that.
A new hamster, pets, little pets.
Nothing to do with pets.
Does it hold fluids?
But I see why you thought that because of the holes on top and
Yeah.
stuff.
How about fluids?
A liquid does go in here, but also a solid.
Oh, boy.
It's actually a pretty cool product. I use
Is it
this
a
product
filter
lot.
of some type?
Not a filter.
Sort, no.
The edible stuff go in there?
Yes. Yes, and I could say it is a kitchen product.
The bread box.
Not a bread box. Not for storage. Not for storage.
I'm being quiet now. Those are my guesses because I always look bad at these.
The
No,
kitchen
you got to
product.
keep going, Carmine, because you'll help me solve it.
Got the grates and it's got the hole.
Oh, boy. Does it go in the refrigerator afterwards?
Let us see the top again.
Okay, I want to make sure I hide the title.
We need a niche in here.
Yeah.
It has this.
Yeah, see, it's got some venting.
Nisha probably knows exactly.
Exactly. There's some venting here and two holes.
Okay, does it go in the freezer?
It does not go in the freezer.
How about the
I'll give you
refrigerator?
another hint. I'll give you a hint. It's involved in food preparation.
Can I say something then? Now that you
Yeah.
called me,
Yeah, Nisha, you got to put your
Drainer,
camera
food
on, though. You
drainer.
can't hide behind your picture.
some kind of drain, food draining.
Okay,
We've been out
well,
all day.
yeah, you're right. There is, but this is for about making a specific food item.
Pasta or
Oh, pasta?
We got a winner.
Oh,
Winner.
Nisha, there you go. You said it. We need Nisha.
I cook.
She's showing off. She's a
Hey,
show
I'm
off.
Italian and I didn't know that.
The spaghetti goes in here. You fill it with water to these lines. You use these two things to measure how much spaghetti. This is like 1 serving. This is 2 servings.
Oh, wow.
Put it in there. Then when you're done, you turn it like this. Drain the water out.
Oh man.
You got
Oh, man.
Jump back. That's
Hey,
awesome.
Nisha probably did the design work. That's why, because I can tell you, in my Italian family, we don't use that thing.
No,
Right?
no, this is the microwave version of making
Okay.
pasta. I gotta tell you, it comes out really good as someone who's used it. And it's called Fasta Pasta.
I'd have to
pretty
put it
good.
next. I'd have to put it next to my trapdoor colander.
Oh, that was
yeah,
good. Good
oh,
plug.
yeah, trapdoor colander. I know.
Yeah.
Chris got a plug in there for
Good
Lisa.
plug, Chris.
Lisa.
Very smooth, smooth.
Look out for my people.
All right, Nisha, I'm putting you on mute for the rest of the day. All right, let's go. You got another one, right? One more? Come
I
on.
always
You
have
got time?
Okay, hold on. Let's try this.
Chris
one.
was useless in this one, just so we know, right? Chris had nothing to
Oh
say.
man, I thought
Completely stumped.
I thought it was for a pet. I was way off.
I know. I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking. Plants or something.
You're gonna ban Nisha.
Sorry, I had some lot of background noise. So I'm not
Yeah, you
speaking right now.
probably designed it,
Yeah.
Nisha.
Not
Don't listen to them.
Heard
You
her.
did great. You did great. Okay, here's the next product.
Thank you.
Here we go. Get ready.
Oh my God.
A foot massager.
It's not a foot massager.
Back. Is it for your back?
Not for your back.
Is it for air control? Vent.
Oh, I'm just the back. I don't think I show the back. I have to hide the name. I didn't put tape on these.
What the
And
heck?
if you think
But a Is it a baby product?
it is a baby product.
Oh, is it to monitor moisture in the air?
No, but you're getting. I mean, you
Puts a baby.
guesses and put them together. You're
It
gonna
puts
have
a baby to sleep.
Yes. Puts
The
a baby.
soother. Oh, the soother. A baby soother. Yes.
It's a
Yes.
baby breezer. It also comes with this little cute little belt that goes on the baby. You put the thing inside here, and it's like kind of like massages them to sleep.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
cool.
Cool.
Exactly that.
Hey, I could put that on my track belt.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You'll have to give the baby a massage every night, and then they're 16 years old and can't go to sleep until they
I
get a
was just going to
massage.
say that. When's it end? It's like me giving my cat special food. It
Honestly,
never ends.
It never ends. Let's be honest. It never ends.
All right, let's go. We got time.
Oh,
Okay, I got another one here.
what the heck?
That was
What?
too quick.
I'm not gonna get away.
The apple holder.
No, but good guess.
Is it for the kitchen?
No, I'd say it starts in the kitchen.
Starts in the kitchen.
Wow, it's for storing food.
It starts in the kitchen. Where does it end?
Oh, I got
Garbage
it.
can.
Is it a coffee mug holder?
No, but you guys are heading in the right direction. You
All right, so
definitely-
there's some type of waste that goes in there.
yeah, like looking deep inside might help a little bit. I don't know if that.
The track belt.
It's got something to hold something.
It's
Yeah.
got teeth that. I
Oh,
thought
it's
See
Yeah.
that? Yeah, That's a bit of a hint, I think.
Oh, is it like, do you drain something out of it when you
No.
close it? No, there's no
Works
holes.
very well.
I'd say it matches Chris's jacket.
Well, maybe on Zoom, but in real life, it's way greener. It comes. It
Yeah,
comes.
mine
in
is
a
blue,
color.
baby blue. Don't confuse it.
Oh,
Yeah, this is like a green, really.
Are those spikes on the inside that grab
Yeah,
it?
I think that's part of the hint. Is
I
Yeah.
it's hard to-
if you look at
those are like spikes that grab it.
Yeah, I know. Or it puts marks in it. It locates it somehow.
No, but those spikes are critical to its patent.
Wow, that's interesting.
Nisha, it's time for tell them the answer.
He sent her the answers before the show.
Tough one.
All right, give us a hint.
Well, it's for well, it said it starts in the kitchen and then it goes out. So I would say it goes into maybe a lunchbox or a bag lunch. But what's it doing?
Holding a sandwich? Holding a bagel?
Not a bagel or a sandwich. Too small for a bagel. Too
Yeah,
small.
I'm thinking an apple or some type of fruit.
You know? And remember, those spikes are kind of really critical to its design, and it's part of its patent.
And they close. And
Yeah, it holds a nipple.
It's hard showing it on Zoom. I don't know how well you guys can see.
No, I
it.
can see it. No, we can definitely see it.
Okay.
I just don't know what the heck it's holding.
A baby binky.
Not a baby binky, though. I've seen that product too. That's come and gone a bunch of times.
That's a good one.
Hummus and carrots? I don't know.
No, not hummus and carrots. I mean, I guess really you have to guess what goes in here. At this
Yeah,
point.
that's what I'm saying.
No,
So
no,
is
like
it
a
a fruit
container,
that, is it a
like
fruit
small
that goes
hummus
in there?
container.
Not a fruit. Not a fruit.
Not a fruit.
Is it a big? Is it multiple
bread?
pieces that go in?
Multiple what?
Is it multiple pieces that go in there? Is it one
No,
solid?
it's a one-piece thing.
It's not fruit.
I noticed Russ isn't in here because he's smart not to jump in.
Starts in the kitchen and goes out.
Well, because that's where you put it, and you can take it to lunch, so you can take it with you.
I wish I could just smack him.
It
Somebody
starts in the
take.
kitchen.
Well, no, I'm serious. You take it with you. I just don't know what goes in it.
Should I flip the cards over? Should we hear the answer?
Well, give us a food category.
Food category. I think it's something you would, and that's not a category, but I could easily see, it could be for any age, but it's definitely be for a mom giving it to their kids to take to school for part of lunch.
Oh, is it a cupcake holder?
Bing, 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 bing.
Bam! There you go, Landano.
There you go.
A
So the little
cupcake
Look
holder.
at that. I
Spike
should know, 'cause I love cupcakes.
That is a great idea.
Nisha, how you like me now?
I never give cupcakes to my son, so I have no clue.
Oh,
As I said,
awful.
as I was saying,
Not
I
for
was
school.
thinking,
Not for
I
school.
cupcake
options.
holder. We needed Aaron. Aaron could have guessed that. We needed
Yeah.
him.
Aaron would have said it's for the scrub daddy.
He would have known. He would have known what it was. He came
All right,
on.
Steve, you're
It's
the
not
man.
as easy as it looks. I mean, and like for everybody, you know, you can check out the show. Nisha, you need to be watching and subscribing. Go to gadgetgameshow.com, click on the YouTube link. You can watch some episodes, and then please like and subscribe.
Will
I'm
do.
telling you, every
Thank
time
you so
we do
much.
this,
Help
it's
me
a
help
blast.
you.
We
I
absolutely
love
have
that.
a blast
That's an
every time
awesome
I'm with
show.
you, Steve. Thank you so much. I really
I always
appreciate
love
you.
seeing you guys too. It's really a pleasure. Happy Inventors Day, everybody. Enjoy.
Same to you, and always thank you for all the help too with NBC and all that. And I didn't even plug him. I didn't even have to pay him to say that today about the Jers. Thank
No,
you, Steve.
yeah.
You're the man.
My pleasure. My
I
pleasure.
appreciate you, man.
Everybody,
All right,
take
Steve.
care.
All right, take
stay
care.
safe.
But all you listeners out there, you can pay him.
Absolutely. Send me checks. Always love
Buy his
that.
book. Get the book.
There.
Get the
heck
book.
is
There it
that?
is.
And now we're gonna transition right into the daddy of Scrub Daddy, Aaron Krause. Does it get any better?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
This is how good of a guy Aaron is. This poor guy is traveling. He's on time zone differences, and he still made time for me today. He's the man.
Yeah,
What can I
well,
say?
I'm making time, but I just finished 4 days of demoing at the Lowe's hardware show, and I don't have much of a voice left.
Oh, that's funny. 'Cause that's where Catherine is. Catherine Emery. She's the same place. So let's talk about you, Aaron. I see you got like new products. You got a new store going up. Man, I look at where this guy came from, literally where he came from on this product. From Shark Tank, he was already kicking it before that. And now where he is today. It's insane. Absolutely insane.
Well, I don't think we've even gotten started yet. We actually built our own studios. We have a brand new 125,000 square foot warehouse in Pennsauken, New Jersey.
Which is
We're doing
brand
some
new, right?
amazing
Brand
things.
new.
Absolutely brand new. And we're going to put our own retail store there. We have our own television studios where I do all the QVC shows around the world now. And in addition, we're actually starting our own cleaning channel. And if you're not following us on TikTok, come on, man, we set the world on fire on that one.
Dude, I think the best one I saw with you on TikTok was you're the Godfather, and you got Will. I'm like, this guy's killing me. That was a home run. That was the best one. Oh my God.
My voice sounds like that now.
I don't get it. All right, so let's talk about this new corporate building. The last time we did this show, I don't remember, probably a year ago. You were that was gonna open up later in the fall of 2021. So I take it did. I saw the pictures. Talk about that a little bit, because that thing looks state of the art. Looks pretty amazing.
Yeah, 100%. So we outgrew about 48,000 square feet. We were operating out of 3 different buildings, and the business was really it was disjointed. And I had employees in one building, another building. The collaboration wasn't as unique. So we decided to start looking to move. I put a compass down around our current location, and I drew a 15-mile circle. And I said, if we move anywhere in here, we won't lose any employees. And we started looking, and I found this incredible warehouse that had just been sitting there vacant for 3 years with a brand new roof on it. And Will and I went in there and rehabbed the building. We put in about $4 million of renovations and about $1.5 million of solar on the roof. And we're completely off the grid. We have 6 electric charging stations. 8 of my employees, including me, drive electric cars. And we power about 250 homes in Pennsauken, New Jersey, and get paid for it.
Yeah, beautiful. Look at that. And talk about the pandemic. That had to have I know you were telling me how you kept everybody employed. I mean, all that. I mean, again, it just shows you not just the product is great. Aaron is great. I mean, everything he does is just amazing to the community, to his people, helping out us on these shows.
And
so
top notch,
talk about that
stuff.
a little bit.
I appreciate that, guys, very much. I mean, I think you have a huge obligation as you have a successful business to take care of the people who got you there and continue to make sure that they come along for the ride. The pandemic was really actually quite difficult. I was going to shut down until we got letters from Lowe's, Home Depot, Walmart, Target, and they said, you're considered an essential product in the cleaning category. You're not to shut down. In fact, you're to ramp up. And if you miss orders, then we're going to start fighting you. So we did. We ramped up, and I went in every day. Most of the office went remote, but people in the warehouse couldn't do that. So I went in every day, made sure they knew I was with them, and we raised everyone's salaries. And it was hard. It definitely was hard. People to line up in the morning to everyone get temperature tested and fill out surveys, and to move a lot of our equipment apart so people were 6 feet distance. But we made it through. And interestingly enough, I mean, we were the unintended beneficiary of a pandemic, right? Because cleaning went absolutely nuts.
Yep. And
everybody just started, cleaning off the shelves. And this crazy thing happened. All these customers that had thought that we were just a smiley face sponge, just a gimmick. Well, our products were like one of the last ones on the shelf. And we moved all our manufacturing to the United States a couple of years ago. And so we didn't really have any supply issues either. So we were on the shelf, and almost everyone else is sold out. And now someone was forced to buy our sponge, and then they were converted, and now they're a customer for life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're like in every retail store, everywhere I go. I always send them pictures. Dude, you're getting low. You better fill this shelf back up. He's everywhere. I mean, grocery stores. You name the store, he's in it. I don't know any other product just has that much visibility.
And you're forgetting to mention that we have about 60 products in the line.
Yeah.
And most of the stores are carrying what we call a brand block. So I'm here at the Lowe's show, and we have 5 items. We have Scrub Daddy, Scrub Mommy, Scour Daddy, Sponge Daddy, and Eraser Daddy. And they're right there on the shelf. But they pale in comparison to us launching our new Barbecue Daddy.
Whoa.
Oh, you just slid that one in. Let's see that
Look
one.
at that.
That's pretty cool. Look at that.
Yeah, so we're about to revolutionize the barbecue cleaning world. So I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the way I work in inventions is I have to have an experience. I really don't sit around and go, what can I invent? You know, I have to have an experience that impacts my life. And then I start thinking about it and working on it. And if it's something that really bothers me or causes injury, then I really go to work on it. And, you know, one day I was watching this news article where somebody was cleaning their barbecue with the brush. And that night when they ate the burgers, there was a 2-inch bristle that had stayed on the grill, and they ate it, and it got stuck in their throat, and they had to go and get like emergency surgery. And I kept thinking, that's the craziest thing ever. Like, what are the chances that that one bristle isn't going to fall through the grates? You know what I mean? I just thought it was all hype. So that night I go home and I clean the barbecue before my wife makes us burgers, and I'm scrubbing and I'm looking, I don't see anything. I bite into this burger and a 2-inch bristle goes straight into the roof of my mouth. I pull this thing out and I was like, oh my God, it almost just happened to me. And then I was like, we have to change that. No one should be using bristles. And so we started this project on, you know, what could we use? And about 6 months later, we had just finished doing this project on making a new product called Scour Daddy Steel. And that was where we took our Scour Daddy product, which is a knitted product. It's a knitted mesh that we slide a Scrub Daddy inside of. And it gives it incredible scrubbing properties. Well, we replaced one of the loops, one of the threads, with stainless steel thread. And it turns the thing into like the most aggressive scouring pad ever. Not something that you should use on like delicate surfaces, but damn, it is in all applications where you really need that power. Like when you're really like on a barbecue grill, that's what you want to use. And that led me to the idea of what if we made, you know, interchangeable scrubbing heads that are made of that Scour Daddy steel fabric. And we would use this, and you could slide it in and you'd have replaceable heads. And then you dip it into water. And as you're scrubbing, it will.
Wow. It is crazy.
Yeah, I think he's back.
Yes.
Yeah, you're back. Go ahead. Keep going. Talk about the interchangeable heads.
Yeah, so with the interchangeable heads, it's got Scrub Daddy material inside it. So you dip it into cold water, it freezes it up, soaks up all the water like a sponge, and then you hit the hot grill. And as you hit the hot grill, it softens the Scrub Daddy material, releases the water, and you literally steam clean and wash your grill. It's the greatest thing ever.
Oh my God.
And there's no bristles at all.
Look at that. You know, and I keep thinking, I keep having this vision of 3M buying out your other company and then leaving that box of Scrub Daddies behind saying, yeah, we don't want those. What are they saying now?
Well, they're saying a lot of 4-letter words now because the latest data that just came out basically says that we're the second largest sponge company in the country, directly behind them. And their sales last year are down 8.3%. The category of sponges and scrubbers is down about 5%. Private labels down about 6%, and Scrub Daddy is up 100%.
Yeah. Wow.
So they're not having a good time.
So we talk about American dreams. Here's the American dream. So Aaron, what do you got to tell America? What do you want to tell everybody? You started out, right? You never worked like you always talk about your dad or one of your parents being a doctor and nurse, and you know, and here's Aaron owning a car wash. Well, I know they're not saying that now, right? So what do you got? What would you tell somebody starting out in business?
Well, I mean, the first thing is, I always had a passion for business, and I always had a passion for hard work. And, you know, that was instilled in me by my dad. My parents they never just gave me, they always made me work for it. And so I always respected my hard work. And if I did something, I always did it right. And I always wanted the customer to be happy. And I always wanted to make my own money. And I was always proud of what I had accomplished. And that was kind of started it. But, you know, I have a little bit of a unique situation because I always felt also like I was an inventor, and I always saw problems in the world from the time I was growing up. And I just pursued that. You know, the biggest thing about that is that ideas and inventions are like fleeting moments in time. And most people have great ideas and they don't act on them. But the difference between them and me is when I have a good idea, I literally email it to myself, and it sits in my inbox and harasses me for days. And eventually I start Googling it. And if I get to the point where I can't find it and I think there's a market for it, then I go to my patent lawyer and I start the actual patent process. And then I start the process of trying to make prototypes. So that's one of my biggest advice is like, if you have the idea, make sure you take it from like this intangible thing called an idea and you put it into something hard that is in stone, like an email, or you write a note to yourself. And that way you don't forget it. And, you know, eventually you'll work on, because the last thing you want to do, and this happened to me many times, and it happened to Lori Grenier, you know, my business partner from Shark Tank. And she talks about this happening to her all the time. She had a great idea and she didn't act on it. And a couple years later, she saw it in the store and it was doing unbelievable. And she kicked herself and said, I'll never do that again.
Yeah.
Great advice. Great advice, man.
It's that light bulb moment. Well, you're going to revolutionize the barbecue industry. There's no doubt with that. Because I mean, I knew of Aaron's product, the Scrub Daddy, before I knew Aaron. I mean, I didn't even know what it was. I mean, Brandy's mother had given it to her and we were using, she came home and said, look at the stainless steel. I cleaned it all. I'm like, what did you use? I used this smiley face sponge. I'm like, really? What the hell is it? So we start, and then, you know, I met Aaron afterwards. So that's a sign of a good product, right? I didn't buy it because I knew Aaron. We bought it because it was a great product. Now that I know Aaron, it's that much better. But again, it's a test of time of how good a product is. So I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Shark Tank a little bit, right? We both had a little bit of experience on Shark Tank. So talk about that a little bit. Like, what do you tell people who want to get on Shark Tank? You know, for me, it was season 12, grand finale, very different now, 12 years later, right? They're really hard, a little bit harder on how they weed people out and background checks. Talk about that a little bit. What kind of advice would you give to folks that want to get on season 14?
Well, I mean, the first thing about getting on Shark Tank is that you have to have a really good idea and pitch. And when you go to sell it to them, and when I say sell it, I think at this point, right, you can probably speak to this more because I was in season 4. I just sent an email to Shark Tank. I searched it up. I found there was a forum and I sent in, and I had a pitch refined already because I was already on QVC. So I kind of knew what I wanted to do. And I actually linked them to my video, which was probably the best thing that anyone can do is take a video of yourself doing that 2 or 3 minute pitch. So they're going to see what you're like in front of a camera and how that's going to show in front of the sharks and also how that's going to show in front of America. And that's what I did. And then they called me and that went through like a 2 or 3 month interview process. And eventually they flew me out to Los Angeles to do that pitch in front of like 30 executives from Sony and ABC. And like, that's where you just leave everything out. You don't all 100% of your energy you give to that. I mean, you tell me, did they tell you the same thing? They took us into groups of 3 with our bags packed. And they said, you're going to do your pitch. No one's going to talk to you. They're all behind laptops. They'll all press a button. It will go up to one guy in the front. He'll stand up. If it's a thumbs up, you're going to go and film with the sharks in a couple of days. If it's a thumb down, they take you to the van and you get on the plane and go home.
Yeah, no.
Do they do that?
No, mine was different because it was COVID, right? So I was selected, but I had to do all the videos. I had to submit everything. The last one was with Mark Burnett and Clay were looking at it. They said, make sure this last video is perfect because the top execs the producers are going to see it. So he sent it. The next thing I know, I was getting a flight and basically he flew me and put me in a room because it was in Vegas in a COVID bubble. So I had 10 days in my room. I couldn't even go in the hallway. It was brutal. I mean, to even think about that, I first said, okay, how bad can it be? It's awful because you're reciting this pitch. It's changing. You're doing everything on Zoom. There's delays. Then the 11th day you get called downstairs and I got called at 11. I didn't pitch until 5. You get one walkthrough and that's it. Like land on that spot. Don't screw it up.
I think that they filmed it where I'm sitting right now in the Venetian.
Yeah,
is
correct.
That accurate?
Yeah. Yep. So this picture being locked in, I had a suite. So when you first walk in, it was like, bathroom on the left, bedroom, and then like a little living room overlooking the pool and all of Vegas through this beautiful window. And I couldn't even go in the hallway.
You can't go.
For 10 days. And they had cameras. They had people walking the hallways, everything.
I think what you're saying is the same thing. Like, if you want to go on Shark Tank, you got to give it all.
It's a huge
100%.
commitment. It was
You're
a
all in.
huge commitment, 100%.
It's a huge commitment. It's a
Yeah.
huge commitment.
And once
Huge
you're in, you're
commitment.
in. There's no turning
Even
back.
for me.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. And I found like, you know, it was, and it's pretty intense, right? I mean, you know, I've had some experience in front of a camera like you did. So, but even that moment, I mean, you can see the picture behind me, right? Even that moment of walking down that hallway and seeing these guys, it was kind of surreal. Like it didn't even look like, am I on TV? Are these guys really here? One of those things.
Yeah, I can tell you, I actually had an out of body experience. So,
Yeah.
you know, you were saying like you were finding your pitch in the hotel room. I mean, I was doing the same thing for days and days, just refining the pitch. Like, and I had it down to the point where I wasn't even thinking about it. I walked down the hall and those doors open. Like the first thing I noticed, which was actually upsetting, is that, you know, the door opens and it looks like this incredible, like mechanical door that opens up.
Yeah.
It was just a guy with like a little lever.
Oh, yeah, all the props are
I was like,
yeah.
I'm standing there, I'm looking at this guy and he's like,
movie.
you ready? I'm like, yeah. And he like just pulls a rope, you know, and opens the doors. I was like, that is so anticlimactic. And then you're going down the hallway. And the second thing I go, no way, those aren't even shark tanks. They're just screens.
Right.
I mean, I thought they were like fish tanks going
Nope.
down, you know? But when I walked in and
See if he comes back. I can finish that.
That's,
Because I can
that's
tell you when I
funny.
walked down, like, yeah, he's back. Go ahead.
Call.
Go ahead. When you were walking down
You
the
guys
hallway.
have me back?
Yeah, go ahead. You're walking down the hallway.
So I don't know if you heard the part where I told you, I mean, the fish tanks are not fish tanks. They're just
Right.
screens.
Right.
So that was kind of upsetting too. And then I got in, and when I started my pitch, I swear I felt like I floated out of my body and I started watching myself do the pitch. And my hands were doing all the right things. I could hear it. I was like, oh, nice job. Yeah, you scrubbed that well, Aaron. Like, and the whole thing was muscle memory. I
Yeah.
did it completely out of my body. And when I finished the pitch, it was like, and I was like, oh my God, I just finished my pitch and all the sharks are laughing and they're all like smiling. And I was like, and then Damon goes to me, that was like a live infomercial. And I was like, yeah, I killed it.
It's funny because it's true. I mean, like, I felt like it was surreal. The best way someone described it to me that was on the set after we did our pitch, he said it was like I was in a car crash and I was literally watching myself crash in front of them. He said it was like, I couldn't even believe, like my wife thought they were like wax dolls. They didn't even seem real. So like what you said, I had gone through this pitch. I was tired of it, 10 days, every morning, 2 in the morning, 6 in the morning. Then they change it. Then we change it. I got to keep doing it. Got to keep memorizing it. Our emotions, where to put stuff, where to throw it. I'm like, I just want to do this. But when I was given a pitch, like you said, I don't even remember like doing it. It just, and the pitch came out great. It was like, wow.
Exactly.
You just do
And
it.
so if you want to go on Shark Tank, you don't want to be the one that walks in and goes,
yeah, Sal D. Paola, if you're listening. Yeah.
You know,
but you know, honestly,
you want to rip it off.
Yeah, I can appreciate that now more than ever. Like after, like I remember telling Sal, you froze. You know how bad you looked? You looked like just completely lost your way. Right. So I'm like, then after being on it, I called him and said, okay, I see what happened now. I can see how that could happen. Because, you know, I mean, I didn't feel nervous, honestly. Like you said, I felt like an out of body experience. It felt surreal, but I could see how someone could easily freeze and not get themselves back to where they need to go. I could see that happening.
Yeah. You know, if you do freeze, completely freeze, or you can't remember your pitch and they yell cut, it's over.
Right.
There's no retake. There's literally no retake. It's sorry, next, and you're done. And so you blow that chance. That is your once in a lifetime chance.
Yeah, especially with that.
And so you want to be prepared. And you know, when you go to Shark Tank, not only prepared for your pitch, but like I read, if any of the sharks had written a book, I read that book. I watched every episode of Shark Tank multiple times. I already knew Damon, was going to ask me about this. Laura was going to ask me about patents. You know, I knew O'Leary was going to like rip me on my valuation, and like I had actually lines prepared for like, oh, if you say something rude, like, you know, a lot of times they'll say, your product sucks and you're dumb and get out. And the entrepreneur will go, thank you. I was like, they're lucky I don't say F you.
Yeah,
like, there's
right.
no way I'm saying thank you.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, what is my answer going to be when someone goes out? And I was like, you got to be humble. But at the same time, you got to say something that lets them know, like, you're not happy about it, right? And also that the public wants to back you now that they didn't do it. Like Robert said to me, which is the craziest thing ever, right? You just said we're in every retail store. Robert goes, I don't see the retail vision. I'm out.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How do you like me now?
And I said, sorry, in my mind, I looked down and I was like, I understand. And then and then quietly I said that you have no idea what retail is.
Yeah, no,
and moved on. You know, Mark Cuban said that he wasn't a scrub pimp.
Yeah.
And I was like,
he wants to be one now.
Oh yeah. He actually sent me a little video card and he said, to my scrub pimp, you're killing it. You know, he sent me a really nice video card for my birthday.
Yeah,
and he calls me his scrub pimp now.
Yeah, but you're so right. Like being prepared. I mean, Chris Landano been trying to get on Shark Tank for a long time. He got in America's Big Deal, but he had like every single question they ever asked. He gave me so 10 days. I did what you said. I watched every Shark Tank episode. I could recite them back. I knew every question they were going to ask because some of the questions, I mean, like they asked me, you're either prepared or you're not. I had an answer for everything. That's kind of what Damon said later. I would have done the same thing you did. You evaluated high on future sales, but I went at it like I was professional, but I had an answer for everything. And even O'Leary, like he was saying something about at the time about Walmart and we should have pivoted sooner. And I said, buddy, have you been to Walmart lately? I said, you probably don't do your own shopping. I get it. But I go to Walmart every single week and I look and see no one's in it. They're all in the food section. So I mean, they didn't show any of that, right? They made it really good entertainment. But to your point, absolutely. And I guess I suppose this is where I can thank you a little bit, Chris, for bothering me for 10 days with all those questions that you made me read.
Aaron, what's up, brother?
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Good. I was keeping him off the ledge. He was trying to figure out how to get the window open to go out. 10
I'm not kidding. By the 5th day, man, I was like, and it was over a weekend. So it was like a Tuesday. And I had to do tests before, tests after, tests again before I went in, tests during. But it was like a Tuesday all the way through a weekend to the following Friday. It was like, wow. Normally in Vegas, 10 days is a lifetime already. 10 days in your room is an eternity. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's something I would recommend.
You had a totally different experience. Let's hope that that's not the experience that new entrepreneurs are going to have. When they refilm Shark Tank. No, and let's hope Shark Tank stays on as a platform because it really has created some incredible things. It's changed my life forever. But many people, even with people that didn't get deals, still got incredible exposure and that experience, and it's catapulted them into success, and it's created an entire macro economy of new products, and I think it's spurred on a lot of people and a lot of kids to want to invent, and I think that's the really most amazing thing about the show is people now are much more creative because they're like, I could do that. I want to make an invention. I want to pitch to the sharks.
Yeah, and think about the kids that watch it. I mean, we had kids on today at noon with Innovation World. I'm telling you, you should hear these kids. They were in England, South Africa, incredibly intelligent. Like I couldn't believe what I was listening to. 2nd grade, 5th grade, 7th grade. I'm thinking I wasn't doing that when I was in 2nd grade. I can assure you that. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Let's close and talk about your store. I saw you now. You got this whole store going up. Let's talk about what's going to be in it. I know you got this this online store that you always tell me it just blows it up, right? You're always selling out of stuff. It's custom items for holidays. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, it really started with QVC. I needed to have sometimes a retail comparison to either a product that wasn't selling that they had an exclusivity on, or just I needed to make a comparison to the discounted price that they were going to have. And so we created like a direct-to-consumer store, an e-commerce store, but not really to sell to people because I didn't want to compete with Walmart and Target. I didn't want to go into a buyer's meeting and have them go, why are you guys selling cheaper than us? Like that would be terrible. So we just put it at, the full retail price. And then I would speak about the retail price on QVC. If you went to Scrub Daddy's website right now, you'd pay $39.99, but today on QVC, it's $29.99. And you're allowed to say that through legal because we did have that store. Well, then people started going to the store and buying like, I don't know, $1,000 a month maybe, which was fine. I mean, it was little nothings. We'd ship out, 20, 30 boxes to people, fine. Then COVID hit and everyone was sitting home and all the cleaning products started selling out. And that jumped to like $5,000 a month. And every month it would go up by a couple thousand. So like by October 2020, we're doing like 10 to 15,000 a month in our own smile shop. And then I was like, this is crazy. Like if people want to buy directly from us, then we should be promoting that. And how can the Walmart buyer complain to me? I'm higher priced than them and they have to pay shipping and handling and they have to wait for it. So you should go to Walmart and get it. But if you buy it from my store, you buy it from my store. We started putting money into social media and into some influencers. And by 2021, the store was doing like $500,000 a month. And it has never slowed down.
Oh my
and
God.
now we just take a lot of products that I present to stores that say, we're not really interested in that. I'm like, okay, I'll put it on my own smile shop. So we created a soap dispenser that's called Soap Daddy that you fill with your dish liquid and you tap the top and it shoots soap directly into your sponge. You squeeze it and it shoots soap out the bottom. So we got patents on it. I show it around to the stores. They're like, nah, we don't want that. All right. I brought in 30,000 of them and I'm showing them at all the stores and no one wants it. So we're like, all right, put it on our website and we'll have a couple influencers do some videos on it. So this girl does a TikTok on it, right? She hits 18 million views on it. We sell all 30,000 of them in 24 hours.
Wow.
and we can't keep them in stock now.
And you're making a ton more money on it. I mean, that's like a dream right there, right? I mean, the whole technology, the whole planet, the TikTok, the universe is so different now for selling. That's amazing. Oh my
What I love about that, Aaron, is what you're doing is you know in your gut what works and what doesn't.
Yes.
Yeah, I do. I know. I feel it. I know. Like when we have a product, because I always have designed the product around the customer, and I'm just trying to solve all of the problems, that someone's going to have with that, any of our products. So I just know the experience they're going to have is going to be amazing. The thing about the margin and it's cheap. It's better to buy from us because we make more margin. There's a lot more expenses. Like I had to hire a full-time e-commerce manager. An $80,000 position to run that, and then we have all the shipping charges and I had to.
Yeah, he's getting jumped out, but he comes back in quick. All right.
Yeah, he's in the room.
You guys said all the shipping charges, you lost to go.
Yeah, so all the shipping charges, and having people packing boxes all day long and hiring another customer service rep and dealing with all the influx of emails now you're doing with the public, like there are expenses coming with that. And so, yeah, the margin's good, but you got to be prepared to take on a lot more challenges in business because now you're dealing with the public. So that led me to the next thing. We moved into our new headquarters, and it's on a major thoroughfare called Route 130 that has, 250,000 cars a day drive by. And I have a huge sign up and I said, you know what? We're going to put a retail store, a retail outlet, at our headquarters. People can come in and we'll make it like a museum. You come in and you'll take a picture with the giant Scrub Daddy and you'll see the whole history of the company. And then you'll buy t-shirts and hats, and we design the inside of the store. It's all glass wall. And as you're in there, you can look directly into our television studios and you might catch us filming a live show.
That's awesome.
So we'll probably end up having, classrooms that kids come and they'll watch me, do a live QVC show. And it's great. Like we're going to have our own retail outlet.
Wow. You know what's great about
really,
that?
The next question is, when are you going to be sitting in one of those seats? You need to be in one of those seats.
Those ones right behind you.
Seriously, look at. Yeah, I'll tell you what. And one thing I respect and appreciate, Aaron, that you don't have to do this stuff anymore, right? You got yourself in such a good spot now. You've got such a good national brand. You're a good person. You got good people working for you. You know, it's you. I mean, you are living the American dream. No ifs, ands, or buts. And you're the guy behind it. You're not dishing it out. You're doing the work. You're the guy doing the work.
But what you said is that you don't have to do that. Well, actually, I do, because you know that's just in my blood. What am I going to do? What am I going to do instead? Sit around and like watch TV? Like, I'm having fun. Like, I'm changing the barbecue cleaning world. To me, is fun. You know, it's really like. Here, I'll just show you this. Look, so this handle swivels around so that you can use the scraper, and then you can flip it around, and you can use the scrubbing head, and it's got like a hook to hang up, and this one actually can pull the grates out, you know, so you don't have to touch them, and it's got a beer bottle opener on the back.
Wow, that's awesome.
The baby's well thought out.
Now you said to me, I don't have to do that. Yeah, I do. That's a lot of fun.
Now you do. So what are you going to call that? Are you going to keep it in the line of some type of daddy?
Of course.
What does this say? Oh,
barbecue daddy,
yeah,
of course. Hey, Aaron, on YouTube, I got about 100 people that want it.
There it is. He's got such a brand now, such a following. Like even when I'm in stores, I'll see somebody with a scrub.
It's already out. So we launched it. It's hitting the Kroger stores first, out in the West Coast. It will be on our Smile Shop within, I don't know, a week, and it will be all over Amazon probably a week or two later. So it'll be ready in time for the barbecue cleaning season. And trust me when I tell you, it's the last grill brush you'll ever use, because you change the heads out, and these are dishwasher, machine washer safe. So you just pull them out and then you just replace them with a new head. And this thing is lasting forever. So you go out and you look at your horrible looking barbecue brush, and you won't be using that anymore.
Hey,
it's fun.
Yeah. Well, this is the kind of following he has. If I'm in like Bed Bath and Beyond or in one of the stores, and someone will have a scrub daddy, me and Brandon be in line, I go, how do you like that scrub daddy? They go, oh my God, I love it. It's great. I go, yeah, I know Aaron pretty well. And they go, you serious? I'll show a picture and I go, oh my God, I love this product. I love that. You really know him. So like he's truly got this incredible following now. So it's like, it's nationally recognized, and I'm in Carolina at this store doing this. Right? It's not like I'm in, somewhere local in Pennsylvania. So yeah, really, really good stuff, man.
Chris, you know this better than anything, right? The ultimate, really, it's not about the money anymore. It's what it's about it's about changing the world and having people love and really buy into your inventions. Like that's what feels the best. It's the total vindication for the inventor is when you make a product and like you thought it was good, but then the public verifies that it's good and they love it. Like that feeling is what I live for every day.
Can I ask a quick question? Hey, Aaron, how many years did it take to become a household brand? Because every inventor we come across tells us, oh, my product's going to be a household brand. Can you how long did it take?
I'm gonna tell you two things. One is when you walk off Shark Tank, right? You already have a brand. Like you just hit 7 to 10 million people. Like, and if you did it right, and your website doesn't crash, and you have inventory, I mean, you could sell $1 million the night Shark Tank airs. And I think at that point you have the beginning of a brand. We became, I would say, a household brand somewhere like 2 to 3 years in, when like 4 or 5 of the big box retailers brought us in, like Walmart, Target, Lowe's, Home Depot, and Bed Bath. And then we started buying like these Nielsen reports and IRI data. And when we hit over 50% brand awareness in the United States, I knew that we had a brand.
50%? Oh my God, it's huge.
We're over that now. We're probably about 56%.
Wow.
Yeah, which is interesting because what it means is half the country doesn't know what we are.
Yeah, that is scary, but the other half does, which is even great.
It means I have a lot of work to do. See, I told you, Chris, I can't stop. I have a lot of work to do.
No, I know. It's awesome. I don't know. You inspire me. I told you that already. Watching you go to work. I mean, look at him. He made time for us today. He's been busy straight out. By the way, Megan's a good girl. I like Megan.
My personal assistant's the absolute gem. She's the best. And it's really, it's also one of the most important things. Like at the level we're at, if you don't have the right people in the right positions, there's no way to succeed. You can't do everything.
Yeah,
and I still do. Listen, I'm still on the road. I have a flight to catch. Oh, I have to go to the airport like right now.
Yeah.
I got to go to the airport right now and catch a flight home. But I'm still out here. I'm losing my voice doing the Lowe's shows.
Yeah.
But I have Will out here with me, my chief strategy officer,
And your best friend.
And my best friend since I was 10 years old.
How cool is
There's
that?
another great thing. If you can work with your best friend, that's probably the most fun you can have in life.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I got to
really
run,
cool.
guys.
All right, Aaron,
Aaron,
as
talk to you
always,
again.
man, I appreciate you. You know that. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, my friend.
Hey,
All right, be
my
safe.
pleasure, guys.
All right, talk
See
to you
ya.
soon.
Awesome.
All right, we're going to slide in now with my other man, Sean Murphy, the financial guru. You got to.
I'm on. Okay.
Sean's baby.
Sean's
So we've been
following
going
up like
nonstop, Sean, since 9 o'clock, nonstop. Just a marathon day. National Inventors Day, baby.
At 6 a.m. nonstop for me.
Yeah, we had Joy Mangano on. We had Marcie Mckenna. Obviously Aaron. We've got Mike Watts. We had Laren. We had such a good group of people, man. Like this has been such an enlightening day because you're hearing the same, the same story over and over about not quitting and hitting bumps and working through them. And then you got, people just starting to catapult into success, and you got Aaron, who's absolutely blown it up. I mean, literally blown it up. And now he's into the grilling areas, right? Which that's going to be a huge success.
he's into every area.
Yeah, he really is. And none of it's been easy. Like, he said with the retail, the little the daisy cleaner they had, the retail didn't want it. He put it on his online store, right? It's Smiley store, got influencers and then blew that up. So all that said, what does that mean? We need money. Some people need money to make this go, baby. When you're in retail, you need cash. You're buying tools, you need money. So talk about that a little bit, Sean, because I don't think we talk about that enough, about how do you finance some of these programs.
And this comes right back to Mark Cuban. If you can do it internally and by yourself, and the fewer outside influences you have, and the fewer people that are saying, well, I gave you $1 million and I think we should do it this way. And you're like, look, you only have 5% of the company. Your $1 million is helping, but you don't have a 50% opinion. Okay. You have a little bit of venture capital. So my first thought is you have to believe in what you're doing strongly enough just to grow it organically, get some sales and get some money, get some revenue coming back in as hard and fast as you possibly can. I see a lot of people investing so much money and focusing on venture capital and fundraising rather than the product. My first thought on any product, on any venture, on any service is, how fast can I be to rev? How soon can I get this to market? Biggest challenge I see people making, Chris, are like, well, it's not perfect yet. Well, let me tell you something. No product you ever have will ever achieve the level of perfection. Get it to market, start making some money, start doing some sales and getting revenue, that way. Obviously, the government has plenty of money to lend. Small business is what drives the United States economy. I don't care if it's one guy or, 200 or 300 employees. Small companies hire the employees, pay them the payroll. That's where the government's getting the revenue, is from that. So there's a lot of programs that you can go through, SBA Small Business Association, where you can actually get an SBA loan through the government.
Awesome.
Am I still on? Are we still on?
Yeah, you're still on.
I lost you. It went like blank.
Oh, no, you're good. You're still there.
But yeah, I just think I've seen a lot of operations. I do some business mentoring through the University of Missouri, Kansas City Block School of Business. And again, one of the biggest challenges is too many chefs in the kitchen, too many people that have put money in to which they believe to be big money. And it might only be 10,000, but to them, that's a lot of money. And so then they want to call you every day and where are we at and how are you spending my money? And you might already have, $5 million of venture capital or a couple $1 million borrowed. And this $10,000 person is going to tear up a lot of your ear time trying to give their input. Money's important, but if they don't have a clear hands-on understanding of what's being built and what's being done, it's going to be a huge, huge drag of time. And also
Yeah.
too, if you believe in it strongly enough, put some dang money in. People, well, that's risky. Well, you know, no
That's
statute in the
commitment.
United
I always call
States.
that commitment. You talk a lot. When you put some of your own cash in it, that shows the commitment level.
Well, look, no statute in the United States is built to a wimp ever.
Right.
You know, you've got to step up and do something that's a little bit bold. If you want the success of somebody like Aaron Krause or any of these other champions that have been on Shark Tank, you don't do it in a wimpy fashion. You need to be bold. You need to believe. And here's the thing, if you don't believe, why would your clients believe? Why would your venture capitalists believe? Why would the bank believe? Why would even the government? Why would they even believe and lend you money? You have to really, really strongly believe in what you're doing. And you have to work extraordinarily hard, but everything you have to do is with the end in mind. The other biggest mistake, Chris, I see people making, they go, I need to map out every single step, every single one. I have perfectly mapped out between now and when I achieve success.
Yeah.
Look, no battle plan ever by any army in the history of the world lasted more than the original 15 seconds of engagement. They go, well, that's not the way we had to set up on the map. Well, guess what? The enemy had a different plan. Okay. And whatever plan you have, you better be ready to call an audible, because your rock solid plan on Monday, by Thursday, it's out the window. It's totally blown up.
So
totally
true.
gone.
And people, I always say, like, I always build flexible manufacturing operations. You have to be flexible because it doesn't go as you plan. Life doesn't go as you plan. You got to be prepared for the roadblocks.
No, I'll tell you, here's one for not planned. I hired an overseas programmer, and this is your lesson in cheap is not good and good is not cheap. Okay, so hired a programmer overseas in a country where you can get programming for extremely inexpensively, and the guy just disappeared.
Yeah.
It's all proprietary code, disappeared off planet Earth, no communication, no text, no cell, no email. 6 weeks. And this is like 2 years into my project, all proprietary code, which he had in his possession.
Mm.
And then 6 weeks later, hey, I'm in London. He calls, I'm in London. I've been trying to, move my family here for 5 years. And so, boy, I got the call and I came over here. I'm getting my flat and, but I've got everything with me and I'm ready to go. And I'm thinking, seriously, you couldn't have sent me an email, a 30-second email? But you know what? He didn't, because his family's top priority. But I didn't plan on having 2 years just blow up and disappear. And thank goodness it showed up 6 weeks later. The bottom line is, I don't care how well you think you're planned and prepared, you're not. You got to be flexible and you just keep charging. You need to deal with whatever's in front of you. Like when you ran the BMW operations, I remember you telling me the car that you buy on Monday is not going to be the same car that's coming off the line on Friday, right? Even though it's the same model.
There's all
But
kinds
you
of
guys
engineering
retool things all the time versus lots of the other car manufacturers. They shut down once a year to retool. Nothing changes.
Yeah,
Even if
BMW
there's
had no
a bad-
design freezes. None.
Even if there's a flaw design, they go,
No,
we're
I
already
mean,
tooled.
honestly, it's kind of a brilliant idea when you think about it. They release a car knowing there's some, and again, there are not any safety issues. Might be some cosmetic thing, might be a problem. If it does show up, they'll fix it in warranty. They don't stop the line. So what you do is you build up banks. You take the tool out, you change it. You got a week or so of material built up that you keep shipping to the plant. Put the tool back in. So that car built on Monday and the following Monday have design engineering changes that
Absolutely.
you'll never know as a consumer.
Yeah. And people say you can't make those kind of changes on a project as complex as an automobile. Well, the answer is yes, you can. And most people that are watching this right now, the products that you don't have to build automobiles and space shuttles to be successful. Scrub Daddy is a pretty simplistic model design. It's a little smiley face cut out of some
genius idea on the material.
German
but it is
material,
a
right?
Sponge, right?
And I'm looking one right over on my.
But he blew
thing
up.
right now.
He blew it up. Again, you missed the earlier part. I told him the funniest story he ever told me was he has this picture of 3M who bought out his car wash material that he had, bought that whole business, and we don't want that. There's a box of Scrub Daddies that were sitting, and they said, no, we don't want that. We don't have nothing to do with that. I said, what are they thinking now about that?
Well, here's what I'm thinking. Whoops.
Exactly.
Whoops is a little low on it. They're going
But he's trying to
crazy.
use some
Try to be gracious
4-letter
here.
words.
Try to be gracious here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
There's
hey, let's talk about, you got this cool program, this cool app, which kind of leads into what you were saying about the programming in 2 years called $. Let's talk about how you can help people with that and how, I mean, inventors, I mean, it's all budgeting, it's all financial stuff, and that's what everyone overlooks.
It is. And here's the thing, money makes people's heads melt. They're like, oh my gosh, I'm horrible with money. They have all these preconceived notions. I'm horrible with money. Money is complicated. I've never had any money. Even if I do have any money, I still won't understand it. And they'll pay somebody $2,500 for a conversation for a leather bound D-ring binder this thick, of which they will still understand nothing. And so a $2,500 binder and a $2,500 conversation doesn't change your life in any way. I've been in the investment advisory business for 34 years, and it keeps getting more and more and more and more complicated. 95% of the industry is chasing the top 5% of the money. Why? Because that's where all the big cats are, right? Well, 70% of the United States population are just people like, look, can I just pay for my kids' college without going broke? I'd like to go on vacation and not have a credit card bill when I get back that I have to pay off for, the whole next year. I'd like to be able to retire. I have no faith in Social Security. And I also have absolutely no clue what I qualify for when it comes to college funding, retirement funding, and tax minimization, debt elimination strategies. So my business partner, a gentleman named Tim Stiles, and I, we've been friends for 30 years. And it's just like anything else. We're at the gym and he's like, this is so dang complicated. I do not enjoy the business anymore. I said, I don't enjoy it because it's so complicated. The clients still don't understand it. And heaven help you if you hire a new rep, because trying to explain it to them, the industry has a monstrous turnover in personnel, probably one of the highest turnovers in personnel in the United States. Long story short, so we built a program called $B Smart. So it's B without the E. So Bravo Delta. So $BSmart.com. Here's what it is. The entire world lives right here, right? It's a 3-year-old girl's baby doll. If you go on vacation and you forget your 3-year-old daughter's doll, guess what? You're turning around. You leave the house in the morning without your phone, you have to go back to get it because if you want to be a functional part of society. And so we're looking at that and I was like, if our business doesn't move to the phone, we're dead. You cannot win in today's world with last year's offense. And even on Shark Tank, people go, well, here, they asked all the sharks, well, how'd you do it? Oh, 10 years ago. It doesn't matter what I did 10 years ago.
Right.
So here's what we came up with. Instead of having a long drawn out presentation or going to a chicken or steak dinner at some fancy restaurant and sitting around talking, nobody wants to listen to a presentation. They just want their stuff fixed. And on the advisor side, nobody wants to give those presentations because I've given thousands of them. I don't ever want to do it again. So what $B Smart does, it's actually an intuitive, interactive, web-based platform app. So if you say that you're a business owner, it asks you completely different questions than if you're an employee because you qualify for completely different things. Well, how are you set up? Are you sub S? Are you a C Corp? Are you an LLC? Are you doing business as? How many employees you have affects what you should pursue for your deductions. If you start making all this money and you're giving it all to the IRS, that's not good. Well, they're focused on building their company. They don't want to be financial masters. So they go through this app process in 5 minutes or less, Chris. It creates a handful of alerts, bullet points, basically financial talking points that are for sure uniquely applicable to that, either that business owner or that family that's sitting in front of you. Some of them will be of interest to the client. Some of them will not, but they'll tell you. They go, look, that's a priority, handle that. That's a priority, fix that. I need that for my company. I'm getting killed on taxes. So out of the 10 alerts, handle those 3. And we go, we're on it. And so we're saving a massive amount of time per engagement. It's not all about planning. Planning doesn't change anything. Execution changes everything. And so it's a software as a subscription model. So the financial industry, financial professionals lease that monthly, and they use it with their clients, and they can actually do a remote financial survey across the street, across town, or across the country by sending them the app and then sending them the access code and then going through those alerts. But just to encourage everybody on here, Chris, I won an iPad in a Christmas raffle. I didn't turn it on for 1 year because I thought, man, I don't want to be some nerd running around with some iPad and some of those Gilmers and that type of stuff. And now I have partial ownership in a tech development company. Here's all I know. Nothing still about tech, but you have the vision of what I want it to do. Here's the end result. Here's what we're going to make happen. We're going to eliminate all these presentations. We're going to eliminate all this time. We're going to eliminate the $2,500 fee. We're going to make it fast, short, quick, simple, and get results. We'll run an app, and let's start implementing the plan in the next 20 minutes instead of over the next 6 weeks. We'll come back with a $2,500 binder. I still don't know anything about tech, but we hired some really brilliant people. And guess what? I go, here's what we want it to look like. And they come back and they go, here it is. I go, that's not what I said. Here's what I want it to look like. And eventually it gets better. And we were on vacation last week. We're walking down the beach, Tim and I, supposedly on vacation. If we're awake, we're working 24/7. We're always talking about greater innovation. What if it did this? And what if we changed this? And holy cow, what if we added that? But it's just like Aaron's saying, what am I going to do? Just sit around, watch Price is Right, sit around, watch television?
I keep saying Tom Brady will be back after he starts hanging out with his kids. And then his kids realize, I don't want to hang out with my dad. I want to hang out with my friends. Then it's like, well, okay, what do? You got to keep yourself busy.
Yeah, he'll go, man, I'll go back and play again.
But you know, it's
building a company is a blast. You guys all know that because you're all involved in that. It's one of the most exciting things that you can do. And to wake up excited every day, and when your alarm goes off, to pop out of bed and crush it and be going 100 miles an hour, and then boom, then the day's over, versus sitting at a desk looking at the clock, go to the bathroom, look at the clock, get a cup of coffee, look at the clock. Man, I don't want to live like that.
No, that B Dollar is a genius app. It really is. And I think about what you just said. Like, I sat in these financial presentations, right? I was CEO, I was on boards, and man, after a while, it's like nobody cares unless it just sounds all the same. And it's not, how does it pertain to me exactly? Then you got to set up a separate meeting with somebody. In your case, it's so much. You've taken all that out. It's so simple. You've made it so user friendly. Which
it's so simple. Like Scrub Daddy, so simple.
Yeah,
it's so simple. Tim and I look at it and go, how can this not exist? How is this? How does it not exist? So if anybody is interested, you can contact me at Sean@bdollarsmart.com. It's SEAN at BDollar, B without the E, BDOLLARSMAR.com. And I can put you in touch with somebody nationwide in your state or your community, your city. I go, this office uses this technology and it's free. You take a run at it. If you like it, great. If not, you invested 5 minutes, not an entire night of your life. But yeah, we're super excited about it, and it's going to be, it'll become, in my estimation, $100 million company probably within 18 to 24 months.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty cool thing. And Sean is on our advisory board, and he's helping us with sponsorships, right? Because we have a lot of people who want to sponsor, and they say, how much should we sponsor? So we want to set some tier levels and some brackets. So for X amount of dollars, you get this type of sponsorship. And right now our membership is free. And I think at some point we'll have tier levels of that too, because there's so much information we're providing for the end user, for our inventor community, that right now is all free. I mean, Dr. Russ Barnes did this great educational program he put in place. We've got so many people now that, as I told Joy today, it's not like she's not an actress. She's not she's not acting. She lived it. They made a movie about her life, but people can relate to her because of that. She really went through all those issues that you hear so many of the same thing. same people that like us have gone through. And you said it earlier, there is no set structure. I mean, my job as a Lean Six Sigma guy is to remove the waste, remove the bumps, and make the process as smooth as possible. But even in that, you have machines that break down, tooling issues, you know, you have packaging issues. So all of that, there's always that's going to happen. The goal is to smooth it out and keep it structured. You have accountability to it, you have responsibility to it, and you have some fun. And that's what I said, always building teams, having fun. So I see you doing a lot of that, Sean, in the financial industry. You were also in Kansas City, right? Weren't you running one of the groups there for a long time?
The Inventors Center
Yep.
of Kansas City. I was the CEO of that operation for 4 years. Through that, we created a fundraiser called Make 48. Well, now that's got about 96% market penetration nationwide as a show on which you and I've been on that show together, but it's now nationwide, and it's a for-profit operation, but 48-hour Inventors Challenge. And
we were there from day one.
Back in day. Oh yeah. And
That's where we met. That's where Sean and I met. Day one.
Let's do a great fundraiser. Well, now 7 or 8 years later, you and I are traveling around, been on vacation together, done multiple events together nationwide. And then the people that we meet through that, let me go back to the UIA and the fact that it's free. Look, there's a lot of things that you can plug into and attend that are free. And you guys, there's a tremendous amount of value already through the UIA. There's zero doubt about that. I know a gentleman personally that charges $7,000 a day for private business consulting. And people go, well, that's stupid. I would never pay him $7,000 a day. Well, would you pay him $7,000 a day if he made you 8?
Exactly.
I said, so I net 30 to pay him. It's not what it costs, it's the value derived from it. Okay, so there's a ton of value here. We want to take the value that's here, and I'm so excited to be on the advisory board, but we want to take it to a tier that's so level that it's such a high level that it doesn't move your business forward. And wow, that was a great organization. It really helped me out a little bit. We want to help you achieve in 12 months what would take you 5 to 7 years, maybe, or never.
If so, yeah.
By trying to plink around. Look, we're still going to have tremendous value to the United States and to everyone. But we have some people that come to the table, look, I have a multi-million-dollar idea. I know I do, but I don't know how to get it from where it is to 56% brand recognition nationwide. That's a crazy number. Well, we're going to have people they'll have the resources and the access and ability to do that. Yes, it's going to what UIA is now is exciting.
Without wasting time.
What it's going to become is going to be insane. We're going to save you time and make you money. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. And, Sean, we got great people like Aaron, you saw, Aaron was traveling. I asked him to join us. He said, absolutely. I'll be right before my flight. We worked out the times. We have those type of people that are all willing to help and contribute. And really the UIA is going to look it's already looking really different this year. It's going to continue to grow its member base, and you can see it's already happening. This thing, just this event alone, we were able to pull it together so quick because of all of you guys, man. We got a good group of people that want to help. And when I reach out, everyone always says, yes, I would love to. So, that's a compliment to all of us being able to have some fun together and work together. So I'm thrilled with that. And I see as Carmine does with all the things he's doing, I see the UIA just being an absolute benchmark for this industry.
You know what? Some of the best friends, Chris, and you're in that category, but some of the best friends I've ever had in my life are the creative minded, entrepreneurial minded, business driven. People want to be around people that are excited and going somewhere.
Right.
Nobody wants to sit there and have a boring life. And can you make a lot of money, be wealthy? Yes. But you know what? Hanging around with like-minded people that are creative and changing the world and building things. I don't use that word as a cliche. Let's change the world. Well, inventors do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Man,
they do.
I always
I
felt-
love you guys. I love working with you guys. I'm so
Yeah.
excited to be a part of it. We're having a fantastic year. I'll tell you that.
And just to close here, I always felt like, Sean, that like I never wanted to chase the money. I chased the fun. I chased the people and having good people around me and going to baseball games. Or like you said, we did vacation. We took our kids to Miami together. I mean, think about that on a spring break, and I met Sean through a Make 48 event. I don't know how long ago that was, 7 years ago or whatever. It was the very first one. And we just built that relationship. So that's what I enjoy doing. I didn't know Carmine, 3-4 years ago, same thing. A lot, everybody, even Mike's joining us now with Love Handle, listening to his story. I mean, these are all real life stories that people have traveled through, that anybody new wanting to learn, they're going to get firsthand experience from how not to do it, what to take, what to do right, what to avoid, the people to avoid. So yeah.
Can I tell a 30-second story on that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
My 17-year-old daughter asked me to take her, well, she was 18 at the time, but take her and 2 of her friends. So me, you're going to take 3 high school senior females. Oh, where do you want to go? South Beach. Sound like a great idea to me. And so then I started thinking about that, and I was like, no, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'll rent the condo. I'll get it right on the sand, but I'm coming because I'm paying and I'm overseeing you guys. And then I thought about it and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm coming. I'm overseeing 2 young women that aren't even my daughters. So I called Chris up and I go, look, man, I'm taking these 3 girls down there. There's going to be 10,000 college kids on the beach. My condo's on the beach, right on South Beach. And now the first day I'm out there on the beach, it's going to be fine. The second day I'm out there, everybody's going to go, that's that old dude that was out here yesterday, man. He's kind of a creeper. So I said, Chris, you got to come hang out with me. Then they'll just go, oh, it's just a couple of business guys. They're probably at some convention down here or something. But I called, it was like, 3 days, 4 days in advance?
Yeah.
And you go, I'll be there.
Then I said, I'll take Tyler, right? Tyler had one of his friends.
And his side, we had the greatest time, but I would not recommend that. That was the most stressful 4 or 5 days of my life, man. But
and they still talk about it.
But here's the thing, but that's the type of relationships that we built.
Yeah.
It's not, you guys aren't just some guys I know. Man, we work together, we play together, we travel together, we take care of our kids together. And yes, it's just fantastic, man.
Biggest thing, Sean, is we admit we need help together. It's very, very important.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I don't want to be an expert. I just want to know them.
Yep. I talked about that earlier today. All right, Sean, appreciate you, man. As always,
Buddy, I got to go grind, man.
Awesome,
Go
buddy.
do it.
Awesome.
I'm going to transition into my man, Mike Watts. My man. Let's talk about Mike now. I got
What's up, guys?
all over the place, all over my phones are everywhere. Love his products. And again, you talk about meeting someone. I met one of his guys first before I actually met Mike at one of the shows. So, I mean, everybody is connected at some point. And I love your story because it's really, really different. We had Joy on earlier and people resonate because she's not an actress, right? They made a movie about her, but it's about her life story. In your case, very different in that you've had multiple businesses. You were buying stuff from overseas. Now you're making everything in the US. You felt some of the pain. You weren't on Shark Tank, but you got to deal with Damon. You guys are friends now. I mean, you know how I feel about Damon. I know how you feel about him. The guy's straight up good dude. He called me when my dad passed away just to say anything you need, let me know. He's that kind of guy. And it's anything about him. He's always offering to help, never asking for anything. And I know you guys have become personal friends. So it just shows you like how important this network is,
Hey, just by the way, I see Matt Nuncio jumped on, so we never know what's going to happen. Just to let you guys know.
Yeah, that's okay. So, so Mike, let's talk about your businesses, right? Let's talk about early on. You've had some businesses that became successful, right? And then you had some bumps. You sold some. You were buying. I know you had a big problem with some stuff you were buying out of China. Talk about that because there's so many people on this stage right now that have that same problem and they don't know what to do. You've been through it. You do know what to do.
Yeah, well, Chris, Carmine, thanks for having me on. And I've been watching today. I feel I'm a student. I heard Joy, and then Sean Murphy just before me was great. So thanks for having me. You're really delivering a lot of value here, and I feel honored to be included in this group. But I think entrepreneurship it's a journey, right? You can only do what you think. You underestimate what you can do in a day, or overestimate what you can do in a day, and underestimate in a year, and definitely underestimate where you'll be in 5 years if you keep at it. And for me, when I started, my wife and I were just looking for a way to make some extra money. It really was that simple, because we had a simple goal for our first son to be able to not go to daycare. So we were going from a 2-income to a 1-income family, and we had to supplement somehow. I had a corporate job. I had my cubicle in downtown Houston, and they were giving 3% raises, and that was it. That was all you were going to get. So we had to get creative. We read a copy of Rich Dad, Poor Dad together, and it really changed our mindset. And next thing you know, we're hitting trade shows and really hustling all kinds of different products. But as you go through that process, you start figuring out, well, what does it take to sell a product? What type of products do people want? How to price products? How to package products? And I literally have this is my very first product I ever packaged, was the one I was selling at the trade shows, called Rain Sorb. Later become Orbeez and Soil Moist, and it's a crystals you can put in your plants and grow, and it really feels cool when you wet it down. And so we had this whole song and dance show we did together, and it was me and her doing the pitch out there, and then our 2-year-old at the time was underneath the table at the Houston Home and Garden Show watching Veggie Tales. Like, we were a true family entrepreneur. We didn't really even know to call ourselves entrepreneurs. We were just trying to make rent and my college loan that I had to pay back every month. So I think that's where a lot of it all starts. But the great thing about it, that we live in America, a place that rewards risk takers and people willing to put themselves out there. And then next thing you know, you find yourself in a place where you're like, okay, well, how do I make products at mass, right? All of a sudden Walmart picks up, and this was our other product that we started as an aftermarket weed eater head called the Pivot Trim. And our very first account was Walmart. And so we were immediately trying to figure out, like, well, how do we sell this thing? How do we make enough to supply Walmart? And so next thing you know, we're flying to China. We're doing deals over there. We go through all the process of, low quality. We had all kinds of products we had to throw away, and that was just a constant theme. So, I'm kind of skipping ahead, but eventually we just resolved, after frustrations with international manufacturing, that we were just going to find a way to make our products for our next startup on our own. And that's, I can tell you, you may hear a saw in the background, because right outside of this room is our manufacturing going on right now. But, we not only developed the product, but we had, how are we going to make the product in mind? And then how do we build the machines to make that product that we had in mind for the masses at scale, to where it allows us to be efficient enough to compete and to supply the market at an affordable price.
Yeah, right. And now you jumped into Love Handle, right? You had some bumps along the way, all made in the U.S., and now you've just continued to grow that product line. So talk a little bit about that, because I think what people don't understand, or inventors sometimes, just when you run a business, you have a good product. It's like, I don't know if you listened to Aaron just a minute ago, he's blowing up Scrub Daddy. The levels that he always told me he felt he could achieve, but not this quick, right? So now you got all these people following you. You got, I love your TikTok commercials with your girls. Oh my God, they're great. So now you have a following, right? And you've got other products you're launching, and they're all good stuff. So talk about that a little bit, because I think is to get that first big win and then build off of it.
Yeah, that's a great segment, because at the end of the day, we found ourselves cycling through products, and where we landed with the Love Handle, just in case anybody's not sure what that is, it's just a smartphone grip that you showed. It's got a kickstand. Well, this is the new version. There's a kickstand. It's magnetic, so you can stick it to like metal things, and so you can mount your phone to the side of your car while you're listening to a podcast or whatever it is, gym equipment, on the side of your fridge. But all of that's the end result. But along the way, we decided very purposely to try to find a product that we could. I'm a licensor, right? So I always say I'm not smart enough to invent anything on my own. But much like a marriage, I've been able to partner with inventors to where the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, right? Like inventors are just an amazing, very small segment of the world out there, but they're really good at what they do. But a lot of times they can be complemented with a marketer, somebody who likes to talk like me. So, they can, us together, we can really go farther places. And that's a great example because our original love handle, we knew we wanted to have something that would be an accessory to the smartphone. Because I always tell people, like, when you're starting a business, understand that you're going to be probably in it longer. It's going to cost more money. It's going to be much more frustrating than you think. And if that's true, then you better be sure that in 3 to 5 years, there's actually a market for your products in place. And so we felt like the smartphone accessory space was something that was going to come and become a thing. And we really wanted to actually establish our own category because at the time in 2014, there wasn't smartphone grips. In fact, our biggest problem when we launched the love handle, the original one, was people are like, I don't put things on my phone. We don't stick things. Why would you stick something on your phone? That's ridiculous. And that was our biggest objection that the market was telling us. And of course, we know now, looking back, like there's an entire category around that. And we're in that space. And it's a very valid thing, whether it's a wallet or a car mount or a strap.
How did you answer that, though, when someone said that to you? Because I look back, I'm thinking about me now. Back in the early days, I probably was one of those people who said, I don't want to put anything back on my phone. I mean, I didn't have a cover yet, right? I didn't have a case. Everybody has a case now. But yeah. I was probably one of those people. How did you overcome that?
Well, Chris, what we realized early on was it was one of these things, and it was even true for me, that once, first time I saw it, I was like, I don't really know that that's right for me. I don't know that product is too simple or whatever. It's just, I don't know that I want it until I put it on my phone and I experienced it myself. And I tell people, it's like wheels on a suitcase. Like once you have wheels on your suitcase, you're like, oh, well, of course, I would never want to have any suitcase without wheels on it now. And so it's kind of like that. So our whole strategy, our entire marketing strategy was to give away half of the product that we made. So we would go to trade shows of all types and just start putting it on people's phones. And the way I do it, you'd be walking by the booth and say, hey, sir, do you have a smartphone? What kind of phone do you have? Make them pull their phone out. And I say, do you mind if I take a look at it? And I'll grab it and I would stick the product right on the back of their phone. And I go, here you go. You're going to love this. No charge. It's called Love Handle. And then that's, next thing you know, they're coming back down the aisle later. Some people are a little shocked, right? They feel a little violated at that moment. But we knew that by letting them experience the product, that we would create a fan and it would create conversations down the line. What's that thing on your phone? And that would start the conversations that we needed to build a loyal following.
Yeah, wow, that is awesome. I love hearing these stories. And and it gets better. I'm gonna keep segueing, and it gets better. So what does Mike do? He keeps, now you're marketing it, right? I think you tried to get on Shark Tank, right? So talk about that a little bit. Then he ends up getting a call one day, but I'll leave all that story for Mike. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Well, I think all of us, right? Probably everybody listening here has got just a very special place for Shark Tank in their heart. And I think that show has done an enormous, benefit, been an enormous benefit to America as a whole. It's allowed families to sit down together and to dream and to just think about the idea that we can create something, a business, something that really didn't exist before, right? That's what businesses are. You're creating something that didn't exist. And so I was so excited about it. I was really sure that I was going to be on Shark Tank. And you can ask anybody in my family. I was probably pretty obsessed with it, really. And so we were exhibiting at at CES, at Consumer Electronics Show, and they had a Shark Tank auditions there. And my dad, who's my co-founder here, which has been a great journey of its own to get to share this experience as a family business, but we decided, okay, we're going to go audition. So they said, start lining up at 6 a.m. in the Venetian in this location, and don't get there before then. So of course I showed up at 4:30 and I was like 20th in line. I was like, these are real entrepreneurs here. Like, these guys want to be on it. So I stood in line and got my wristband. And then later that day, we were able to go in and pitch the producers. And we went in and we were thinking that this was it. Like, this is the big deal. And we went in and pitched the producers, and they loved the product. They loved our enthusiasm and said, we'll get back to you. And a couple weeks later, we get an email saying, hey, congratulations, you made it through to the second round of auditions. And unfortunately for us, that next round of auditions was met with a decline. They said, we had to turn in the videotape and all that stuff, and it just wasn't right. I got a face for radio or something. They didn't tell me why. They just didn't let me on the show.
And that's a little devastating, right?
It was very devastating. Like I said, I almost knew like I was going to will this into existence. Like I was going to make it happen. I'm going to show up. I'm going to make a deal with a shark on Shark Tank, and it's going to be amazing. And it didn't work. And I was honestly, I was pretty heartbroken about it. So a year goes by, we do it again. We audition again. We get through to the second round again. And we're like, okay, well, this is it. We just needed more sales. We wanted Mr. Wonderful to not tell us he's going to squash us like the cockroach we are for not having any sales. So unfortunately, we got that same rejection email. And I was pretty upset at that point. And we just kind of just got back into the trenches and kept doing our thing. It was very shortly after that.
Hey, Mike, just to cut you off, does the letter say anything? Do they give you a reason, or is this just like, no?
And cut me off anytime, because I'll totally talk over everybody. But so it just said that we really appreciate your audition, very generically, but it's just not a fit right now. Thank you. Feel free to apply again in the future. So I did talk to, because I'm not one to really follow the rules. So
you and Rick Harper.
Definitely Rick. Yeah, for sure. I love him. But so we started shipping products to the set. We figured out, Culver City, where the studio was, and then we just started shipping products there. Some was branded with the Shark Tank logo. Yeah. And we made them with companies that each one of the sharks had, and anything we knew that they might be interested in getting. So, and I actually ended up getting a call from the producers after this thing I'm going to tell you about with Damon, but, because they had run out, they were getting them, and they finally had run out of them, and they wondered if they could get some more. So that was pretty neat to know that they were getting passed around the set, even though we didn't make it on the show. So, but I'm sitting there one day and I'm watching my website, and I tell entrepreneurs all the time, just stay in the weeds, stay on the front lines. I still get copies of our help emails today because I want to hear what customers have to say. But I saw this order come in from the Shark Group, and it just kind of rung a bell. I was like, what's the Shark Group? And as it turns out, I looked it up, and this Damon John's company in New York City is a branding company called the Shark Group. And I didn't actually know that at the time. But I was like, well, that's awesome.
It's only $6 billion.
Yeah. It's a
small
lightweight
company.
Yeah, a little company. So sure enough, there's a phone number and an email address on there. So what is the first thing you do, right? You pick up the phone, you're going to call. So I called the number, and a beautiful, lovely voice got on there. Her name was Simone, and she was very nice. And I asked her, I was like, hey, this is Mike Watts. You guys just placed an order on my website for some love handles. So I was wondering if I could talk to Damon. And so, of course, she laughed and said, no, you can't talk to Damon.
You and a million people.
Right. But what it did is I actually built a relationship with her over the phone. We found some things we were common on, faith being one of them. And, and that's just how it goes. You just take what's given to you, right? Like, so you hear that in the football all the time, like let the offense take what the defense gives you. And so that relationship was able to be established. And so I started sending products through her to make sure that they were plenty around the office. And it was about 6 months later or so, out of the blue, I got a call, and it was Damon's team. And they're like, look, Damon really is impressed with your product. He loves your product. He uses it all the time. Everybody here loves you. A couple of them really love you. And so he thinks you would be a great entrepreneur to work with. And he doesn't do this. He has more deals coming at him than he could ever, dream of. But he likes what you're about. He likes what your product is about. And he's open to doing a deal with you. And so I was able to work a deal with him directly, and in a much, I think, a better way than walking down the carpet on Shark Tank, because now, like you said, Chris, we're friends. Like we became friends first, made the deal. And then since then, I've really focused on just delivering value back to him in every way. Every time he releases a book, I'll, make custom love handles for him to give away at his meet and greets. Just continue to try to do what I can to be supportive of him and not ask much. And by doing it that way, we've really built a solid relationship, so much now that we even get to go fishing together sometimes. So it's pretty special.
I mean, the story is amazing. It really is. It's a great story because, again, there's this whole history of starting businesses and then having problems and just continuing to go through the grind. And then to be a little savvy, to know when to do the right thing, not intrude, but just slowly work your way into a point where somebody calls you up at a high level like that and says, hey, I love your product. But you're right, because he loves you as much as the product, and probably more than the product, honestly, because that's what builds relationships. It's people. It's your product is it solves a problem, but the people relationship to me is that much more in the chemistry. And I feel like I've connected with Damon for many reasons. I mean, we grew up in a city, he grew up in Brooklyn. I grew up in Connecticut and Waterbury. There's very similar. I spent a lot of time in New York. A lot of similarities, and like you guys have found that synergy, and anybody listening here has to understand that it's not, you just don't come up with an idea, make a product, and wow, you're making $100 million. It doesn't work like that. Like, get that out of your head. It's grinding it. I mean, I started my business 8 years ago when I was still in corporate America, solving big company problems. So, I mean, and that's what you've been doing. And I obviously respect and appreciate everything you've done. And we've built a nice relationship. And it's cool for me to watch these stories. That's why I love sharing them, because they're so in depth of like, you could have just said, oh man, you could have been devastated to a point where you said, oh, I'm never doing this again. I'm heartbroken again. I quit, but you didn't. And that's, I think, the key is that you didn't quit.
Wow. Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, if you never give up, you're absolutely guaranteed to win. I mean, if you never step off the track, you're still in the race. And so I just kept going, and we're still keeping going. I mean, even for the last couple of weeks, and this year, 22, I've already done 5 trade shows. We've been at five trade shows already this year, in spite of all the COVID stuff. I caught COVID in the middle of it, but I'm still showing up, and I'm here. I try to get here as early as I can, and I work late. And it's just, if you know what you're doing and you can stay focused and believe in it, then anything is possible. And doing a deal, I think, with Damon John is just probably an early marker for what I'm setting my sights on. I really do want to try to make an impact. And you guys, again, I'm going to circle back to credit for y'all, because we need this voice out here. We need this story out here that the American dream is the lifeblood. It's the fuel that's growing our economy. It's creating jobs. And I can tell you, just walking out this door, that there's a lot of people that are glad that we're out taking risks like this. And it's not easy. Don't ever think it's easy, but it's absolutely worth it if you think you're cut out for it. It's an amazing journey that you can take.
And Mike, I see you, right? I see all the things you post. I see you at all these shows, and that's not easy. You're actually there setting up booths too. I mean, it's not, that's a grind. It's exhausting being at these shows. And look at Aaron, I just sent him a text after. He said, anything you ever need, just let me know. But we just saw him. He looked tired. He's been traveling. He's at a show all week, but he still made time because he cares, and he's still grinding, and he's still offering all these products. And he doesn't have to. Like I said, he don't have to. He said, oh, you don't have to. I feel like I have to. So, and he's right. I mean, that's what we all have, that lifeline. And I watch you. You have that. I mean, you remind me a lot of Aaron in a lot of ways, a lot of me. I mean, that's why I think all of us have that chemistry and that drive to be successful and want to do the right thing and want to help people. And I see it in you. And people need to hear these stories, because for every email that you get a no, or everyone that says no, it is. I mean, I've been there. It's devastating. Yep. It's like, wow. And then if you keep going.
But each no is closer to a yes. So as Mike has found out, how many no's does it take to get to a yes? And he kept saying, no, no, no. He knew there was a yes coming. And now he knows yes is the word. What's unbelievable to me, Mike, which must have just boosted your confidence, knowing that you're going the right direction, is Damon John is calling you saying they want to do a deal with you. I mean, what better kind of phone call could you get than that? A proof of concept, right? I mean, come on.
Right. Yeah. And it was really pretty special that, and, you know, and then after that, there's been times that it was one particular evening that we were in Vegas. And it was a funny thing was like, I had totally stalked Mark Cuban a couple times. I ran into him at a hotel in Dallas and pitched him there. And then I had another time at CES, me and my son had chased him down the aisle and stopped him and tried to talk to him about our product. And this never really worked out. But then, so we're at dinner in Las Vegas at CES. I think it was 2019. And you know, it was there with Damon. And then Mark Cuban walks in, sits next to me. And so we're having dinner with the Sharks there. And the cool thing to me was that Mark knew a lot about me. I guess Damon had told him, or he knew about my product. He knew about a little bit about our story and was very congratulatory. So to think that Cuban walks and sits down at the table and then knew a little bit about our journey thus far. He remembered meeting me a couple times and commented about how he respected the hustle. And so, you know, just keep swinging. You just keep shooting for the fences out there. You just never know where you might end up.
And it's not luck. I mean, I would talk to Carmen about this a lot. And a lot of people I talk to, like even for me to get on Good Morning America, I was at the right place. I put myself in the right place at the right time. And then I followed up. Someone gave me an opportunity and I followed up and that door opened up and I got on Good Morning America. Then I became friends with producers and Robin Roberts. And then now I make a call. I'm going to propose to Brandy live on Good Morning America. My kid thinks I'm crazy. And oh, wait, I really am proposing to her live. He's sitting next to me going, I can't believe this. Michael Strahan's sitting next to me. So, I mean, you made it happen. So you need to take some of that as well. I mean, because you could have easily been heartbroken and walked away. I mean, we heard Joy say today and Marcie said people are so close to success and they don't realize how close they are. And some of these people walked away from it.
They give up.
You don't. You keep going, and you did that, so you made it happen. I mean, you got to take credit for that as well. You did it the right way too. You didn't. Brandy was calling me a stalker, I think, at Good Morning America. I said, no, it's networking. It's networking.
Hey, the results don't lie, Chris.
That's it. I said, and a year later, she said, wow, you're a genius. I said, okay, how do you like me now? Right?
You're a genius.
So put that in writing and say it slower.
Hey, Mike, so what's new for you guys? You guys got anything on the burner you could tell us about? And if you can, it's okay.
Yeah. I really think, I always try to think from the customer backwards, right? Like what's their day like? How are they using their phone? And how can we make that experience better? And so we felt like we had solved the walking around, right? When we did that with the first one, the walking around problem. So now you can wear your phone like you wear your socks. It's comfortable and great, hands-free. And then we added the kickstand, which is amazing, to be able to use your phone like a touchscreen computer and do video calls and things. And the magnets allowed us to mount your phone to like metal surfaces. But then we started thinking about the fact that you get in the car, there's really not a good way to do it. And like it would work with some magnetic mounts that would stick to, but there really wasn't a very good solution for that. And so we basically put all our effort into developing what we hoped would be the world's best car mount. As it turns out, it's better than just a car mount. It actually is, you can mount it anywhere you want to mount your phone, right? And so we said, well, what are the features that we want? And this is the way we always start. And I encourage people to write this stuff down and say, okay, this is what I want it to do for the customer. This is the experience I want them to be able to have. I want them to be super intuitive, right? So this is like the absolute strongest magnets on the planet. Wow. Super strong, right? And they're like, okay, well, I want to be able to view it from any angle. So we incorporated a tilt mechanism into it so it can tilt in almost 70 degrees in either direction. And it spins 360 degrees and has friction inside so that you can mount it at any angle, anywhere. And so this is our new Love Handle Pro mount, which is pretty awesome. And it's got 2 N52 neodymium magnets in the grip, 2 on the mount as well. I mean, I have one in my car, I have one in my ATV, I got one in the shower. I've got one on the bathroom mirror. Like anywhere you would want to put your phone and display it hands-free, it's there. So I think that adding that, and then next up, we're going to be releasing, it's in development, and I can talk about it because we've already started pitching it, is we're going to have a wallet. Like for me, I carry my phone around. I have a case that has my cards in it because I don't like to carry a big lump in my back pocket. So I got a stick-on wallet with the magnet and the strap and the grip, and then the swappable straps as well. So we're just keep stacking on value and try to keep, adding things that are going to make people's lives better. And we really do listen to our customer when they say, boy, I wish we could have something like this for it, or even this look or feel or texture, or this license. I wish I'd be able to have, Nirvana on there or whatever. Like we're starting to, because we see your phone as it's a fashion accessory too, right? That we carry it everywhere we go. Right. People want to express themselves. And so whether it's a fate saying that you've got on there, or a band that you love, or a character that you love, or a picture of your dog, like anything you want, it can be part of you. And so I see that as just adding a little joy to the world out there. And I got one very unique and special example to me. I talked to my grandmother a couple of days ago, and she's 88 and she's not getting around super well anymore. So she has a walker everywhere she goes, but she has her phone with her. And before she would grab her walker and her phone and walk around like this. So I stuck one of the mounts on her walker. Turns out that we have invented a walker mount too. She said everywhere she goes, she sticks that on there, and she walks around, and she's got her phone with her, which she uses, for safety because she lives alone. And anyway, that kind of stuff matters to me as an entrepreneur, to be able to hear those stories. The other day, a lady she lost her phone. She couldn't find her phone. She drove to the store, thought she left it at the store, drove back home. Turns out she had stuck it on the roof of her car.
Stayed there.
Yeah, it's got magnets. So it rode the whole way back and forth to the store with the phone on the top. But I encourage entrepreneurs to try to listen to your customers. Ask them, we spend a lot of money on this software to send everybody an email and gather those reviews. Get in the weeds and listen to them. They'll tell you what you need to develop next, what problems you have today, and how you're making their life better. And all three of those things are going to be important to you as an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I'll close it like this, Carmine. I'm not a paid sponsor, but I'm a customer. And these products are amazing. I've given the car mounts to my son. I've got them. I've got the new kickstand. I use it everywhere. I'm like, how did I live without this thing? That's always the comment, right? So I absolutely love his products. And now a wallet. Oh Lord. Like I carry his big wallet. Brandy carries this loose thing. Keep saying you're going to lose your credit card. So you got another customer right off the bat. So awesome. The whole fashion thing leads us right into Brandy Long now with the Jers. Does it get any better than that? So Mike, thank you. I appreciate you. Everything you've done, the story is amazing.
Mike, congratulations on everything, man. I know you're working hard for it.
Yeah, I'm at your service. If you guys need anything, let me know. Appreciate you guys.
All right, Mike. Thank you so much again.
Sounds good, buddy. Thank you.
All right.
Cheers.
Take care. All right, so we're going to slide in with Brandy now. The Jers, where, what is it? Fashion meets convenience?
Right up your alley.
Fashion meets convenience.
Right up your alley.
So let's talk about Brandy. The Brandy's a degreed chemist. Now, this is when you're taking the leap of faith. She quit her job and she's now doing this full time. So maybe we should just start off before we go into the story and show what the Jers is, because it's a name you're going to remember. All right, Brandy, all you.
How are y'all doing?
Doing good.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfect.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
How are y'all doing today?
Doing good.
So let me show you the Jers. It stands for jacket and purse. So right now you have it. It looks just like a purse. You can put things in this pocket here, like IDs. I'm a makeup girl, makeup, keys, phone, things of that nature. Anything you need for a great day out, just the essentials. And then you have another top zipper right here that you can pop your nice jacket out and you don't have to remove those items.
What the heck? It's like a magic
And
trick.
the cool thing about it is, let me just put it on. Maybe that'll be more helpful. The cool thing about it is you don't have to remove those items. So you unzip the same zipper that you placed all those items in, and there you have it. Now, hold on. I got to show you guys
There's
the
more.
other thing. And you guys are going to be the first to see it personally. So we have the hoodie now, right? So you got to see the Jerse hoodie too. Just a normal hoodie, right? We're going to do this the other way. And we're just going to flip it into what turns into a crossbody backpack.
Whoa.
And just like that, less than 30 seconds,
Look at that.
you have a crossbody backpack that looks just like this.
Look at that.
And you can also put things in it like a large billfold or a bottle of water, whatever you want to use if you use it for a workout. And there you have it. That's
And
our
I'm telling
newest
you,
one.
the quality of these things is met more than I thought from expectation standpoint. And I think that's the feedback that Brandy is getting now, is the quality is amazing. And there you go. So you got, so like, you know, how many times you go out, you got a purse, all your stuff in it, you go to a ball game or you go somewhere outside, it's getting a little chilly. Oh, I should have brought a jacket. Well, you know, you did, you have a jacket now. It converts. I mean, I say 30 seconds. If you're good like Brandy, it's 20 seconds. This was on NBA today. It was on NBC today with Steve Greenberg, and Brandy won the contest for the NBA Charlottes. They had a contest for entrepreneurs, and she won, what was it, $10,000. I think she came in first place on that contest. And you know, so think about that for a second. So we told you like the product part. Let's talk about how you got there, Brandy, right? Brandy's a chemist, right? So chemist and entrepreneur, chemist and jacket, they kind of don't go together, right? So how did that whole thing get started?
So, of course, I worked in research and development, and days can be long, weeks can be long. So one Friday evening, I was like, it's time to go downtown. That's what I'm going to do. So I got there. It was December 2017, and it was freezing. So I grabbed my jacket, and I started walking to the bar that I was going to. And when I got in there, it was packed, of course. And so I ordered a drink. So I had a drink, I had my purse, and I had my jacket. Well, I kind of think I'm like, my alter ego is Beyonce. So sometimes I like to dance. So I was hanging out with my friends, and we were on the dance floor, and I have my jacket over my arm. I have my cup in one hand, and then I have my purse. And there was just literally no way to enjoy the night and just, you know, be happy and enjoy it with all that stuff in my hand. So I was like, you know what? There's got to be a way. So I started Googling jacket, purse to jacket. And literally there was nothing. And I'm like, why does fashion not have this? And at that point, it was, let's try to make something work.
Wow. Amazing. How
And
many
I'm not the sewer,
how
by
many
the way, so.
iterations how many iterations, you know, before you got something that was actually usable where you said, this is it?
So I'd say I went through about 5. The first one, I took a jacket and I folded and tried to add snaps to it. And I was like, nope, this is too difficult. And like I said, I can't sew at all. So then I started like gluing stuff together. And I finally, I didn't know much about materials, so I had to learn things about fabrics and things like that. So what I learned throughout that process is, you know, some materials are too hard. You know, I really wanted a nice, fashionable thing, but I also had to also include convenience. So I went through about 4 or 5 before I actually said, oh my gosh. And I'll tell you how I got to it. I went to Burlington and I bought a jacket. I went to Hobby Lobby and I bought some fabric and some fabric glue. And then I went to another store and I bought a purse, like a pocket purse. And because I couldn't get anybody to understand, like, this is what I want you to do. And nobody could understand it. So I was like, let me glue this together and show everybody exactly what I need from it. And that's when it was it. I was like, boom. And then from that point, I went through several manufacturers for them to see the vision.
I met Brandy one day. We were over at Starbucks just talking a little bit, and I had her show me it. She put it on, and man, the people, right, immediately were like, "Oh, what's that? What is that thing? Can I buy that? Where do I get that?" I mean, if you don't have one, you need one. It's that simple. Especially if you're looking like, you know, to have a purse and a jacket, it's a convenience, a hoodie. You know, I saw your husband with it. That's pretty cool idea as well. I mean, you know, working out and the other things you want to take into the gym with you. Now you got a place to keep it right by you. I mean, I think he's even working out, showing it as a backpack. It's out of the way, right? Or maybe you're a little chilly when you first get there, right? So you have the hoodie on. I'm always wearing a hoodie. And now I don't really want it because it's getting a little warm. I just take it off. Still got my stuff. I don't have to worry about putting it in a locker. I got it on my back. It's pretty cool.
And it's literally the only bag that beats the clear bag policy. I tried it a couple times, went to a couple events, and I had it as a bag, and people would be like, no, the security, no, you can't take that in. You've got to take it back to a car. And I just pop it out and they're like, oh my gosh. I have no choice but to let you in.
I can't bring a jacket in, you said? Yeah, I know. Think about that.
That is funny.
I mean, think about that for a second. How convenient that is, right? To have like both of those all in one element. It's amazing. I mean, the hoodie, I love the hoodie one. I mean, my Brandy has one of these jackets and she absolutely loves it. And I know, like, again, people have seen this and talk about TikTok a little bit. You did a TikTok video. So this one, when you know it gets real, you quit your job. So that's the first one. Like, oh Lord, I quit my job. Now I'm truly an entrepreneur, and I do a TikTok video and it blows up. And now the sales are off the chart, and I go, oh no, I have to fill orders now. Talk about that a little bit.
So back in November, I posted as normal on TikTok, and next thing I know, my phone is going off and off and off. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like, is there a glitch? And I use Shopify. I'm like, is there a glitch? Because I keep getting sales. Like, what's going on? And then somebody texts me and they're like, it's the 1.4 million views in like 30 minutes for me. And I'm like, oh gosh. So then I start looking and I'm like, oh my gosh, it literally went places. I still haven't found all the places that it's gone. TikTok, wow. Twitter, Instagram, it literally went everywhere. Like internationally, it went everywhere. And literally in 2 days, I was like, it's time to quit my job because I've got to focus on my passion and there's no other way. It's now or never. Yeah. And it's like, hey, let's do it.
That's when I knew she was serious. She quit her job.
Yeah, I called Chris and I was like, I said, Chris, you're going to have to talk to me. I'm going to need some advice and some guidance because I just quit my job and I'm going to need your help.
And I said, okay, it's real now. You quit your job. Now I know it's real.
Wow.
That's the next day I called him. I was like, well, how do you fill your time? What am I supposed to be doing?
Yeah. So discipline. But think about like the platforms we have now with TikTok and Instagram, right? We never had that stuff before. You had to do a TV commercial, radio ad. Now, you didn't hire anybody. You did the ad yourself. We put it on TikTok. It caught the right rhythm and just took off. And man, and then she's like, I made more money literally in 2 days than I made in a whole year. Okay, you didn't make the money yet. You got to fill the orders. I told her, don't mess that up, right? It's important that you fill the orders. Let everybody know your backlog because it blew up. Fill the orders. You'll have a great customer base. And she did that. She contacted each customer, let them know what's going on, and she's been filling the orders. And that's how you do it. That's how you build a business. So it's pretty cool transition from chemist to working for somebody to now going, every time I wake up, I'm the boss. Right? How do you do it?
It was a huge, huge learning curve.
I'm the king.
Really was.
I'm the king. That's how it works.
Huge learning curve. When those orders started coming in, I was literally having a panic attack because like I was ordering, 50 to 100 like per month. And I'm like, there's just absolutely no way I can fill these. And I was like, you know what? I've got to be myself. I've got to communicate. And literally out of several thousand, I lost literally 2 orders. Yeah. One, because someone was going out of town for 3 months and they weren't going to be there. And the other one really wanted it for a birthday gift, which was like 3 days, after they ordered. And literally those were the only 2 orders lost out of several thousand.
That is awesome.
It is pretty cool. So talk about like like the amount of work and the fear a little bit up front. Because I think if you don't have fear, then it's not real, right? Like you're dishing out a lot of money now. You got and clothing in general in the U.S. is not, it's just not cost effective. So you got to go abroad, right? So you got to do some of that. You got to, you're taking calls
Right.
at midnight, all that. Talk about that a little bit so people understand that it's not an easy none of this is an easy transition. It's all, like you said, it's your heart starts beating hard and you start waking up at night thinking how you're going to do all this. Talk about that a little bit.
So it was extremely hard because, of course, like Chris said, I mean, I tried to do made in the USA, and cut and sew prices were like absolutely ridiculous. And it would have been extremely expensive to sell. So, overseas, they're 12 hours ahead. So prior to not working, I was literally staying up all night, talking to, my manufacturer, problems. I ran into issues with sizing, and I thought, oh my gosh, this is going to be absolutely horrible. But it wasn't. I found myself working like a third shifter the first few weeks because I just couldn't stay on focus with talking to overseas manufacturers. And just having to send funds overseas was absolutely scary. I had at one time about $15,000 get caught up for like 3 weeks. And I was like, oh my gosh, what if I don't get this back? Like, that was stressful. It was a major transition, especially with the kids. I'm not used to being at home with the kids all day, every day. So
well, she was having a house, she was moving, right? You had a house being built, it kept getting delayed. She was moving during all this, add some more chaos.
It was literally chaotic. Absolutely. Like, I cried several nights, several mornings. Like, how am I going to do this? Like, am I capable of this? Literally, Chris was my savior because I would text him and he was literally a phone call away, like literally. And if it weren't for him, I think I'd probably be in a hole somewhere.
But honestly, like every story we heard today, even Joy at her level, right? It's all similarities. It's not easy. It's not something that you just come up with an idea and
not give up.
$100 million.
Right. And another hard thing in the transition was like relationships and people, explaining, hey, you should do this, but it never had been in my shoes. So that was very, very difficult to kind of gauge, communication. And it was a huge transition, not only from the entrepreneurship standpoint, but from a mental and standpoint as well. I don't know if anybody ever speaks on that, but
it's funny, Brandy,
you
everyone
quit your
has good
job.
advice.
Oh my
for
gosh,
you.
you have lots of money. You're acting new.
Yeah, right. Well, everyone always has good advice. I love these people. They always have good advice and tell you what to do. So I say, okay, then do the check. You have all this advice about what you should do. Then you feel that good about it, write them a check. And they go, oh, I'm not interested in investing. Okay, then why are you the one always telling somebody that what they can't do? Right? Because everyone just seems to have advice that has never done it before or walked those shoes. So my line is always, then write them a check. And what? Oh, well, no, I don't want to get involved. Oh, but you just said you did. You've been telling them what to do. But as soon as it becomes, their money, it's a whole different element. So I love those stories because you're right. Like I'm sure someone said to you, you're really quitting your job. You're quitting your job, right?
I'm sure many people said that.
Oh yeah, my mom, she goes, so what are you gonna do when you need to go back? And I was like, Mom, I'm not gonna need to go back because I believe in this product just that much.
No, absolutely. I had conversations with my son, even when you talk about degrees and him getting educated, and he for a little while he was saying, all this, student loans, and I got a degree now, was it worth it? And now with his experience, even from working with me and having a degree, now he says, oh God, I wouldn't even got looked at if I didn't have that degree, right? So that's all. I mean, that's all part of it. So you have a degree, you have a place to fall back if you ever needed to, but your approach and your attitude of saying, I'm not looking back, I'm only looking forward. And I'm not going to have to go back because this is going to work. And you're right. And you've already
And
started
it is
branching out with new
good.
products.
Yeah, I mean, that degree is definitely great.
Mhm.
It's definitely great to fall back on, but you still, I tell everybody now, you still have to follow your passion. Otherwise, you're still going to have some type of empty space if you don't follow that passion, even with a degree.
Yeah, and she doesn't have just a degree. She's a chemist. She has a chemical engineering degree. Try that on for size. I'm a design engineer. And I remember one of the companies wanted to send me, because I did a lot of work with elastomer. They wanted to send me to get some more chemical background. I said, I'm not interested in chemistry. I know my limitations. I mean, that's not an easy degree. So kudos to you for that.
Chris wanted to be a barber.
Ha! Hey, her husband is.
There you
He
go.
can put hair on my head. How do you like that, baby? I've seen it
can.
happen.
Now that would be an invention.
I'm telling you, he does it all the time. He's got a great business. It's amazing.
He can definitely work some miracles.
Oh yeah, I've seen him. I've seen the miracles.
She said you need a miracle.
So, buddy, this can happen. Hair can get put back on this head. All right. So, what's your? Give some advice. Give some big advice. Right? Like what's next? By the way, we're gonna talk some more, but I'm gonna send this stuff to Damon as well on the Shark Tank group. But what's some advice, like to help people. You know, you're still growing, but you went through all these bumps and being afraid and having all this nervous tension at night. What's some advice you can give to someone starting out now?
No matter what, stick to it. Stick to what it is you're working on. Even on the bad days, the good days, there's always going to be someone that doesn't believe in you. There's always going to be someone who says, no, you can't do it. No, your prices are too high. But you have to follow you. You have to follow your heart, and you have to keep pushing. Like, that is the biggest lesson I learned. Next is consistency. Like if you aren't producing content on a daily basis, you can't expect anything to come about. So staying consistent is definitely a must. And I know, as a side note, for me, affirmations in the mornings and motivation and writing everything down. I always tell people to get up when the universe wakes you up. If it's 3 o'clock in the morning, get up and write those thoughts down, because that's when it's coming to you. And that's when you're going to have your best thoughts. And that's what's going to push you even further. So just keep pushing no matter what. There's going to be several people that are going to tell you no.
Yeah, and you know, and no matter what you do, there's naysayers. You're always going to have the naysayers, and they're going to tell you what to do, yet they're not doing what you're doing. So, you know, you have to just be motivated to continue, like you said, make a commitment and stick with it. So what's coming next? You got sweatshirt. Is that actually out now, or is it, you can order it now, right?
You can pre-order them now. They are launching in April.
Okay. So where can they get all, where can anybody find all this stuff?
Thejurse.com, JURSE, thejurse.com.
Purse with a J.
Whoa, that's awesome.
And the hoodies as well?
Yes, everything's on the site.
So what else is, what's in
Hoodies are
store?
launching in April.
Launching April. Okay, so what's in store for Brandy? What's happening now? This is launching. I saw one of your boys just signed on to college, little football star you got there. So what's next for Brandy?
So what's next is one of my mentors, his name's Chris Guerrera, always told me that if you're an inventor, you have to keep inventing. So first and foremost, I will continue to invent. Also, I plan on going into stores within this next year. Also going into sport. We will be a part of the Charlotte Hornet NBA store. The jerseys will be available for purchase there. And that's where, of course, I won the Innovation Summit on last year. So we're definitely going there. Also, a couple deals with a few schools that will be putting their logos on the hoodies. Awesome. Hopefully my son's team will be one of those. Also, I'll be launching more items in August. So you have to stay tuned for those. I can't tell you about those yet.
Well, we'll have you on another show.
We want an exclusive launch to help you.
Yeah. Hey, so talk about the NBA for a second. So you're in the Charlotte store. Are you going to look at doing some NBA branding as well with the different colors? I mean, those hoodies would be Think about that. The NBA logo, the team, the color.
Yes, so we've already got a couple deals with some local places for sporting events. We're targeting NBA. We're also with the leather jersey. We're also targeting our motorcycle clubs. So dear Harley Davidson, if you're out there, we're coming for you. We would love to be in your store.
Yeah, I'll tell you that I think it's endless what you can do with this stuff. Absolutely endless.
Absolutely.
This is pretty cool stuff. We had Joy on America's Big Deal. Think about this product, Carmine, on America's Big Deal.
Oh, I think there's so many great products.
It would win hands down and be a perfect fit for that show.
Awesome, because it fits into so many markets.
Although Carmine, I texted him earlier and said, don't ask about season 2. But no, Carmine asked about season 2. And Joy said, I can't talk about it yet.
Yeah, I got kind of suckered into it. She was alluding to it.
Yeah, because of Chris Landano. That's why. I know he's listening, but he's not on.
Yeah, it was Chris's fault.
It was
I love
Chris.
blaming other people. Yes.
Yeah. So we have the inside track on that. So we'll definitely get you involved. All right. Well, Brandy, we appreciate it. The product is amazing. Again, people have to see it and feel it to believe it, because it's too good to be true. It really is.
Definitely.
Yeah, our
awesome
YouTube
product.
page is blowing up. They all love that. They love it.
Yeah, I mean,
I tell you, the reviews on the product, they are so astounded by how much quality they're getting. Like, pictures do not do this item any type of justice at all.
No, definitely not. Even when we sat down, I mean, we were having coffee and she had transitioned it and people were watching. Starbucks lines were backed up. People were like, what do I get one of those? It was pretty cool. And then to see it and feel it, it's a deal. The NBC Today show had it on. It was really great, but it's a small. I mean, it's a quick segment, right? It's 30 seconds. It wasn't a lot of viewing, but we'll just keep replaying that video. I mean, the people on the show said they loved it. I just think the reviews, and like you said, you're getting good. That's the best feedback you can get, customer feedback. The reviews, I've seen it.
And tell Hoda he had a good answer earlier today.
You did what?
Tell Hoda he had a good answer today.
Oh yeah, he did. You saw
the
that.
Jerse was the best product on the show.
That was it, right? I didn't even have to pay to say that. He jumped on it right away. Yeah, that was good. All right, cool. Well, Brandy, I appreciate you coming on. We'll have more of these shows. We do these on a regular basis, so we'll keep promoting you, and any new products will get you out. We still need to finish up. I'm going to show that to Damon, like I told you, and then we can talk about that a little bit more after the show.
Sounds good.
All right, Brandy.
Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We're going to transition into my boy Rick now. Rick Hopper, Shark Tank. He's a reader rest. He's just an all-around good dude. What can I say? Rick,
what's up, dog?
Glad to have you, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you coming on.
Have you been going all day long?
All day since 9 o'clock, nonstop.
You don't need a break?
No, we're good. No, I got Gatorade, I got water.
Tough guy.
Good. Yeah, we've been going all day. We had Joy on, we had Marcie on, Mike, your boy Mike Watts on. So it's just been a great show. We've covered like a huge array of people. Dr. Russ Barnes was on about education. Chris was on with Inventor Rescue. A lot of Shark Tank people, Joy, Marcie, QVC, HSN, Amazon. And now we want people to hear your story. I mean, most people know your story, but you just don't know who's listening that hasn't heard the story.
But Rick, by the way, I just want to make sure that during all of this, we've heard Chris's story several times.
I'm sure.
I mean, it's hard. It's hard for me not to talk about myself. Somebody's got to, you know what I'm saying?
You know what? Not all narcissists are bad, bro.
No,
I get it. We joke. I joke with my other narcissist friends about it all the time.
I asked him what his website was one time. He said, "What, are you kidding me? It's my name. What do you think all of us narcissists are the same?"
Oh man, you know what? We don't like to stand in line. We don't like to, ask permission. Forgiveness is always better than permission. You guys know the deal. I mean, I'm sure anybody that's tuning into this show just identifies with the daredevil mentality, and we just keep on going. I wake up every morning and my brain tries to convince me I'm 20 years old and kill me.
Yeah. I mean, we even had Aaron on. Aaron was in between the Low show and flying back home, and we got him. He said, "Oh yeah, I'll definitely jump on." You can see he was tired. His voice was gone. But again, his story is good, right? I mean, and he's continued to grow. He's got new products. You know, whole day. We had Chris Trapper, a songwriter, musician. He's on movies and he's got great hits. He writes with Rob Thomas and Matchbox 20. So we had just had a great group on, and we're going to close it strong with you. We're going to talk about the website, and we got another woman at the end, Catherine, who does all of the Home Depot and media and national exposure. So for people who don't know you, let's talk about you for a little bit. I promise I won't interrupt and talk about me. It'll all be you.
Just to be clear, Aaron Krause is a real inventor. I'm a total hack. I stay in contact with Aaron, and I'm looking forward to going out and checking out his new facility.
He said the opposite.
Yeah, he said, "You having Rick on? I got to get him before him." No, he's got his own retail store now.
What's that?
He's got his own retail store right off the highway that looks into his studio on the new plant.
I love it. You know what? I think from the way it sounds, we inspire each other.
Absolutely.
I didn't know it, but I didn't know that I was in competition with Aaron until he told me we were. Like, what?
Aaron's in competition with everybody. That's the general.
No, you know what? That's that competitive spirit.
Well, he said you were going to name your product Reader Daddy.
Oh yeah, no, Daddy Rest.
Daddy Rest. That's even better. All right, so let's talk about that. I can start it by saying you had these magnets, right? Before they became a real product.
Well, what had happened? So what had happened was I was just about to wrap up a business that I developed a line of products for window installers because I went to college twice, made it through a semester, halfway through a semester both times. I'm not slow. School is slow. Let's get that straight. So I consider myself an uneducated, street smart, run circles around everybody, and just have an incredibly great attitude, attractive, contagious, everything I do. I just try to have I'm committed to fun. On my headstone, it will say, "Yep, he could have made more money, but he couldn't have had more fun."
I mean, it doesn't get any better than that, really.
So I was wrapping up a business that I had developed a line of products for window installers called Trim Quick. I started that about 22 years ago. Did it for 10 years. Sold my interest to a partner, and then I started making these little magnetic eyeglass holders because my best friend really inspired me to do something with our reading glasses. Because you bend over, you put them in your shirt collar, you bend over, they fall out. Yep. So I have some friends who perceive me as somebody that should go do something really big. And like, "Rick, what are you wasting your time with this little trinket for, man? You're better than this." They felt terrible for me. Little did they know I was on my way to sell $50 million with a little trinket. You know what I'm saying? So just because it's little and it's and it's fun. I gave one to a guy today at a lumber yard. He was doing a demo for all the customers, and his glasses were hanging in his shirt. And I said, he gave me a donut. I haven't had a donut in years. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm going to eat a chocolate donut, man." So he gave me a donut. I said, "Hey, I got something for you." I put one on him. And the reaction to these things for the last 11 years has been, "Oh my God, are you kidding me?" And it's, "You made my week. You changed my life. I lose my glasses all the time." So it's sometimes it's the really simple little things, nothing high tech. You figure out the right adhesive so you don't have any product failure. You solve the problems as you go. We have 3 generations of backplates because we had a ton of product failure in the beginning. So you just deal with it. So I did. I started this. I knew nothing about Shark Tank.
In your garage too, right?
Absolutely. Actually, it started out in a spare bedroom upstairs. And then we moved to the garage and then the living room. And then my wife kicked me out of the house to go get my own facility because we started, we were growing pretty fast. Right. But I didn't know about Shark Tank because I don't really watch TV. And I started doing, putting this product. I got a little 10x10 booth with a little logo and a website and a big giant banner behind me that said, "Where are my glasses?" And people would walk by my booth, scratching their head, looking at me going, what is happening here? Because every booth they walk by for 300 yards at a trade show or a street fair, they understand what they're looking at every single booth. They know what that is. I know what that is. You know, they walk by my booth and it's like, and my favorite customers were deaf people that can't hear anything. And I would, they're deaf because they're doing the sign language and stuff. And so I learned how to give my demonstration, my silent demonstration. It's a lot quicker and more expressive. And people get it in 15 seconds. They go from this to, oh my God. Yeah. And they're like waving their friends over, get over here. You got to see this thing. So I had to train people what this thing is. And it's really hard to tell this story on a little package. So imagine the difficulty. So we had a lot of trouble at retail for a long time. And then, so for 6 months, I'm doing street fair, farmer's market, golf show, gun show, trade show, home show. I mean, quilt show. I don't care where it was. Wherever there was thousands of people, I put my booth up and I was just pulling in cash like crazy. That's where I heard, dude, you got to get on Shark Tank. I'm like, what's that?
From everybody.
Heard it 1,000 times, thousands. And I never even looked because I'm not going on some stupid game show. I'm taking a product to market. I know what I'm doing. I already did this once. I had a lot of fun doing it. I'm not going on TV. That's stupid. And then my best friend calls me and said about, 6 months later, he uses some foul language, calls me an idiot, and hangs up on me. And I call him back, bro, what? And he's like, you're an idiot. You haven't even looked at Shark Tank. So I'm like, all right. So I looked at a couple 2-minute snippets of, the deal. And I looked at it and I go, wow, okay, this is kind of a big deal. So I sent them, I lied and cheated on the application because they said, do not send video.
That's what Mike told us he was going to do too, right?
So I go, I send them a email submission and I included a video. I said, because they wanted me to send a picture of myself. So I attached a video and said, hey, if you want to see a picture of me, click on this link. It was a moving picture. Same thing, right?
Multiple frames.
Yeah. So I got lucky. They were taping season 3. I think they used to even call it taping back then. So they, I was in the right place at the right time. I got in. Everybody on in the studio loved the product. It was just a really good time, and it was Lori Grenier's first day on the set, and they called me a week ahead of time and said, "Hey, man, we have a new shark. You should look her up. Here's who she is." And so I did. I knew immediately that was the only person I was interested in doing a deal with because I'd already looked into everybody else, and I just knew. And you know what? I saw the look on her face when I walked in there. I knew she knew. So it was just a matter of working out the details.
But what they don't know is I didn't know Rick. I think it was Ace Hardware show. I was in the Shark Tank aisle and I recognized Rick by what? Do you remember what I recognized you by? That face, that face first fall?
Was I falling on the ground when you saw me for the first time?
Or were you on the ground?
No, I saw I saw him on Shark Tank. I didn't know Rick. I saw the his episode where that was his entrance. He tripped over the carpet and fell on his face, but his glasses were still attached. So
I can't believe
I recognized him at Ace.
I can't believe they let you do that, Rick.
Well, that was my first fight with the producers. So they call me, "Hey, we got your video," and they said, "We want to have an interview with you in on Thursday at 10:15 for 45 minutes. Have your 1 to 2 minute pitch ready when we call you." So he calls me up. It's 10:15 on the button, and he says, "All right, I'm not going to say his name, but he says, I'm so-and-so with Shark Tank. What's your pitch?" I go, "Well, before I give you my pitch, I got to tell you, I'm going to walk down the corridor I'm going to trip and fall and do a tumble and pop back up. He says, no stunts. I go, taking the fall. No stunts. Sorry, I'm taking the fall. And then like, fine, let me get it past legal. Send me a video of your stunt. I go, it's not a stunt. And then so we did the whole back and forth thing, and I sent him the video. It was good. It was clean. And the inspiration behind the fall, do you know the story?
I do, but tell it, because that's how this thing was like kind of born.
10 months, almost a year earlier, I had a pretty significant accident on my electric skateboard. It was an early X skate. It was 30 miles an hour. Yes, I always wore a helmet, but I had broken one of the rules. I only had 3 rules: helmet, no flip flops. You have to wear shoes in case you got to run out of fall. Well, I'm doing 30 miles an hour. I hit a pothole and boom, I tumble, break my shoulder, break my wrist, bloody up my foot. And I jump back on my skateboard, and now I have to push my shoulder together I'm literally had to shove my collarbone back in. I got the remote in my right hand. I tuck my thumb into my belt to push my shoulder back up into place. And I get grab my shoes because they had flown off. And I get back on my skateboard. Now I'm on the phone with my wife on my way to the dealership to pick up her car. And now I'm pounding on the counter. Give me my car. Give me my car. I got to go to the emergency room. And so I get to the ER.
Glasses still on.
My glasses are still on my shirt. So this is that was the inspiration to the big fall. And I noticed over the years a few people have taken my content and tripped and fell into the tank.
Yeah, reenact it.
Yeah, I saw that just recently. Somebody did that just on one of the last shows.
Yeah,
I was surprised that they did it.
So here he is now. He goes on Shark Tank, does this fall. That's how I recognized him, really. And then I got to know him over the years, but that was the first stint. And then I saw him on all the follow-ups with Lori, and they were selling these things like crazy, and people think, some people just think it's easy, and it's really not. I mean, there's, like you said, different
Chris,
things.
I'm telling you, the one of the most rewarding moments for me was 3 months before I went on Shark Tank. I submitted my product to QVC because I believed it would be a great product for QVC. Well, a couple weeks later, I get a letter back that says, basically it was a rejection letter that said, no, this product won't sell on QVC. Thank you very much for the samples.
Wow.
Good luck in your future. So a few months later, we get, Lori does the deal. We get on there. First show, 5 minutes, 100 grand, sold out.
Wow.
Next time we got on, 8 minutes, 300 grand, sold out. I only wished I had kept that rejection letter to find out who signed it.
Yeah, exactly.
I burned that thing.
Wait, were you on the show with Lori, or was she selling it? Were you both on?
You know what? The first time, now Lori was always selling Read Arrest on QVC, but for the first debut, we went on together, and I just modeled. I was the model.
Yeah. Because, Joy talks about her Miracle Mop where they had some sales guy trying to sell it, and she had bought all this inventory. So all her life, cash, loans, mortgage on houses were already taken for, and it didn't sell. Then she finally said, you got to put me on, I'm going to sell it. And that's where it ended up, and then it started selling like crazy. But it was, the way the guy was, he didn't really care about it. He didn't show it the right way. And you know how it is. Nobody's going to sell it like you.
No, the passion, the story. There's a lot, and I've heard a lot of people say this, and it didn't click for me for a long time. But when I was in my previous business, there was a couple of guys that said, Rick, what you do, very few people can do. Let us make your product for you, and you go be you, because usually there's a person, a personality, an energy, the passion, the love behind a product, a lot of times has a lot to do with the success of a product. And it's
absolutely. We talked a lot about that today, about knowing what you're good at and what you're not good at. And I've watched your videos. You're a natural. I mean, obviously you're on our advisory board. We're going to have you do a lot of those for us this year. You're a natural. just any story you tell, it just comes across incredibly believable and likable. And that is your strength. I mean, that is one of your absolute strong points.
But I have to have a pitter patter in my heart for what I'm talking about. I have a terrible poker face. If I'm trying to sell something that I don't believe in, that's a dead giveaway. Like, this guy's full of crap, man. There's no way. So I know myself well enough to where somebody can't just call me and pay me to advocate for a product. I just can't. I won't do it.
Right. No, definitely. So you got all this success now. You're selling. I see you at the shows. We go to ball games together. Years later now, you got something on your face. So you got a new line. You keep adding products. Talk about that a little bit. Now you got a whole reading line.
I'm gonna speed through that. About 2.5 years ago, we launched a line of reading glasses. It went so well. I got 5 offers for my company.
Wow.
And I did a deal in September, and in December I started 5 new companies.
Wow.
Okay.
So, a lot of guys I know would take their few big bucks and go relax for a little while. But I have a lot of friends that accuse me of being a workaholic, but in reality, I'm a funaholic who just loves to work.
Yeah.
It's where I find my joy,
awesome.
developing, designing, building relationships with every supplier, vendor, customer. I mean, my life, my glow stick in my soul is brighter when I've chosen great people to do fun stuff with. That's it. I don't want to go be by myself. And I mean, yeah, I go surfing, I go to the beach, I go to places and relax. I'm not just an extrovert, I'm an ambivert. The introverts, they get their batteries charged when they're by themselves. Extroverts get their batteries charged when they're with others. Ambiverts, their batteries always charging. So, you just got to mix it up. You got to know when to take your nap, when to meditate, when to get into a room full of people and bring up the volume.
So when you sold the company, you sold the reader rest and the glasses, the whole company,
the whole brand.
The whole brand.
Yeah, the whole brand.
Nice. Well, congratulations. But again, think about it. Think about how you started this whole thing, right? And look where it ended up. These stories are just, to me, are absolutely amazing. And it's inspiring, right? It'll inspire anybody listening to them. And then some of the things you did to get noticed, like even Mike was talking about some of the things, Mike Watts was talking about some of the things he did on Love Handle, right? With putting on, he didn't get on Shark Tank, but he was sending products and he sent some to Damon's office and it worked out. I mean, it's like that whole being at the right place, the right time, but also it's not being lucky. It's being present. I found that for myself, just being present. So, pretty cool stuff. What's next? What's your next big launch? Can you talk about it?
We just launched a line of double-sided tape, carpet tape, gaffer's tape. It's called Wicked Good. Wicked Hard Goods is the company, but I got the trademark for Wicked Good adhesives. And it was kind of a bummer. I don't know if anybody saw my social media posts, but I had posted it and I'm bragging about our great new stuff.
I did see that. Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I did.
What's that?
I did see that. That's why I'm asking. I saw you post something. I wasn't sure what was going on.
Last week, we just launched a few weeks ago on Amazon, and we have 5 different items. One of my number one best product, we got our entire batch of product is bad. I had to do a video, say, hey, this is really embarrassing. Cancel your orders. Get your refunds. We're pulling all the product off the shelf.
That's what I saw. Yeah,
we're wiping all the product off the shelf. And it was amazing. I mean, it gives me goosebumps and tears just thinking about it. I had so many people contact me and encourage me and to say, bro, you're going to be fine. I mean, matter of fact, the way you're treating this situation, you are so honest. I know for a fact, no matter what you launch in the future, I can trust you that it's going to be great. Yeah. Because the integrity behind pulling a product off instead of making excuses and blaming whatever. So anyway, I can't live like that. Every transaction that I make has to be 100% mutually beneficial. I'm not going to allow a bad product to perpetuate. So we pulled it off, and we're dealing with our supplier, and they say they're going to make it right, and we will see.
That's amazing.
But Carmine, there you go again, right? Another story of a bump, right? Not backing down facing it head on. And I did see the video, and I wasn't sure. I know he had some other products, but I didn't realize he had launched a new business, and then he had a quality issue. So I absolutely saw that video, but it's getting out in front of it again. I mean, because your customer will decide whether you succeed, and being credible and upfront and honest. There's something to be said about that. And all these people selling these magic dreams and hopes of making millions while they're getting paid. It's all BS.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, it's filthy.
It really is. I mean, you have to live through this stuff. You have to be part of the process. It's not rich overnight. It's just not. It's a process. And yeah,
No.
you could be lucky, but it's putting yourself in the right spot at the right time also and being credible.
Yeah, and I tell you, when I field a lot of phone calls and a lot of emails from literally in the last 10 years from hundreds and hundreds of people who are at some phase of business, whether they got an idea, they've got a patent, or they have inventory, they got, there are different phases of their business, and very few products are an A product where the margins are good. People love the product. All the stars line up. There are very few products, and it's really difficult. Even if you have a great product, I mean, every product. I've had 2 successful businesses, and there were business-ending events that happened early along where I could have easily gave up. Matter of fact, I went to bed with my first business literally in tears around 11 o'clock, and I had given up. I was like, you know what? I was working at Home Depot, and I was about to quit my job until I found I had a devastating problem with my product. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard a voice. Get up. Get up. Get over and over, and it wouldn't shut up. Get up. So I'm thinking, so I got up. I got out of bed, and I went to my computer. This is early computer days, like 21 years ago. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to go to this guy. I was nothing. I was nobody. And this guy honored the product, honored his word, and he fixed my problem. And I immediately, I reacted so quickly to my customers that had a bad quality product that they fell in love with not just the product, but they fell in love with my service. Mm-hmm. And I had them they're still doing business with them now. I mean, 20 years later. So but when I was talking about people's and their products and their life, and they're trying to push a rock up a hill and they're all alone. And, some products, they don't, when you push a rock up a hill and you get over the top and you start gaining momentum and it turns into a bandwagon, everybody wants to jump on. Nobody wants to help you push the rock up a hill. No. But when it turns into a wagon and you've got gravity and you're flying down that hill, everybody wants to jump on.
Woo, jump on. Yeah. I say this too, Rick, like a lot of companies, you can be just plugging along and having some success, but you really find out about somebody and a company is when you have a problem, how they handle it. Truly, you find out everything you want to know about that individual and the company you're working with. So you doing what you did is just you're gonna fix it, make it right, and you're gonna gain more respect, and you're gonna get more business from it. And I think you're commendable. That's the way to handle it.
Yeah, I think the trick to life. I went to 2 funerals last week, and when you're at a funeral, you're looking at the 2 dates and the dash in the middle, and you're thinking about the person's life, and it's like, it's over. It's over for them. They have no chance. It's over. And it's not over for us. We're sitting here talking about business and relationships and having going and, I can't change the world, but I can change every room I walk into. And I do. I try to bring up the volume and the energy and encourage and promote. And so while I have breath in my lungs, I'm going to chase every dream. I'm going to encourage everybody I can encourage. And the folks that are, and one of the things that every time I hold a microphone, I say the same thing. If you're not happy with little, you'll never be happy with much. And, money and alcohol, they make you more of what you already are. Mm-hmm. If you have success and you create the perfect recipe and you are able to get a product really ripping. If you're a type of person that lives in fear and anxiety, man, you're going to have more fear and anxiety. If you can translate your attitude into, hey, you know what? I'm going to encourage people because I get it back. I'm going to give good, I get good back. I'm going to treat people right. My reputation is going to be flawless and golden because that's all I have is my name.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is what we wanted to do with the UIA, right? That's why we asked you to be on our advisory board. We wanted to take a different look for 2022. We want to grow the memberships. We want to offer these types of stories for people who are struggling or who are hearing that noise at night and going, what do? I have all this money tied up. What did I make a mistake? But they have a place to go to where someone's not going to take $5,000 from them and they're going to get nothing in return. This is what we wanted to do here. We got a whole educational package, right? The sponsorship package, everything that we can give back to the community. And we have this all-star, really, it's an all-star advisory board. You know, we have like guys like you, Rick, and Mike, and Laren, and Judy, and now Joy is on it. I'm working on Damon. So I just think it's just it's a different look. And like you said, for all the good things that happen to us, we want to give back to the folks that also need some guidance. And it's that's what rewards me. I always said, even in corporate America, is watching the little guy on the ground level trying to survive and being able to help the company grow, and him being rewarded financially with bonuses, or just I changed his life, and that to me is my reward.
Yeah, I tell you, the life of business, it's not for everybody. It's not. Just like some people would rather they're more scared to speak in front of a group than they are to die. Most people would rather die than speak in front of a group.
That's true.
The same thing for business. And just because somebody has a good idea doesn't mean they're entrepreneur material where they can actually go from A to Z and build a team. It's just not for everybody. And if you're a dynamo, you need a balancing wheel. If you're a balancing wheel, you need a dynamo. And I've got an incredible team behind me that I'm going to carry with me from business to business to business, because not only are they good at the things I'm not good at, they like doing the stuff I hate doing. Those are, that's what the team is built out of.
And you got to know what you're good at, and you have to, and like you said, it's you can't do it all on your all alone. I mean, a lot of people think they can. You're fooling yourself. What you're good at, you should be focused on working on that and building the right team, and let the folks who maybe might be your weakness be their strength, and you build that unity. And I'm telling you, I've done this in corporate America. I've done it with my own businesses, and I just see the results. We've done things that nobody could have even imagined that we've accomplished. I mean, especially at like companies like Ford Motor Company and BMW, and now in my own business, the things that you look back and you say, wow, look where we came from. And then I listen to your story, I listen to Aaron's story and Mike's story, and it's encouraging for everyone. I mean, even veterans like us who have been through some of the stuff, I love hearing the stories, because it's just it's a kind of a benchmark of time, where you've been, where you're going, and what you've got accomplished. So it's exciting stuff, and I'm really pleased to hear that you did well with selling your company, and now you're on to some new stuff, because you're right. What are you going to do? You're not going to hang out at the beach all day.
Nope. When you stop, you stop.
That's it.
I mean, that's a fact.
Beach sounds good. Beach sounds good to me right now, Chris. I don't know.
Yeah. We've had. This has been a great day.
I'm actually out in California right now, helping a buddy build his Sprinter van, his camper van, for a couple weeks, and I was at the beach yesterday, so sneaking it in.
I mean, I think you have to. Like you said, the fun part, right? That's just as important as the hard work that goes into it. Well, Rick, thank you, buddy. I appreciate everything you do. Anytime I ask you to help, you're always right there for us. So I really appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Right on, guys. Hey, you guys have a great show. Take a break, man. You deserve one.
2 more guests.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you.
Rick,
we'll take a break when you do.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right,
I'm out.
All right. We're gonna slide into now. I'll let you handle this, Carmine. It's a website. We got the kingpins for building websites and marketing and brand recognition. I can go on all day. I'll let those guys talk about it, but yeah, this will be kind of fun. I think the next 30 minutes to look at you know, everything we're doing is the next step for the UIA, and the next big one is going to be a complete launch of our website.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Carmine. You can take it from here.
Yeah. So I'm glad you guys jumped on. I know, Brad, you brought Kate on with you. So that's great for you
Kate's
guys
in the
out there
house.
listening.
Who? He bought the brains of the business.
That's
what he
right.
really did.
And for all you guys out there listening, we have people on Facebook, on YouTube, on our UIA website, which we stream live to. We are, as Chris just mentioned, we are building out a new site because it is going to be the hub. We're exponentially expanding the UIA, not only nationally, but internationally. So we need to be able to service all people, all times, with all kinds of things. And it's just been amazing. Not only do the people that are helping, but also being able to bring people in. So we have Brad Solomon, who is going to, or who has been working on our website for the last several months, and he's been amazing, doing a lot of things. And I'm pretty impressed by it. I went through it the other day, and I like busting his chops. I was looking for something to complain about.
Uh-oh.
Carmine you froze up. Carmine never
froze.
up.
That's I'm hacked in. As soon as you started talking about busting my chops,
You could have got better timing than that.
I was like, oh, this is when it's going to start.
I think that was planned. You know, these guys are programmers, so they know how to do that stuff.
How does Mike, Kate? That's why.
So I'm going to hand it over to Brad. You guys can share your screen. Let's kind of roll through the site, and we'll ask some questions. But I'm super excited.
Me too. All right, let's just take a look here. So I'm going to, let me just share my screen here. I basically have a few different things logged in. And you know, when you're logging in and logging out and logging in from different browsers and changing things around, the caching can get a little bit wonky on this stuff. But basically, I think the main goal for this was to give members of the UIA a place to come where they're really getting significant value, and specifically people that want to speak, that have a lot of, incredible messages to deliver to, the entire inventor community. We wanted to give them sort of a platform to be able to get their name out there and get out there in front of some of these inventor organizations from all throughout the country, because there's just so much amazing information to be shared. And so, this is sort of the culmination of a lot of work, and just a ton of work from yourself, from Lexa, from us. It just a lot of things kind of coming together, and we're really excited, and we think it's just going to be so incredibly beneficial to so many people. We're going to be launching in the next couple of days, and I kind of feel like I'm seeing one of my children like off to college in a lot of ways, because it's been a lot of fun. It's been a learning experience for sure. But the key here is we want to obviously drive members, right? So the main thing with this website is that we want to give people lots of different opportunities to join the UIA. We kind of want them to know that is the primary thing, that we want you to be part of what's happening here, because there's some fantastic things going on. So we definitely want to highlight some of the success stories, some different ways that you can get value from the UIA for sure. Again, we've got a bunch of different success stories down here. I see here we got a message from Carmine here as well. This is one of kind of the most amazing pieces. It's basically the ability for inventor organizations and leaders of inventor organizations to be able to publish their events. So in this age of COVID and everything being virtual, the reach, the ability to publish events throughout such a wide area has never been better. And you're going to be able to use the website to be able to do that. And I'll show you how that works in a second. But you can have events published to the main homepage here. And we also have a news and events section. Or let's say I'm an inventor and I'm trying to just get ideas for my product. And I want to join a local inventor association. So there's a map right here, and I can just click on my state. We're in New Hampshire. I can go right into New Hampshire and sort of take a look at whatever inventor associations are available for me. And then I can visit their website directly from here. And so we're keyed in with all of the inventor associations really from all throughout the country, and that can continue to grow as time goes on. So just really exciting for anybody that's looking to get more information. And then of course we have the Gold Seal Inventor organizations. They have sort of special recognition right here, and we can click directly over to them as well. Of course, for our ambassadors, we want to give our ambassadors tons of additional exposure and notoriety. So Chris Landano, I see you on the call here. You basically have your own spot on the website. You're featured on the homepage in the slider here, and then you also have the ability to kind of visit your microsite on the website, as it were. So I can come in here and kind of learn a little bit more about you, which is fantastic. And the beauty of this is, and we're a marketing company, obviously, and so we really look at different things like how authoritative a website is, and the UIA website is very, very authoritative. So now the fact that you have, Chris, a link back to your website from a site that's as authoritative as the UIA, this helps your search engine optimization. It'll drive more traffic to your website. So there's just, and obviously to your articles and your YouTube podcast, there's so much value and benefit that comes from this.
Hey, Brad, I just want to jump in there. So this is awesome. You actually, in the ambassador's site, you have a list of the things they've done and the podcasts and YouTube videos and things and articles. That's amazing.
That's really great.
Yeah, the whole idea, we want to build credibility. We want to build credibility for you, for the people in the UIA, for the ambassadors, for the board members that are giving of their time. This is about everybody winning, and sharing their gifts with the rest of the country, right? So yeah, that's the whole idea. We wanted this to be sort of a microsite and a site that links back to your website or sites. There's no reason you can't list more than one URL on here to sort of get additional link juice, as it were, as we call it in the SEO community. So yeah, it's we're really excited about it. We feel like this is going to add a ton of value for ambassadors, for inventors, and members of this organization. And of course our sponsors, right? So we can link back to our sponsors' websites. I see Make 48 there. There's just a lot of really good stuff. And then of course, if you want to donate to the UIA, that is fantastic. They can just click the donate button, and then that drops them right into the donation link.
Yes, please do that.
Yeah, right. So that's just kind of an overview. Now, if somebody does want to join the UIA, it's a pretty straightforward process. Right now, I'm actually logged in as a speaker, but let's just talk real quick about. Let's just say, for instance, I am a speaker, and I want to update my speaker profile, because as part of this, let's see, right. So as part of this, and I'm going to toggle back and forth between a couple of different user accounts because I want people to see the different experiences that you get. Let's just say, for instance, I am an investor organization leader, and I want to know who's available to speak at one of my events. I can view this speaker database, which is accessible up here when I'm logged in as my inventor organization leader username and password, right? And I can view availability. I mean, I can look at more information about Carmine, right? I can see that he's available. I can see his email. I can see his different areas of expertise. So if I know that I'm trying to bring somebody in that can talk a lot about prototyping, because there's a lot of people in my organization who are interested in that, then Carmine is somebody that I'm going to get in touch with, and then I can take a look at his availability and then reach out to him directly through here. I can even call his cell phone if I want to, which is great. Or not. I mean, whatever. You don't have to list your cell phone, but you can. And so basically you have all of the availability listed here, but let's just say, for instance, I want to update this. So say I am one of the speakers and I want to update my availability, or I want to update my areas of expertise. I literally just, there's Lexa. All I need to do is just come in and manage my account. And as you'll see, if somebody is a UIA member and then also a speaker, they get two tabs, right? Because they can update their UIA member tab, and then they can also update their speaker profile, as it were. So I just come in here. I can upload a headshot. I can upload my availability or change my availability to yes or no. For instance, if I'm going away for 2 months and I'm just not available, I can check that off as no. And then I can update any areas of expertise that I have, update my bio, drop a headshot in here if I want to, which obviously you're going to want to do. And then that will update it goes to the administrator. It goes to a UIA administrator. The admin needs to approve the changes, basically needs to approve it and then push your speaker profile live. And then you will appear on the speaker profile, which is right there under speaker database.
And then Brad, this isn't available to public view users.
Correct. So in order to view the speaker database, you have to be the leader of an inventor organization.
Okay.
And so that is a distinction that when you sign up for the UIA, one of the UIA admins can sort of anoint you a leader of an inventor organization, assign you an inventor organization. So for instance, in this case, my inventor organization is the Alaska one. So I can view that. And then if I want to, I can also, I can add an event. So say I'm having an event and I want to add it to the calendar. So I would just come right here and, let's just say it's, I want to have a big party for Kate's birthday, and so it's going to be Kate's birthday and bring the dogs and it's going to be a great time. I just basically put the information, the dates, and I can add a picture. So, you can put a picture of whatever you want in here. Here's a picture of Lady Gaga. I have to add the information for the site. And there's also, the venue. So like Kate's.
And then Brad, this will be available for anyone to see and be able to go on to that event.
Right. Yeah. So basically, so all I have to do here is as long as I've done. Oh yeah. Let's just say it's me. Yeah. So what happens is this all just goes into the administrator, right? And the administrator is able to review it, make sure that all the information is there, and then push that event live on the website. And then assuming that event gets pushed live on the website, it'll either pop up on the homepage where we were looking at it before, or it'll pop, and it can also pop up on the news and events section. So it just kind of depends, but there's multiple pages here for all the different events. And one really nice thing, because, I don't know about everybody else, but me personally, typically when I wake up in the morning, I actually don't know what I'm doing that day. If it's not in my calendar, it's not happening. So that people can just add events to their calendar so that they don't forget about them. If it's a Zoom link, if it's a Zoom event, it'll just drop right into the calendar for them. So it's just super convenient, really easy to stay in the know about everything that's going on. So we feel that that's going to be really beneficial for people just in attendance, and just remembering what's supposed to be happening and remembering what you're doing. And then of course we have all kinds of different resources, right? So, the UIA is constantly producing all of this content, which is just invaluable for the inventor who is trying to be knowledgeable about a wide variety of topics, like, you name it, right? I don't have to tell you guys. So it's all, we've got the podcasts page, and there's tons of different podcasts that are going to be published on here, but and then there's also all the videos, the different YouTube videos. Those are all being sort of streamed into this website as well. So it's just, we're trying to have this be, and I think we've really accomplished this idea of having it be a central hub for everything an inventor needs, period. All of the documentation, all of the resources, all of the people, all of the events, it's all here. Yeah. So it really is it really is sort of the culmination, and honestly, of everything that, hopefully everything that that you and Lexa sort of envisioned for what this would become, and everything that you want this to be for inventors. I think it's just going to be amazing. So that's that's the general gist of it. Those are the main functionalities we kind of covered. Updating your profile, updating speaker profile if you are a speaker, and that can't be overstated. Just the importance of being able to put your name out there and your face and your profile out there in front of tens of thousands of inventors that are hopefully going to be viewing this. It can lead to some really amazing opportunities. So we encourage as much as possible for people to use this as the resource that it is. So one other thing too, that we put a lot of work into just the advocacy tab, right? Because there's just so much information that inventors need to have. So I don't want that to go unnoticed as well. So just keep in mind that this is all here. There's also the whole section about the board and the ambassadors. You want to get to know kind of who is behind all of everything that's happening. There's Lexa. It's all here. You can get to know everybody on the team. So awesome. Yeah, it is pretty awesome. So if you have any questions, by all means, throw them my way, but hopefully that covers it.
Just a quick question for me, Brad. If you go to the group sites, the map, and you click on the map, that takes you to the local inventor clubs, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sure does. So I was in here and I was checking out, and so all this time, Lexa, you and I have been working together, and I did not realize that you're from New Hampshire.
Oh, I'm not. I'm down in DC, but I help run the
okay
at New England, which is the New England Inventor Organization. So
gotcha.
I'm not a New Englander. Can't like
what it was I looked at all the different. I looked here and I looked at all of the different. I looked at all the different products. I can't remember now how I even got there, but I looked at all the different products and I saw your product. Yeah. I saw the cargo caddy and I was like, wait a minute, it's Lexa's product.
This organization and the one I also visited the one in DC when I first got started, and I can't emphasize enough how important it is for an independent inventor when they first get going, or he or she first gets going, to find their local independent organization, because that's a group of people who are like-minded, who are interested in educating you only and helping you commercialize your product. Mm-hmm. No sort of sign up for a paid coaching program, none of that. You're just getting information. So it's really the route that I highly recommend.
It's great. Yeah.
I wanted to add something, Brad. I think you did a great job describing sort of what our vision was for the website. I did want to also note that what's important about this website is that there are a number of different sort of audiences for this website. And I think what this website does best is it addresses each and every one of those audiences. Those audiences being independent inventors, first and foremost. Number two, the club leaders or the organization leaders. There are 65 plus independent inventor organizations across the country. All of them have presidents. All of those presidents have groups that they manage and report to and need speaker events for. And then there's the actual UIA, the administrators ourselves, who are looking to streamline some of the administrative work that we have to do on a day-to-day basis. And with a smaller, all volunteer staff, I think the website is really going to help us to automate some of these processes and then free up our time to actually work with inventors and help inventors, help the club leaders. And then finally, we hope to bring into the fray licensees and companies looking for ideas and manufacturers. So from A to Z, every single audience that's involved with innovation or independent inventing will be connected through this website. So I think that's what the best thing about this website is it serves all of our needs and it's getting us together in one spot.
That's the idea. And I mean, you've been so obviously instrumental in driving this and in being the visionary. And you've been amazing. And I realize that it hasn't been easy, but you've really done a great job. And hopefully this helps you. Hopefully this helps the UIA accomplish all of the goals that you're talking about and serve all of the different people that you're mentioning here.
I think it's going to.
Cool.
Yes, yeah. I appreciate it, Brad.
You bet.
Hey, Brad, real quick. So when we're going to be launching the website soon, you mentioned in a few days.
Yeah.
And excuse my unknowledgeability of this. Is this one of those things where people that don't know the UIA right now, or they're searching for inventors or searching for invent help or, some type of help with their invention idea will find our site?
Well, I mean, that's definitely the hope. And when you have a site that has as much content as yours, and when it's as authoritative as yours, I think that your authority score is like a 45 out of 100, which is very good. I mean, comparatively, Amazon is 100, but I think that there's so much good content on here, and there's going to be so many websites sort of feeding into this website. So yeah, I would hope that over time, when people start to look for things like, help for inventors or local help for inventors or resources for inventors, that they should start seeing this website pop up on the first page. It should, we don't want to keep it a secret, for sure. Yeah. So Chris and I were actually talking about last night some other ideas that I have, how we could help you, to just make sure that it is, even if it's not the first thing that pops up organically, which hopefully it will be, but even if it isn't, I think that there's a lot of other ways for us to get it into the conversation that's happening in people's heads already. So, looking forward to kind of exploring that with you as well.
Yeah, I think next week we gotta get me, you, and Carmine will jump on a call.
Yeah,
we review all that.
Got a lot of ideas, a lot of things that we could do to put this right out in front of everybody.
Yeah. And this will be a constant. I would look at the website as a living thing. We're going to be adding a huge educational content to it, even though we have a lot of information already with Dr. Russ Barnes. We'll be adding a lot onto it. Continual YouTube videos and information will always be being added. And that's what I think I love about the site is you, with Lexa and Kate, you've built it to not just for today, you built it to take us, for the next several years as we grow.
You're right. I couldn't agree with you more. And that's kind of my thought process all the time on these things, is that, it's kind of a moment to moment creation. Website should never really be quite finished, so to speak. So yeah, I think you'll be getting a lot out of this, and as will the other members of the organization. So
awesome.
Yeah.
So we have a couple minutes left. I would love for you, first off, thank you so much. As I said before, I froze earlier that I love busting your chops. I love bugging you. And I was going through the site, hoping to find some stuff to bug you about, but it's awesome. It works great. I congratulate you and thank Kate. And of course, Lexa for doing that. But I would love to take this time to tell, our listeners and our UIA people, our board about what you do in your company. You can either put your site up on the website if you want to. It's up to you.
Oh yeah, sure. Actually, hang on just one second. I can do that. So basically we exist because for many of the same reasons that the UIA exists, actually. Small business owners are often pointed in all of these funky directions, and they don't necessarily know what the right thing is for them to do, and they just sort of want a partner in the digital marketing space. They just want to know that somebody is basically there to answer their questions, and knows how to execute on their goals. So defining whatever those goals are, whatever those objectives are, and knows the right tools to use in order to accomplish whatever it is that they want to accomplish. Because at the end of the day, Facebook ads, they're not for everybody. Google ads, they're not for everybody. SEO, it doesn't work for everybody. It doesn't matter for everybody. A beautiful website may not even matter for everybody. So we try to really clarify a lot of those things and just help business owners understand this is what you need to do. This is first, second, third, and fourth priority. Let's start with that. Results are a big part of this, right? We never like to bring somebody down a path that isn't actually going to generate what they want as a desired result. So we start with that in mind, and we always just try to use the tools that we know are going to be most effective to helping them get to that result. Now in practice, that means, yeah, we build a lot of websites for people. We build a lot of custom landing pages for people. We run a lot of Google ads for new products or new services. We do a ton of social media marketing. Chris knows, and that can be in a wide variety of industries. There's not necessarily one that we specialize in, although we've been told time and time again, you guys should try to niche down. But every time we do that, we take on a new client that we just find to be so interesting and that we just really want to work with. And that whole, that whole thing goes out the window. But I think we just really love working with business owners that are passionate about what they do, want to see their idea succeed, want to see their business succeed, and, are not afraid to invest in the growth of their company. And so, I think that the best thing that we can do is just sort of talk with a potential client, learn a little bit about what their goals are, where they are now, what's working, what's not working, where are they hoping to be in 2 years, 5 years? What do they feel is holding them back from getting there? Kind of identify those pain points and get them out of the way. It's amazing what happens when you sort of rip the Band-Aid off and go, okay, that thing is not a problem anymore. Now what? Now what does that free you up to do? Yep. So we love working with business owners that have problems, and because we can typically help them find a way to solve them.
Yeah. Using technology to fill gaps is not only a money saver, but as you said, a time saver. And people don't realize that until they have something like this type of system in place that saves their time. It's and that's what we've been looking for this, as we've been working with you. Just if we do things more than 2 or 3 times, we want a system in place that takes care of it. And that's what really all of our people, all of our, constituents should be looking to do.
I wanted to tell you too, and it's right. It's fresh on my mind because I was actually just talking to one of your members earlier today. We're working on putting a website together for one of your members, and we were just talking about all the different ways that you can promote your product. All the different ways that you can design a website, and it's funny because I can look at 1,000 different websites, and they're all great, and they'll all work. And it's just a matter of what the owner likes the most, and what the market is going to respond to most. But there's not a single formula that when it comes to layout and design that owns the day. There just isn't. But there are certain things that just need to be present. They just need to be there. Things like social proof, right? Things like trust. Things like mechanisms on the website that tell people that this is a good site. I can believe what these people are saying. Guarantees, just different things that make people feel good. Beautiful imagery. Yeah, it's valuable, but really what people want to see is the value proposition. How does this make my life better? And why is it better than anything else that I've tried before? And how hard can we hit with a very important headline at the top that immediately grabs their attention and makes them go, I need that. That's the answer to this problem, this itch that I've been trying to scratch for a long time. Those are the things that really make a difference on a website, that can truly take a site from being kind of a loser to one that converts like crazy. And we love finding those things with clients. We love finding those perfect mixes and really just kind of putting them all out there, putting all those words on the page and just watching things happen. Yeah. It's pretty amazing.
It's awesome, Brett. I look at that website kind of like an invention, it's going to take iterations. It's going to take patience, and you have to stick with it. Just because I want my website to be blue doesn't mean the rest of the world wants it to be blue. So you just a lot of learning processes and having the right people in place. Yeah. So I kind of look at it as the same type of process.
Yeah. And, it's just like when you go to market with a product, sometimes the market is going to, you might have this idea for what you want, like you said, but the market is really what determines whether it's a viable idea, whether it's the right price. The market determines a lot. So sometimes we'll pore over things like, what color should the button be? Or what should the headline be? And all these things. And we go, okay, I got it. And then we go with it. But at the end of the day, you got to test 4 or 5 different ones a lot of times. Drive 1,000 people to the website and show 200 people this headline and 200 this and 200. and then see which one gives you the best conversion rate, or see which one keeps the person on the site for the longest period of time. How far down do they scroll? These are all metrics that are just available to us in ways that have never been available to us before. We can know with pinpoint accuracy how often people leave a page, after seeing it, right? And how fast they typically leave, and how far down they scroll, and how often they click out of that pop-up that keeps on popping in. We know all these things. So the good news is we don't have to make a lot of guesses. We can let the data tell us, as long as there's enough volume. And so same thing with pricing, right, Chris? Like, if you don't know what the right price is, show it to 10,000 different people and give them all, you know what I mean? And see what the market tells you, see how they interact. It's very, very valuable.
Your customer is always going to tell you what they're willing to pay, right? By your sales, always.
Right, exactly. So that's the beauty of the world that we live in right now.
All right. Well, Brad, Kate, thank you so much. Very impressive. We had some questions come in on YouTube, but you answered them.
Okay.
I want to give another shout out, as you did, Brad, to Lexa, instrumental on moving this project along.
Yeah.
She still will be involved with not only the website, but other initiatives throughout the UIA, as she does with the CIO groups and the Massachusetts and other clubs. So again, thanks Lexa, for all your help. And it's awesome, man. I can't wait to start using this. I know we're gonna put it into place pretty soon. I'm really looking forward to it.
I know, me too.
All right.
Great. I got to get one of those. I got to get a cargo caddy. That's for sure. I need about 6 of those for my car. My kids will still find a way to trash the car.
Yeah. Or it.
I mean,
I got to
stash them in the little containers.
Chris, we actually need 2 tidy hooks. Like, I got one for the driver's seat, but
I'll
Jen
give you
needs
whatever
one.
you need. Direct the plant. I'll give you whatever you need.
Love it.
All right. Very cool, man. Well, stick around, Brad. We got a great guest coming in to not only tell us about all the crazy stuff she has going on. I mean, I think she's at a show now, but also, talk about how she's going to be instrumental in helping the UIA, as we just talked about, really move up in the chain. And she's going to close out the show, I think, right, Chris?
We saved the best for last. I mean, what else can I say?
Awesome. Well, bring her on. Let's go.
All right, Catherine, welcome. Aaron Krause, you probably ran into him. Scrub Daddy was at the Low show. He looked completely exhausted. So I hope you're not as exhausted as him. But he came on and he went through the whole protocol. So we appreciate it.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, no, I mean, and I lost you guys' sound for a minute.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. You're back. Yeah, I mean, I was running around the Lowe's meeting. I actually, I represented a product called Grabo that I actually found at the National Hardware Show.
Yeah, I saw you doing some videos on it.
Yeah, it was really cool. In fact, I should have it with me. But I mean, that's how we all fell in love, right? We met at the National Hardware Show, which is such a great place for, inventors to go, and everybody, we've been going for years and years. So, as you guys know, or, the viewers might not know, is, I worked in-house public relations for 17 years. So I am a self-proclaimed product geek. So I have seen it. I love products, home products are my jam. Who doesn't need a home product, whether it's an apartment, whether it's whatever it is. Scrub Daddy, though, I mean, that is so simple. I remember my kid used to love that thing. We'd find it in Best Buy. But I went over and saw he was in the cleaning category, but they set up this Lowe's. I'm sure he told you. They set up the convention center. It's actually used to be called the Sands, but now it's the Venetian, to look just like a Lowe's. And it's like 700,000 square feet of just products. Everybody, you guys would love it. You would go nuts.
He was in the
there.
same room that I was in during my Shark Tank visit for 10 days when I was locked in prison. You probably don't even know the story. At Shark Tank, the last round, when it was during the pandemic, they did it at the Venetian. It was a bubble, so we had to get tested to go into this bubble. And then we were in our room at the Venetian for 10 days. We pitched on the 11th day. Couldn't even go in the hallway. You can look out at Vegas and all the beautiful sights, but I had to stay in the room.
Hey, I mean, there's worse places you could be locked in than Vegas, but it's.
I will tell you though, try being locked in a room for 10 days by yourself.
I might go crazy. We're all people we're all people on this call, right? But yeah, I mean, it's exciting. I mean, being self-proclaimed, and I'm also actually fortunate enough, I get to go back in March. I'm actually presenting for Home Depot, but I'm actually on a stage with 7 products in the electrical department. So that's kind of a bittersweet and home sweet home, because, you know, being there for 17 years and then leaving because my position was relocated to Atlanta after 17 years, and coming back and being hired directly by them, representing products. And I'm geeking out because I'm a lighting girl. I love myself some good lumens and watts. So thrilled to be going back to that, and, you know, happy to be talking to you guys. I'm so happy we're all connected, because what a lineup you've had today, by the way.
Boy.
By the way, it's 5, isn't it 5 o'clock? I mean, are you allowed to get your glasses of wine while we do this?
It's
this
5
segment,
o'clock. We started at, like, I don't know, texting each other about 5 in the morning, but we really jumped on about 8:30 this morning. Haven't stopped. We had Joy on, and Marcie and Aaron and Mike. And we had what a powerhouse lineup. And like I said, we're closing it. Oh, we had Steve Greenberg too. We're closing it with you. Save the best for last.
Yeah. Hey, Catherine, not to jump in, cut you off. I heard a rumor that Lowe's was bringing in a pet division. Is that right? Pet products?
Yeah, they have a partnership with, is it Petco, I believe? Yeah. That's actually common knowledge. Actually, it was announced. If you do a Google search on LinkedIn, or a Google search and look on LinkedIn, I saw that. So, I mean, yeah, what doesn't it make so much sense though? Because think about it, products for home. Of course you want to buy things for your pets. In fact, my cat is like staring at me right here while I'm on. I should come here, get in the cameo, kitty. But, you know, yeah, absolutely. They are. Isn't that amazing? So just another thing, you know, Depot tried it out. I want to say they tried it out and it wasn't too successful, but I like that Lowe's is partnering with somebody that's already so well established, because everybody knows Chewy, but I mean, Chewy's come up through the ranks and they have such good customer service and represent. Like I have friends who tell me, oh, their dog died, so they had to stop the subscription of the food, and Chewy sent them a bouquet of flowers. So I like that Lowe's is you know, realizing they need to, if they're going to get a good partner, get someone established. Like I believe it's Petco or PetSmart, and I'm sorry, I should know which one it is, but isn't that exciting?
Yeah,
great.
you know, Damon, you know, my partner, Damon John, he's big into Lowe's. He's got a partnership with Lowe's as well. So, I mean,
a lot of those sharks, you know, the funny thing is Lori, when Scrub Daddy actually made it into Home Depot, you know, they always used to ask me, can I bring cameras in? And it was before Shark Tank is what it is. And I just would deny it because we were just so busy and I couldn't even manage it. And Lori Geiger called me directly, like back in like 2004. And she's like, hi, yeah, we really need to do this. So I was like, okay, go ahead, go on in. But I mean, Home Depot and Lowe's, they're smart. You know, the sharks are just, you know, it's such a good format. And, you know, that's why I love what you guys are doing here. Cause it's like, you know, not everybody can go on Shark Tank, but let's do a smaller format of it. You know, and that's why I was so excited when you guys decided to partner with me, because your lineup has been so fantastic, because it's how to get the product to market, you know, how to set, even like the last presentation with the website and the pricing, such great advice. And then where I come in is, you know, kind of once it's through all those loops, you know, how to give it a voice, and, you know, how to get attention, and how to really get attention from those big retailers, or even those medium to small size retailers that you want to pay attention to the product and take it to the next level. So I love what we're doing over here. It's really cool.
Catherine, let's talk about that a little bit, because we spent a lot of time today on the front end, getting your product launched, and patent searches, and, you know, all of it, the tooling, and how much work it is, including packaging. Everyone forgets about packaging, but then we get down to the real stuff. How do you market it? How do you get it in front of big names? So talk about that a little bit, because that's your expertise, right? National media exposure. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the quick elevator pitch for those that are watching that don't know who I am. So I worked in-house at Home Depot for 17 years. I was lucky enough, I told the product stories primarily. So I've seen a lot of products, but I also was in charge of telling stories. So you looked at a Home Depot, there's 50,000 products in store, 250,000 online. That was, you know, back then. There's even probably more now. I needed to be the voice and get people interested in products that you might not really think are that sexy, like, you know, plumbing, rough plumbing, or, light bulbs, which aren't really that sexy, but they are sexy because they can make you look really good. But so like the marketing piece, so that's what I do now is, I left Home Depot and I give products voices. So whether it's in print, whether it's online, whether it's in TV, just really helping develop, how to make sure, number one, who are you talking to? I think the first thing straight out of the gate you need to think of, and I mean, Carmen, Chris, you can agree with me on this one, is define what problem you're going to solve for somebody, and how are you going to communicate that to them. So, whether it's a lighting issue, say like, the house is dark, people are tripping, whether it's a plumbing issue, whether it's whatever the problem is, that your product, you're going to save people time. You're going to make life easier. You're going to make it more enjoyable. Whoever your audience is, that's a huge thing. And kind of developing your voice along those lines, so you really are talking to the right people in the right way and kind of an authentic voice. So that's one thing that I typically will start doing, and then getting it out, of course, on the right channels. I would say, like use all the social media channels. It's funny, during COVID, my own personal social media channels it's Catherine Emery TV. And I spent COVID really building my channels just to show that I do have authority. And I will tell you, it is a full-time job. You use hashtags, like and follow similar accounts, like, so Scrub Daddy, if I was a Scrub Daddy, for example, I would go follow Newell Rubbermaid. I would go follow Quickie. I would go follow all the big guys to the small guys, comment on the stuff, like stuff, really engage, because that's how you're going to get the authenticity back at you. And you can do it yourself, of course, but if you have a little bit of budget to spend, the most important thing to spend it on is brand awareness, is letting people know who you are. And that's the hardest thing for small inventors. And I'll stop for a minute, Chris and Carmine, let you guys jump in, but don't you find that that's the hardest, it's the most painful thing for a small inventor, is to make that little initial, however much you can, investment on creating your voice and creating your market share and getting your brand awareness out there. And you can't necessarily always see that ROI right away. Like, oh my God, we just spent $5,000 and I only sold 4 units in the first, week after the TV spot. And I kind of get people that come back and go, but it's the people that are out there. It's, marketing is the rule of 7. If someone sees it 7 times, then they'll make the purchase. They're not going to go run to purchase it right away. So really kind of swallowing that, like, you got to get it out there, and whether it's perfect or not, it doesn't matter. Just get it out there, make sure it's authentic enough and make sure it's good enough, but it doesn't have to be perfect. Just start getting it out there. I mean, you guys found that the repetitiveness, that's what we're going to do with the UIA. We're going to just keep getting more of our message out there, talking to the right people, following the right people, having the right people follow us back. I mean, we want our inventors to follow us. We want our big boxes to follow us. We want our trade shows like National Hardware Show to follow us. We want our partners, like everyone that's been on today, present company excluded, to follow us. And then that's where you get your kind of community and you start building it up. And then that's where you get more and more attention. And it's just an authentic way to do it.
Yeah, we want to really get the UIA in everybody's face all day long. We show them all the things we're doing. We've actually, Joy agreed to be on our advisory board. So that's a big help. That's another big outlet. And we want to continue to get sponsorships, big sponsorships, to help drive some of our initiatives so we can go to every one of these shows. Chris Landano has been jumping in the shows and going to all of them. He's going to go to the Houseware show and just continue to broaden our awareness, because we have so much to offer, right? That think about like what we can provide for the everyday inventor who doesn't understand what the next steps are.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that as Catherine and Chris, you're exactly right, is we work on a lot of projects and the inventor has an awesome product. They have it, it's on its way or it's delivered. And from there, yeah, they do the normal stuff, the Amazon, and they do these things, but in the inventor that doesn't have the connection, the knowledge, the experience, they're stuck with what do I do next? And that's why, Catherine, being able to bolt what you do on, it can really explode so many of these products.
No, absolutely. And that's such a good point, because where do you go and how do you start building? And you don't, sorry, so I'm sorry that I just keep lagging. I have YouTube up in front of me so I can see some comments in case anyone has a question. So Carmine, I just thought I was talking over you, so apologize about that. Real-time TV. I mean, this living room, I've filmed many things in here. You got your like ring lights. I got everything going on in here, but because it's crazy. It's everything. But yeah, you're so spot on. It's just getting the word out there, because if you don't even have a website, even if it's not perfect, and obviously our guest before was really great on that, have it, because then when you really do start getting the momentum going, it's just getting, and also just authentic voice, because I follow a lot of, and I'm friends with a lot of the home improvement and tool influencers, like Tools in Action, Pro Tool Review, VCG Construction. I could go on and on based on the category, but even getting partners like that involved. I mean, obviously there is a lot of stuff that's a pay to play scenario. Things cost money, but I have like companies reach out to me. In Deep Irrigation is a company that just started following me on social media. Don't know him at all. Looked at the product, loved the product, talked to the guy, truly genuine guy. So I'm gonna help them get the word out there, because when you find someone that's like genuinely interested in your product, and it's whether it's an influencer, whether it's a public relations agency, whether it's a marketer, whether it's a website person, if they feel your passion and they see that this is something that they could get behind and really support you. I have a scalable, obviously I make money on brands I talk about, but I have a scalable, where if it's a small business that I think is just a really great product, of course I'm going to help someone out. Or if it's a larger brand, you charge a little bit more, but it's just, that's really kind of how you can just look around and, just be so aware and be so engaged. And I think, the social media part of it, television, public relations, marketing, all that stuff is such an important component. And if you don't know how to do it, even finding a small agency, I know I'm lucky enough to be in a group of these phenomenal women that all do public relations and have done for years. And they're also scalable too. If they see something and they believe in it, say, hey, why don't we do a percentage thing? If, why don't I pay you this upfront this year, but next year, as I start to grow, we can change the format and I can pay you more. There's always kind of ways to work towards things like that. But, it's just I always just say, be authentic with your voice, try to find the right audience that you're talking to. And I mean, social media, it is really, for me personally, a lot of my friends that are at Lowe's and Home Depot, True Value, they follow my LinkedIn, they see what I do. So they're looking out there, they're following National Hardware Show. They're all going to start following UIA after we're done with this. We're going to send them this link and say, why aren't you following us? But I'm sure they probably already are, right?
Yeah. We just have to give relevant information, and that's why it's going to be so great work with.
Think about the platforms everyone has now. I have this woman, Brandy, that I work with called the Jers. It's a jacket that turns into a purse, vice versa. She quit her job. She was a chemist, and she started to basically post on TikTok, and it blew up. She made more money in 2 days than she did as a whole year's salary as a chemist. She was like, oh my God, what do I do next, Chris? Like it literally blew up overnight. And it's just taken off now. But think about all the different avenues we have to show off our products and what we do, right, with social media. TikTok is it blows me away with all the things on TikTok and how many people are on that platform.
Well, and that's such a good point. So I'm glad you brought up TikTok, because I'm kind of like an old school operator a little bit, because I look at these social media platforms and I think, how can a brand monetize on that? Like, how are they going to like sell a product, right? Whereas like that's one thing too to think about, like utilizing these social media channels. So obviously LinkedIn is more for, and this is probably, social media 101, but it's worth talking about, right? Like LinkedIn is That's where you're going to meet the connections. That's where you want to be really buttoned and, put your business face forward. And like your chemist friend, like, I left the lab and put my coat on and my purse on at the same time. And now I'm chasing my dreams. You know what I mean? Like, what does Ralph Waldo Emerson says? It's never too late to be what you might have been. Right. So, but then Facebook for me, for like the Home Depots and the Lowe's merchants of the world, I really do feel like Facebook is a great demographic for like kind of those middle age, and I'm included in that group where they're like been a little more established in business. Whereas Instagram, I feel like you got a lot of like I'm also there too, but you got a lot of kind of, you can be a little more hip and chic. And then TikTok, oh my God, I got to learn TikTok, those reels and just trying to make it. But I mean, TikTok, they're going to smell it a mile away if you are being too commercial on TikTok. So that's a whole nother animal, right? Where you gotta, we gotta somehow make those light bulbs sexy on TikTok, but then will the retailer or the manufacturer really like the content? Because, everybody says, oh, let's make it go viral. And I worked for Clorox Pool and Spa. I tell their stories on television every year. And I said, I don't know if you guys are going to want to hear this, but the way to make it go viral is if me and 6 of my girlfriends are in our bikinis drinking martinis and it says Clorox Pool and Spa keeps our pool fresh. And they're like, yeah, I don't think we're going to get that by corporate, but it's like to genuinely go viral. That's why like being a small inventor, like utilize that time right now where you can actually be your own brand's voice and be a little wild, be a little crazy. Don't be brash and don't be rude and don't offend anyone, which is very easy to do, unfortunately, these days. But, there is a fine line, obviously, but also realize that when you're a little bit smaller and you're a little bit scrappier, I feel like that's even more authentic, and that's going to get you, like the guy, the inventor of Ring doorbell, right? Jamie. So we used to sit down because Home Depot launched their product, right? And he said, yeah, I went to the meeting. I don't know if this is public knowledge, but it is now. So we went to a meeting with the merchant and it was so early in the morning, he wore sweatpants on the overnight plane, woke up at 6 for the meeting, realized he didn't pack any pants. So he was like, do I go to the meeting in sweatpants or do I go and buy, he couldn't go buy, but he went in there and the Home Depot merchants, they didn't care. It was like authentic. And he was who he was. I mean, it wasn't necessarily putting your best foot forward, but it's just being small and scrappy kind of allows you to be a little more creative, but just getting the word out there, and then that's it. You'll look at my stuff on YouTube, my earlier stuff. In fact, there's one thing where I'm showing a pressure washer to clean windows and I'm showing another product. And it's getting so much traction because the pressure washers hate me because the window washers, professional window washers of the world hate me, but it's out there, and it's not a perfect video, but it brings more traffic to my site. Then maybe somebody might like it and it goes on and on. So it's just getting the right voice and, finding those right partners, whether it's a small social media agency. But one other thing too, and I don't know if Carmine and Chris, you've experienced this, but I always recommend too, finding a group. If you're going to find a group to help you bring your voice, finding a group that knows your brand, your product. So if you're a purse company or if you're a home improvement product or if you're whatever you do, don't just go hire an agency that says, oh, I'm going to give you this, that, and the other. Hire an agency that knows that industry specifically that you're in. That's why I'm in the home improvement industry, because I've been, telling products for so long now. Do I wish I was in the food and wine industry and the travel industry so I could be on jets and drinking wine and from Italy while we're having this conversation? Of course I do. But instead I'm surrounded by, cushions and light bulbs, but it's all good, right? So just make sure that portion of it.
No, absolutely. Brand recognition is a big deal, and having people understand that is a big deal. It's funny you talk about TikTok. I was just strolling there one day, and Aaron's all over the place now. But Aaron is now doing TikTok videos, and he was doing one where he was a godfather, and his best friend Will was the one asking questions. It was like it just caught my attention. Like I usually stroll through that and just watching some of the videos, it's pretty funny. I'll forward them to some of my friends. That one hit and resonated. I sent it today. Dude, I didn't know you were the godfather. Like, you're not even Italian. I'm Italian. What do you mean you're the godfather? It was pretty funny. You did a great job on it too. It was really good. It was like a scene out of the movie.
Oh my God. Well, and I mean, it's so, but you're so spot on, right? You just don't know what's going to hit sometimes. So just try it. What's the harm? And, you know, it's like, there are so many of those rules. I mean, if you have even a small incremental budget and you can partner with somebody to help you build a brand page, you know, build a good website, you know, get that social out there, get your right tagline, get your right message, even just to get started. Because it is, I mean, you guys see, it's a full-time job. I spend at least 2 hours a day staring. My son always says, Mama, take your phone off. He doesn't say put your phone down. Mama, take your phone off. And I'm like, okay. And I, you know, you're trying to raise a kid and go, don't look at screens. Screen time's bad. And every time he's like, well, the first thing you do when you wake up is stare at social media. And I'm like, well, that's what's paying for the video game that you're playing with later. So don't harass me right now, child. But, you know, it's like, I'm out there, you know, liking and commenting and following every, you know, similar accounts and my influencer friends and, you know, seeing what competitors are doing, seeing what the trends are, you know, all that stuff. So it's just important to really immerse yourself. And if you don't have the time, recognize that you don't have the time and make that investment, because that's how, if you even have a small imprint, then you can really, you know, help get the word out there. And that's what you want. You never know. My son, he actually, this is a random story, but he was actually pulled on stage by Michael Bublé at a concert, and we are going to go see him again. And I said, you know, son, lightning doesn't always strike twice. You know, I don't know if Michael's going to see you again. He said, but Mama, didn't you always say put out in the universe what you want back? Like, so the student's teaching the teacher, but, you know, I always say that that's so much so with your business and, you know, how you present your product is, you know, put it out there as best you can and just kind of manifest that it's going to happen, because, you know, it's hard. It's competitive. There's a lot of stuff. There's, you know, online, there's competition. There's, you know, oh my God, am I ever going to make it right? But just keeping on, you know, moving forward and really finding that right voice and trying it and seeing what people think and realizing that you're not everybody's going to love you. I always joke, I can't wait until I get some haters, because that means that I've really arrived. So
my son always says, if somebody's not hating on you, you didn't make it.
I'm like, I can't wait till we're all sitting around and I do get that show where I'm hosting. That's what I'm manifesting in the world. I'd love to host something where I, you know, like, hey, maybe we take this show on the road. Netflix picks us up, Hulu picks us up, somebody picks us up. You know, we're what happens after Shark Tank, right? Or better yet, we're what happens before Shark Tank. Like we're grooming them and then we put them on, right? I mean,
I'll tell you, we got big plans for this year, and it's already starting to kick off. I mean, can you imagine, like Carmen had an idea last week about doing a show today, and it was, I don't know, 5 days ago, and I'm like, okay. So I started to go to work. He started to go to work, and we made it happen. And it's because of the network, right? You got to have a good pool of people that you can trust and you can rely on. You can ask them to do things like Aaron was literally getting ready to get on a plane. He was right in between. He said, yeah, I'll do it. I just got to find the right time. I said, well, you tell me, I'll make it work. Like, you know, so anyone that we asked wanted to. The only one we didn't get, really, Damon wants to do something with us. It was Judy Edwards. She was literally skiing. I said, well, I don't want you skiing and being on the show. That could be like dangerous. Yeah. So we'll catch you next round. But everyone else was happy to jump on and help. And what a great day it's been today. It really was. It's incredibly informative. I mean, you know, people are paying thousands of dollars for this knowledge and this information, and we're offering it for free. So we're just going to continue to get good sponsorships and blow up the memberships and continue to do these every single month. It's maybe not, you know, 9-10 hours a day, but we'll definitely do smaller versions of it. And then we'll start doing all these new shows. So I'm excited about what's coming down the pike.
Yeah, definitely. No, absolutely. It's fun. You know, I love that, you know, I like that people who have made it are willing to help. And, you know, and that's one thing, honestly, as you go through, whether you're an inventor of a product or whether you're in business or whatever, you know, in my 20 years that I've been in the home improvement industry, you know, when I was in-house at Home Depot, I go to these big functions with all these, you know, vendors, all these merchants, and it didn't matter who you were, you know, let's have a conversation. How can I help you? You know, obviously there's only so many hours in the day, so you can't help everyone, but I mean, even having a conversation with someone, just seeing people and responding and, you know, being aware and being willing to. For me, I mean, when I launched my business in 2018, it just was amazing. I was so flattered and touched with how many people were willing to help me. Even to this day, you know, I've got a merchant friend that says, hey, there's a great brand, you need to work with them, or I get a recommendation or whatever. But that's just from even doing things like this. Who knows? Like, now I got to meet you gentlemen, and look at how wonderfully embedded you are in the industry. And let's help the UIA help the inventors tell their stories and different ways to tell their stories, you know? So it's just, you never know where someone's going to end up, and you never know where a road's going to lead you. So if it's relevant in any capacity, and you have the time and you have the potential, you should definitely even go a few steps down the road if you can, without spreading yourself too thin, but realizing what really could, you know, end up being something. So, and then I have a question. Somebody asked me a question here. If you guys don't, oh, it is Petco. Thank you, Kim Drew. One of my PR superstars was commenting in here. Okay, somebody asked me, how do you keep your content fresh? So I would say for that one is relevancy, you know, a seasonal thing. It's not, if you don't have time to search for the trends yourself in your industry, watch news, you know, whatever news channel it is, or like a hashtag or similar. And then if you can, alter your story based on kind of a seasonal or a trend. So you always kind of stay relevant. So for example, like if it's a back to school time, making sure if your product has time to talk about that. If it's a spring related product, maybe it's an outdoor product. I mean, just something where, you know, you could change your content based on and kind of try to fit it into whatever that story or whatever that season is. And then, you know, presentation is huge, you know, making sure you have the right lighting, making sure you're in an area, like I'm in a cozy corner here, but there's not too much like noise going on in the background. If you actually have the product itself, show the product itself. If you don't have professional images and B-roll footage, which is what you call like video footage of the product, not only a close-up on the product, but the product in action, get it, highly recommend it, and film it in a horizontal view, because that's what most Instagram's the only, and TikTok are the only ones that go vertical. The rest of them, like YouTube, even on television, they need horizontal. So just having kind of some assets that you can go in with, where you can, you know, like for example, while we're talking, if I was talking about like my Home Depot days, I would have like sent you guys some footage, and you could roll some like still images of me, you know, in my apron doing my thing. It just kind of keeps people's visual attention on it more than just like watching just one thing. So having, you know, having a little bit of a change, and then keeping it short and concise. Get in and get out, unless you're on QVC and HSN, which they like you to take a long time because you're having a conversation about the product. But I mean, social media and TV, they in marketing, you know, get your 3 to 5 bullets. Realize that people have a very short attention span. What is the best thing about your product, or what's your call to action? If they're interested, they'll go to your website and they'll dig in more, or they'll dig in another way. On TV, you get, you know, 3 minutes. If I can get one point in, like that, like the Grabo that I was at Lowe's store managers meeting, it suctions onto something and lifts up to 375 pounds. I'm telling this to Lowe's store managers over and over again. It's that point. It saves your professional contractors time and money. You know, this couple other talking points, boom, that's it. Then you get them. And if you don't get them, then you're not going to talking at them more and giving them more information and more information. The chances are they're not going to keep watching it unless it's an educational video. And then of course you're going to format it a little bit differently.
All right.
Awesome. All right.
Okay.
This is great stuff. Great stuff. Hey, so Catherine, you're going to be at the we're going to start closing up the show, but you're going to be at the hardware show. And we're going to try to do something with you on stage or whatever we can do. I know you're going to be so busy there, but we have to try to do something to help our inventors while we're there.
Highly recommend people go to the National Hardware Show. I was just talking to some merchants at some of the retailers yesterday, hyping it up. So absolutely, I will be there. You can count on it. Did you see that so this year, the National Hardware Show's April 5th through the 7th registration's open right now. So go register right now. It'll be great. It'll be a really good show. And then next year in 2023, National Hardware Show combined with KBIZ, Kitchen and Bash Show, and IBIZ, International Builders Show. So that'll all be 2023, January 31st to February 2nd. So for inventors, that's even great. Still go to National Hardware Show, of course, because that's where people go to see the new products, and really the retailers go to look for the new products. But then you've got different audiences there. You've got the the Kitchen and Bash Show, and the IBIZ will bring just even more foot traffic. And right now, this year, 2022, the floor covering show is also at the same time a National Hardware Show. And I'm so sad I'm blanking on another one, but they did merge with a couple other shows. I want to say it's like a garage door opener or something to do with garage doors and something to do with flooring and like surfaces. So at least that'll be good too. But just the more the better, right? The more the merrier. So
Always.
I look forward to it. Let's have some fun at the National Hardware Show. Let's play with products at the National Hardware Show.
I
That's
agree.
what it's all about, right?
Right. I totally agree. People love products. They love inventions. The National Hardware Show area for innovators, our inventor area, is the most traveled. The most people come through there. They love inventions. Everyone loves to talk about inventions and see them. So yeah, we can't wait to get there with you and do something together. It's going to be a lot of fun.
100%. Absolutely. Looking forward to it. Thank you guys for thinking to have me on here and partnering up with me. It just, like I said, just like my son says, put it out in the universe. It'll come back to you. We found each other at National Hardware Show, and we're going to help some of your inventors here and, build more awareness to our great organization here that we're trying to let people know we're here to help them. So happy to be part of the cause.
Great. Thank you so much. And anyone that's out there listening, if you want information on the hardware show, please get in touch with us and we'll push you over to somebody who will be able to get you set up to go to the hardware show. The UIA has a very large area there for inventors as we are putting on more events that we will be frequenting, the PGA show, different things, the lawn and garden show in Texas. So we are adding events on as we speak. Christopher Landano is helping us do that. He's been awesome going out to all the different events and making some great contacts. I want to thank all of our presenters, if they're listening, not listening down the road today, that came on and gave us their time. They were instrumental in helping inventors. It's been an awesome National Inventors Day. Christopher Guerrero, who put this great event on, I made him do about this much, but he did the rest. It was an awesome show. I keep getting comments and people telling us how much it's helped them. So, Chris, thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I enjoy doing it, and what a crew we have. We just have a great network now, and we have great folks on the UIA that are all willing and wanting to help everybody. So, thanks to them as well.
Yep. And if you are not a UIA member, please go on out to uiausa.org and become a member. It's currently free, so we would love to have you. And if you get a chance, please, we live off of donations at the UIA, so don't forget, if we help you out or if you can give us a donation, it would be awesome. So I think that's it for today for National Inventors Day. I thank you all for listening in, and we will catch you on our next show. Our next show, we're going to try to do it next month, will probably be on licensing. We have not secured that yet, but we will try to do a show like this next month. It might not be as long, but we are going to start putting some great content out, and we will make an announcement early March on what the show is going to be. So hopefully we'll get to see everyone there again. So for myself, Carmen Nidisco, Mr. Christopher Guerrero, Mr. Christopher Landano, and all of our presenters and the people that have helped out, we thank you for listening, and we will catch you next time on UIA TV. You all take care.